And we're live!
Hey, all right. All right, PKA episode 263, recording on New Year's Eve.
We just want everyone to know that this episode of PKA is being brought to you by our friends, Credit Karma. We'll talk more about them later in the show, but for now...
Yeah, Credit Karma, you guys are awesome. Hey, I'll just throw this out there. I want to say in the pre-Patreon era, if PKA fell on New Year's Eve, we might skip a show.
Yeah. Oh, we'd have probably skipped last week's show too, to be honest, because last week's show we had to film like 3 days early in the middle of the day, and we sat here for 6 hours. It was a 6-hour recording session, so that there'd be a Christmas show. But that's just what we do.
So those of you Patreons
we would
out
not
there
have done it.
that have turned this from like a little side goof we do to something that I'm now being paid for and therefore obligated to do, well, thank you, Patreons. You guys are fucking sexy and awesome, and we appreciate you.
Some of us might be out, having parties and going to bars on New Year's Eve, but not with Patreon. No.
Fun out of the holidays.
Now we're doing this instead.
Yeah, now we're doing this.
Thanks, Patreon.
I got a good first topic. Maybe.
Oh, I thought we were gonna do the Syndicate thing. That's why I clicked start. So because we were on it.
Go right into it.
All right.
So I'm most ignorant about this thing. I know the abstract bullet points. So fill me in. What happened?
Let me take the reins on this. And Taylor, I know you saw it too. So tell me if I miss anything significant. It appears that what happened is there's this guy. What's his name? It starts with an M, like MakeBot or something.
Yeah, something bot.
Okay. And he apparently made a 45-second animated video for, and I'm going to mess this up too, the Mianite group.
Yeah.
So this is a group of Minecrafters that play a particular game variant, I think. It's like ultra hardcore. I'm not even sure. And
was that like $600 or $700 worth of work or what?
It's so this is a bunch of Minecrafters. It includes Syndicate, Jericho, and a couple of really big names.
Sparkles,
Captain Sparkles. Like if they pick you up and you're a Minecrafter, then you're very happy about that because you're in the coolest group. It's a collab thing, and they play together and against each other, etc. Anyway, they were going to pimp, I think, their website for this, and this guy made a 45-second animated video. So that's that. There's a little bit of fuzziness on what kind of compensation he wanted going into it. I think he only expected to have his name credited at the top of the description, not the bottom. This guy appears to be pretty YouTube savvy, but at the top of the description, say, video by Macabot or whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Everybody but Syndicate put his name in the description, which is why he targeted Syndicate in particular. And it's likely that Syndicate didn't know this was a requirement. It didn't, wasn't really like, I don't think Syndicate was to spite the guy. I think that it was removed. Oh, I shouldn't mention this. There's some sort of manager or agent that contacted the animator and made this all happen and then told all the talent, Jericho, Syndicate, Captain Sparkles, etc., to upload it. So it's not as if Syndicate and this guy hammered out a deal. Syndicate was just told, hey, upload this video. May or may not have even been told to credit the guy in the description. But he uploaded it and didn't credit him that much. Who knows what he was told to do. And then I guess a month or two ago, the guy said, hey, you didn't fulfill your end of the deal. And I think he wanted money. Which, in my head, I'm already processing, well, is this right? It's not as if I can slap you in the description of a month-old video and say, there, now you're credited.
I've ran into this sort of thing before. Usually, so it wouldn't be money, but the sort of compensation would be some other form of social media. Because what he's lost out on is publicity, right? Getting his name out there to the fans in the description of the video. So it seems like a Facebook post would solve this.
That's
a Twitter
a good
post.
idea. I don't know.
Syndicate has a massive Twitter. It seems like him tweeting this guy's channel out would instantly
a thank you.
Twitter's not really the same though, and so his Twitter is gigantic, but it's 15% as big as his YouTube audience. His YouTube is
but social media.
This guy wanted.
But a higher percentage with social media. I mean, it's.
Marco brings up a good point, but if the tweet was right, he could have gotten the guy more attention. The Twitter's
also,
smaller, but let me just finish this thought. The Twitter's smaller, but a link in the description is not as devoted to the guy as a tweet could have been. you know?
Yeah.
So the tweet would be all about like, hey, I'm so sorry I forgot to credit this guy. He does amazing work. Check out his channel. And then perhaps that would have been the solution in line with the original thing. Given that I didn't think of that, I was in my head thinking, how do you make this right? You know, if I'm Syndicate, I can't, like, if I told G Fuel, I'll tell you what, for this month's pimping, I'm going to go to some October video and change the description to include you. That wouldn't be fair at all, right? Like that, you can't just retroactively fix that. You have to come up with something different. So, given that that ship has sailed, money would make sense. Now, in the guy's video where he talked about it, he's like, Syndicate got 600,000 views on this video. And this could be me misreading it, but I got the vibe that he was kind of proud of the fact that he got 600,000 views. Like, you know, the video must have been good. It got this many views. But I assure you, I could upload a video of Syndicate blowing his nose for 45 seconds and get 600,000 views because of the following and fan base that Syndicate has built. You know, when Syndicate uploads today's video, the amount of views he gets is really determined by his, like, the library of work that he's already created. People, it's not as if everything is going viral on the Reddit front page because of how awesome today's video is. You know, I watch Casey Neistat stuff a bunch. I don't watch it because today's video was so great. I watch it because of the track record of great videos. And, you know, animator dude, don't get too excited about your 600,000 view video. My shaving thing would have got 600,000 views on Tom's channel. It would have happened.
So what's going on with this?
I got more of I remember him saying that, like, oh, it got 600,000 views. The way I picked up on it was more that he was like, you know, it served its purpose. Like, it clearly wasn't a big flop on your channel, and, you know, I feel like I'm owed some compensation for this, whether it be attention, which is, I'm pretty sure what the initial agreement was, I think, or money or whatever. Like,
videos under a minute get compensated really poorly. So if I were to estimate it, I would say something like 35 cents for 1,000 views. If people don't know, longer videos get better ads. The algorithm is probably changed, and I don't know if anyone really knows it. But it depends. Like, if you just watched a long ad and then you go to the next video, they won't hit you with one again, regardless of what that next video is. If the video is really short, then you won't get a pre-roll. And if the video is under a minute, you never get a pre-roll, which pays better than like one of those slide up from the bottom ads. At 45 seconds, that slide up from the bottom ad, I think, is all you'll ever see. And they pay poorly. So even though it's 600,000 views, which is a lot of views, I doubt it made over $200.
But the video itself, the purpose wasn't really to make money. It was to drive attention to a Minecraft server or whatever their Minecraft thing is.
It was a website.
I don't know if a website. Website that promotes their Minecraft world. I don't know what it is. And that, I'm sure, makes a lot of money, as a lot of Minecraft seems to do nowadays. So, and not saying he's entitled to any of that money, but it is shitty that he didn't get the attention that he thought he was getting. So
I feel like a social media post is all this guy is owed.
It looks... I'm sorry, continue.
It got wrapped, and I think Tom paid him $200 or $300 just to bury this problem. I bet Tom...
Harley paid him.
What'd you say?
Harley. Like, Harley Morenstein, Epic Mealtime guy, he posted about it and offered to pay the dude.
Really?
He felt bad for him, yeah.
That's interesting. I heard a guy who said that I watched like a response video, and that response video said that Tom paid him. I don't know what's true. It wasn't like I heard from Tom directly, but anyway, it seemed like the world didn't line up with Syndicate. He made a response video, and God, I didn't get the vibe. I saw Tom's video and thought, I've been in similar positions before, where like your agent sort of trades on your good name, and now you're on the hook. You know, like I don't know, someone will get contacted to do something at Woody Crap by my project manager that I'm not even in the loop on, and then afterwards they've got their palm out for payment, and it's like, I didn't like. You didn't even talk to me. Like, I don't know you. I don't like, but I guess I got to pay. Otherwise, you know, you'll feel like you didn't do your work. I got a guy right now who He wrote code for me. It's buggy. It doesn't work, but he feels like he finished it, and it's only $75 that I owe him. I think I'm just going to pay because I like a track record of no one ever saying that they got ripped off by me. I had to have another developer come and fix his stuff. Lefty's a good example, right? Lefty had this thing, and he's God, it's so complicated, and people are done hearing about it. But it was like,
Can I take a shot at? Because I think I've got it at this point. Initially, we offered Lefty like, let's cut this pie into three pieces. And but we all, of course, are partners, so we all assume an equal amount of liability. He said, "Oh no, I don't want that liability. I don't want a slice of this thing. I'm an employee." So he said, but he still wanted 1/3 of everything's money. He wanted both at the same. He wanted to have his pie and have his cake and eat it too. It was ridiculous at the end, and I think when you finally paid him off, when we finally paid him off, because we all agreed on it, it was 2 or 3 months before anyone cleared more money than Lefty did on the show. Because I remember when it happened, like either you or Chiz pointed out, they're like, "Hey, now Lefty isn't the most highly paid member of PKA ever."
I remember that. In particular, it was like we had a bunch of expenses. Like he really wanted an attorney to draw up some legal documents. He really wanted like to be incorporated in the state of Delaware or whatever it was, and as an employee, he wouldn't have to pay for any of those business fees, but as a member, he would. And he sliced it all up so that he, was as an owner, he would. So he was an owner for the revenue, but an employee for the expenses. And he just got all the money and we were paying all the bills. And in the end, we gave him everything we wanted. Why? Just for one reason.
Everything he wanted.
So that, he could never make that video saying I got ripped off, right? It just paid him more than he earned. And I feel like if Tom could go back in time, he'd have given the guy $200.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody watches it that already isn't biased against Tom or something and thinks that he did anything maliciously. It seems like a bit of miscommunication. But the reason that it's escalated now is because it was handled very, very poorly on Tom's part. Did you watch? He and Keemstar were in on Keemstar's stream, and they were chatting about it. And the dude,
I only heard about that.
Whatever bot, yeah, I saw part of it. Whatever bot his name is, he wouldn't go in there, and I saw why. It was really, they had spoken before with Keemstar as the kind of biased moderator of the discussion, because I mean, if you're running a YouTube channel, you're going to go with the guy who has the potential to draw more attention to it. You're going to take the side of the big guy. Kind of makes sense. But it was handled so poorly by Syndicate in that there was insults being thrown around. He just came off as really pompous of yeah, I don't respect you. You don't deserve any of my respect. And it was God, you're just digging a hole. And knowing that this is already on Reddit, all those people are going to be beating themselves off, thinking about how that they're taking the little guy's side, already getting that moral erection, and you're just giving them ammunition. It could have been handled so much better, and I think it's really just a little bit of outrage, albeit mild, over his response and the way he handled speaking to the guy instead of just kind of, "Oh, I'm really sorry, man. That was a mistake. I'll make it up to you."
Yeah. There was no "I'll make this right." It was, "I give you 10 seconds to take this offer or fuck off," right? Okay, I shouldn't paraphrase. He's like, "I give you 10 seconds to accept this offer because I'm leaving right now." And and
that's not how you make decisions. This isn't, a video game where it's "Oh, fuck, we're on the clock." And he's not a gangster either, where it's "Take what I give to you." Where it's no, fuck off. We'll discuss this like adults. Your age, the respect you give someone shouldn't be contingent on their subscriber count. You can't just go around and
I didn't
and be rude
think
to people
Tom
like
came
that.
off as badly as everyone else said he did, but I didn't see the live stream. I know Keemstar took a lot of negative feedback, which he doesn't care at all about negative feedback, clearly.
Yeah, he doesn't. Welcome.
but he covered this a month ago, the first time the guy asked for payment. And he was very biased towards Syndicate, his role of...
That's the video I'm talking about, where Syndicate was a little less than courteous to the guy.
Okay. The one I saw, actually, it was maybe 2 months ago. I don't know. Whatever it is, the drama alert I saw was... Maybe they were both on it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, but anyway, Keemstar very much took like Tom's side, and that's typically not what you expect from someone who plays a reporter role, right? Which I don't know if anyone buys this like reporter social justice like persona that he comes and goes with, but Keemstar very much went towards the guy that might be able to help him, and not towards the guy that can't. And that was a thing. But I don't know if I clearly the guy was owed something. He did work for you. I would have just paid it and kept my name clear. And there's some value in that. Like, at Woodycraft, we typically pay someone when the work's done so that they can't just like take the money and not do it. But because I have a good reputation for paying and keeping my word, lots of people are happy to sign up for that deal.
Well, was this guy in contact with Tom? Was he saying, "Hey, Tom, you didn't do my thing. You didn't put my link in the description"?
Yeah, and Tom extended. Oh, see, here I was going to put it in negative words. I was going to say extended the middle finger, which isn't fair to Tom. Tom said, "No, I'm not going to pay you. You can bug off." That was the a basic response. And so the guy made more videos and more of a stink until he got, keep pursuing the payment that he felt he deserved. So, but yeah, so initially he worked with Tom's, probably shouldn't call him Tom's agent, but some sort of Mennonite or whatever that thing is called, admin type thing. I know Mennonite's like religion, right?
Yeah, Mennonite's like an Amish person that couldn't commit. Like they're still like, well, you got to have toast. Like.
Let's see.
It went through a Mennonite, huh?
Yeah,
Wow.
they're allowed to use the internet if it
So
doesn't
that's-
like go against, like if it's only for work. Like I was talking to my grandparents, they had their house built by Mennonites, and
Yeah.
I was like, so those are just Amish people? Did they come here in a horse and buggy, like with all their 9 kids all dressed up, like Little House on the
Wow.
Prairie, and start hammering it in? And my grandpa's like, well, they're allowed to use electronics if it makes their job easier. And I'm like, so anytime they want then, like, set up their website that just looks, like coded in HTML, looks shitty. Just
Yeah, there were some Amish people up north. I was up there, and apparently the deal was that they had a John Deere tractor, but they didn't own it because they paid like every bit of the loan off except for $1, and they allowed the dealership to hold the note. So technically, they didn't own that tractor, and they had a phone, but it was in a shed at the end of the driveway.
So Mianite.
so it's like fooling God.
How would you pronounce that? Mianite?
Mianite.
Mianite?
Mianite.
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 I googled it. I don't know how to say that. I should, because they're a pretty big deal in the Minecraft world. So anyway, this is that group with Jericho, Syndicate, Captain Sparkles, and more. And the admin there worked with this guy originally, and probably Tom didn't know how to fulfill this guy's needs, and therefore didn't. And then
seems like a really like.
Yeah, I didn't.
If I'm being honest, it seems like such a small like blip on the radar that's got blown out of proportion by people. I don't get it.
But
It seems like the guy should have just invoiced Tom.
It's a small
He
blip
did.
on Tom's radar, and he did invoice him, but it's
Tom
a
said
big
no.
blip for this guy. Like this was his coup de grace of like making this for them is going to be huge. It's going to get my name out there, and then for the biggest guy involved to not put that there.
Well, I wouldn't have
and
paid
not
him
add it
either.
further.
I wouldn't have paid him either. I'd have gave him a social media push, which is because that's more analogous to what he's owed.
I'd have talked to him. If
Sure.
I had thought of what you said,
Yes.
I'd have made that offer. Like, all right, I get it. This was a publicity deal. I didn't do my thing. Let's brainstorm on how to make this right. And if I, in my heart, felt like he was owed 100 and this guy said 200, I might have just moved for him. The $100 is not worth what it's done to Tom's reputation.
Yeah.
And it's the internet. It'll be short-lived. But right now, dude, 1 million people have a negative impact of Tom. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. You make the front page of Reddit and you look through the feedback. Like, the feedback on this guy's video, I hate to say it because I feel like I'm fussing at Tom, but I'm not. What the comments were, douche. Douche, 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 douche. It called him a douche 100 times. And then you looked at, they're like, hey, there's 2 sides of the story. And they show Tom's rebuttal. Douche, 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 douche. That's that everyone. And Tom's rebuttal had tons of dislikes. And if the way to win drama is to get people to agree with your side, Tom didn't win. And
I don't know.
could've won.
Reddit's pretty anti-YouTube anyway. I doubt. I mean, as long as the people over on YouTube are still on Tom's side, and that's all that really matters. This ain't gonna blow. It's not a big deal. This sounds really silly to me.
It isn't a big deal. The only thing that happened is Tom's reputation got damaged. If I'm an animator working for Tom, I want to be paid in advance now.
Yeah.
Well, but this animator wasn't working for money though. That's the thing that to me just makes this whole thing silly. It's like,
well, now you're gonna work for credit. You won't get that either.
Well,
and if you come to him and say, look, you didn't fulfill your end of the deal, you won't get it either.
Well, he's working for like a mention in the description though. Like that was his payment.
He didn't get that.
But it was going through.
And that's just what I know. Like
I doubt Tom was like, I know I agreed to put you here, but I won't. Sounds more like he just didn't happen. He forgot or didn't happen, and then after the fact, he was like, well, fuck.
He could have won all this drama just by circumventing it by like when the guy was reaching out, just to be like, oh fuck, man, like that's my bad. Like I should have taken care of you. Here, let me do this for you. And then if anything, it would be another supporter. So if anybody did say shit about this in the future about Tom, this guy would be like, whoa. I've worked with the guy. You're BSing because he took care of me back when I contacted him. He's not too big for his britches. Like he helped me. Instead of it being like trying to big league him, so it seemed, into kind of talking him down. Where it's like it just makes you look douchey, And I've talked to Tom. I've played with him before, not in a long time, so who knows, people change. But he was really cool. He was a cool guy who was easy to get along with and really amicable. Like, good guy. So it's hard for me to believe that he's doing anything maliciously, but this could have been handled. It couldn't have been handled worse, I should say. Like, it was,
I think
going
he eventually
on using
paid him.
Keemstar as the mitigator. Like,
what was he thinking?
Like, it's just, I don't know. Yeah, even if he eventually paid him, though, that's like once the news loop has dropped off. So it's like the story is that he didn't pay this guy and he ripped him off. Not that, and then he paid him. Like the new Newsday recycled and our videos changed. Like waiting for the next thing.
Yeah, all he needed to say was, oh, I was supposed to credit you. How do we make it right? And $200 for Tom is, he'd make more than that during that conversation. It wasn't about the money. It was about whether or not this guy was owed payment. And he was owed something. No one, I don't think, thought of the tweet idea, Kyle, except you. But that would have been one way to solve it.
I told you, like I've had this happen before, where like somebody didn't get linked up the way they were supposed to, and it's like, oh well, it's over now. You missed that big influx of viewership, so we'll just give you a Facebook post, and get you a couple 100,000 impressions there instead. Because it's the same difference. It's better. Social media is better.
You think? You think it's better to get like 100,000 on Facebook as opposed to 3 million on YouTube?
600,000.
30 million. I mean, 50 million. If you're just the link in the description, like the value that's attached to that compared to the value of being a post. Like there's a difference between like, hey, look at this Minecraft video. Oh, and if you happen to be on the right piece of hardware, then click down below and you can follow along and see the guy who made this.
Yeah.
It's probably like a 3% click rate if he's lucky. I doubt it's 3%.
I don't want to re-quote unreliable numbers, but I've heard like fantastic things. Tom sells T-shirts, everybody does. And he'll just tweet out like a T-shirt sale and make X amount of dollars that everybody would envy, I'm told, based on that tweet. And it's like, wow, that's the power of his Twitter, right? He can drive that many people who are interested in stuff. So,
getting your own personal private tweet over there is much more valuable than being in the link in the description. This thing should have been solved with like, oh, hey, a tweet that said, by the way, here's Jimmy cries a lot about his shit who made my video for me.
Dude, Jimmy was owed. Jimmy got fucked over. His name is MacBot or something, but that guy got fucked over. That guy made a video, an animated video. He said it took him a month. By the way, I could give a fuck how long it takes someone to do things. I've had coders telling me, like, this is 5 months work. And I think, well, you're slow as hell. Like, I don't know why I have to pay extra because it takes you 5 months to do something another guy would do in a week. But he said he spent a month making this 45-second video. I'm not an animator. I don't know what to make of that. But
Yeah, it seems like a lot. They make South Park in like a few hours, right?
yeah, if he really spent 160 hours doing a 45-second video, then he needs a new job.
Or a new machine or something. Maybe he's got a laptop like I had back in the day. Where it's like, all right, 18 hours, let's go.
Yeah. So this whole I spent a month on it business is irrelevant. Like how slow it's about how much the product is worth and what they agreed on. But I'm getting off topic. It happens to me a lot. Oh yeah, I worked on this super hard, 80-hour weeks. Yeah, well, you need a new line of work because you're not doing good. But yeah, so I guess that wraps that up. I wonder where Taylor went.
I'll see you back in a second.
Yeah. It was just handled poorly. I saw Tom's private video and thought it came off much better than everyone else seemed to think it did. But I didn't see his live streams and his partnership with Keemstar and all that fun stuff.
So Wings of Redemption hot sauce. Hot Wings of Redemption.
Incoming.
Yeah. So I found a place who can help us fulfill the order. We're getting some samples shipped out. They should be to everyone before next PKA, I'm hoping. We're going to pick a sauce. Wings of Redemption is on board. He's agreed to license his image and name to me. So I'm going to get some sort of contract drawn up for that. And at some point, I'm driving on up to Conway, South Carolina, and I'm going to put Wings in a chef's costume and take some promotional photographs for this thing where, we need a good picture of him for the bottle. And I want it to be something funny and, maybe him wearing a chef's hat and, doing
or
one of those.
tasting it with a spoon.
Yeah.
Wooden spoons.
God, I really hope this falls into the category of PKA ideas that happen.
I think so, because everybody's on board, right? Like I don't see why this isn't going to happen. Like we just got to get Wings is already on board. I just got to go up there and see him, and get my chef's hat. That's gonna be funny. I got to find him an apron to wear. I think he needs like a chef's apron for the picture.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think we're a go on this one. I think this is a PKA idea that is pretty much 80% done, and now all we really need to do is pick the exact hot sauce we're going to use, the one that most exemplifies all that Wings of Redemption is, and he's going to get some feedback on this, and then I'll get the picture, get the labels done, and then we'll start selling them and shipping them. I think we're going to do a limited run. So
I also think it's only fitting that maybe if he's willing to do, if Chef Redemption is willing to do maybe a quick video showing how he recommends making the sauce, maybe mixing it with butter, how he bastes his wings. Does he put baking soda on it to dry it up so it's crispy? What does he do? Because I for one would love to see it and try and emulate
I would
that
love to
in
see Chef Redemption make some hot wings.
I will see if he's up for that, and if he is, I will film him cooking and giving some tips and talking about his sauce and how he came up with the recipe and maybe him holding a platter of wings that he's prepared and I could probably do that, like a little 30-second promo video. That'd be fun. Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah.
That'd be real easy since I'm going up there anyway. I haven't seen him since he left my house from the boot camp thing, so it'd be good to see him.
I don't know if I've seen him in person since we went to the that New Year's Eve thing like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah,
I've never seen him. Never.
Oh, man,
I've heard good things.
You have to go to him.
Yeah, you should come with me. You fly on down here. It'd be like $150. Fly on down here. We hop in with me. We'll ride up there, and you can be my grip. You can hold the mic.
I'll fly in for a road trip.
Yeah, it's a life experience, man. Like
I
I'm telling
have-
you.
Yeah,
I
maybe,
have
when
these,
are you going?
These Woody's Gamertag stickers, and this is a PKA idea that never went anywhere.
Sure.
But I really, really, really wanted to put it on his stop sign for his walking videos, and just like tap on the sign. Like the stop sign was his turnaround point. It was a central figure in the Wings of Redemption walkathon. And I wanted to put some branding on it. I thought that would be super funny if people were like, "What the fuck?"
And I was thinking about going and buying like 100 fake snakes off Amazon because I know Wings is terrified of snakes, and like planting them all along his walking route. So like, and there would just be fake, like realistic looking cobras and shit in the bushes and in the grass.
Oh, that'd be so great if like catch him
I
running.
was very serious about it. Like I bought the snakes. I was telling my girl. I asked my girlfriend. I was like, "Let's do it. Let's drive up there." And she's like, "How long's the drive?" I was like, "We'll be back in 13 hours."
Yeah, just a quick 13. You know?
yeah,
or I could picture Wings doing that, like he's walking, and day 4, he's like, "That cobra's been eyeing me all week," like just sitting there in the bushes.
Somebody make a PKA subreddit straw poll. I want you to take a guess as to whether or not the hot sauce is like the paintball events, which actually happen, or is it going to fall the way of I don't know, Bum's Night Out. Or one
Bug
of the
fights.
Things. Bug fights is a better example. Yeah, bug fights.
Bug fights didn't have legs.
That also got to the stage of buying things.
Yeah, I've got the terrarium and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Bug fights is just too inhumane. It just seemed like you were gonna get in some trouble somewhere, or at least be branded as some sort of a weird animal cruelty guy by fighting these bugs to the death, and I just didn't want to be part of it. And Kitty was
You're
just
not forcing them to fight. It's entirely their decision once they're in the cage what happens.
Kitty was not going to be okay with like 8-inch scorpions and giant orb weaving spiders and crazy shit like that, snake-like centipedes. It was a good idea, but I can't do it here. Now, I mean, I will send this terrarium to you, Woody, if you think that your wife would allow you to have gigantic insects at your house. I've got you fully set up.
She would probably allow it, but I don't want to do that.
I bet they smell worse than you would think. Like a big, nasty tarantula molt or something like that. Like I bet it just smells old. And you know what you should have done? Should have kept that black snake that you caught, and then you could have dropped all the bugs in at one time. And seen, do they form an alliance? Do they overcome their differences? It's kind of like a World War II analogy. Like, are we gonna gang up and
I
destroy
pictured
fascism?
This survival reality TV show, right? Maybe where like you and I are together for now until I backstab you later, and then now I'm the last person left.
Yeah, then they vote the centipede off because he thinks he's starting to get too close, too chummy with the snake. It'd be great.
You don't vote; you sting them with poison.
Those things are terrifying. I'm glad they're not in my home. And if they ever got loose here, you just have to burn the fucking place down, right? Like
you'd have to move.
Have to leave. You just get the fuck out. It would be too much. But yeah, this one's going to happen. And I was even thinking that like it'd be fun to do like a normal sized bottle of hot sauce, whatever the fuck that is, for like, I don't know, $10 or something. But then maybe have like a small like novelty sized bottle of hot sauce that was like Gangster Granny's XXX hot or something like that. I wish we could do a sampler though, and we had Hot Wings of Redemption, Gangster Granny's XXX, and then like Bastard Brooks Ghost Pepper hot sauce.
Bastard Brooks Ghost Pepper hot sauce.
Yeah.
I get it because he's a ghost.
Because he is
he's dead.
deceased.
Because he's passed away. God rest his soul. But we could totally license his image and make a ghost pepper hot sauce out of him, and you could have all three.
I would
but
buy
I think
the
sampler.
3-pack. I'd buy 2 samplers so that I could eat one and save one.
Yeah. That's what I want. I want something that's why I like the idea of having, like I want it to be a hot sauce that you're going to eat. Like I don't want some like joke hot sauce that you're just going to put on a shelf and look at. Like I want you to put this on your chili or your pizza or chicken or whatever. But all those we've talked about it before, those super nuclear hot sauces, like I don't like that stuff. I'm never going to eat that.
It's unpleasant.
I got 2 or 3 bottles of them now that I'm never going to use.
I thought you use them in a dish. Like you take a nuclear hot sauce, you put it in like your chili, and a little dab will do you. You dilute it with a gallon of chili, and now you've got a thing that's edible.
I suppose you could, but
you could do that. But I like the actual like with Frank's or Louisiana extra
that's
hot.
what I like.
Use on pizza. I like applying it to my food. Eat it. Maybe I want a little more. Pour that on there. I don't want the whole, put a little. I have just what Kyle was talking about. I have one called Ass Blaster that Melissa bought me, and it's got a picture of a donkey like mooning you on the bottle, and then it comes in a little wooden outhouse. That you open the door. It's really cool. But I was like, when she got it for me, I was like, oh, that's awesome. I'm gonna put some of it on my food. And so I like had a piece of pizza or whatever, and I took off the cap. Poured on as much as I would have of like Frank's, which is I use a lot of Frank's, and so I put just a ton of this shit on there. Just took a way too big of a bite, and I was like, "Whoo!" Ooh, well, oh man, this is harder than I thought. This is harder than I thought it would be. And it was just horrible for like 15 minutes because there was not a discernible flavor whatsoever at all. It was just hot and it was unpleasant.
Yeah, I've had hot
don't
wings that are like that before. I don't like that. So the hot wings of redemption sauce is going to be something that's like probably like a 5 out of 10 on the heat scale, somewhere in there around medium hot that like normal people will like.
That's what you want with wings anyway, because it's going to be a hot sauce, but I guess specifically a wing sauce. You mix it with water, and then you make hot wings of redemption.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I really hope you get him to do, at least one tutorial of how he would make hot wings. But make sure there's no Googling beforehand. I want to know exactly how he thinks you're supposed to make hot wings from the get.
I could do it like redneck style, like maybe cook them outdoors. Maybe like
it with an overturned sideways like grocery cart acting as the.
I was thinking we deep fry them, but we use like an old rusty barrel and like a propane cooker to heat it up or something like that. Like it looks kind of like a meth lab. Maybe we just take apart a meth lab that's already there. And
I'll take anything that actually happens. If it's the electric stove and Wings' trailer, it's good for me. Whatever. I worry that when we get into constructing meth lab sets, that we're veering into the didn't actually the not going to happen territory.
Well, the sauce is definitely happening. The picture of him is definitely happening. And people are going to be able to buy it. All that's happening. What's iffy is if he's up for making a video at all. But then going forward, I guess how do you cook?
Make a video because we definitely pimp it on the show, and it would probably get,
I think he'd be up for it. I mean, if I'll film it,
double or triple the views of whatever his average is now, and keep the money.
My girlfriend just got a DSLR. I'll use that. I'll go up there and film him.
What'd she get?
A Nikon 7100 or something like that.
Okay, a good one. I'm not really. I don't know the Nikon models as well as I know the Canon models.
I'm more of a 7200 guy.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Better depth of field.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to tell me. I know exactly what we're talking about, Kyle. Have you thought about what pose you're going to have him strike for the front?
I've thought a lot about it. Woody has mentioned like a silhouette, a 45 degree angle, like Hitchcock. So you just see like the silhouette of Wings, which is interesting. I would like maybe that could be part of the promotional media that we put together, the promotional package we put together for this. But I'm thinking I want it to be like this, like tight, like in on his face and in color, full beard, chef's hat, and he's got like a jar of it maybe in his hand. He's holding the jar of the hot sauce, and he's either eating a wing or he's going. He's like doing one of those or something like that. But I kind of want him to be kind of like turn his head a little bit and like look right at the lens and like be making that like pursing his lips and like that kissing sort of thing. I want that.
That's good. In my vision, which you can use or discard as you see fit, is Wings, head to foot, right, full profile, but blacked out. So it's just like a silhouette. And in the chef's hat, striking some sort of pose. He could be very proud. He could be doing one of these things. Take a couple of them, see what works out. Take it against a plain background so that you can easily, select and Photoshop the silhouette out. And and I picture a red label with the black wings on it, and whatever. We could even play off the PKA branding with the red.
What if we get him to agree to like lie down on his back? And just completely cover his like head in hot wings until all you can see is his face just peeking out from the hot wings, and that's the cover.
Oh, or he's doing, or maybe like he's like laying back on that chair, and then just hot wing sauce pouring on him all over his white t-shirt.
Flashdance style.
Yeah, Flashdance. What I would like on the back is how if you buy like a bottle of barbecue sauce, it's not just barbecue sauce. It says on the back like for wings, take out the wings, put them in the oven, do this, that, and it gives specific instructions. I want the back of Wings to say like, open the wings, put them in the oven for 4 games of domination. Warm up the butter until you've capped A. Just whatever he would do, yeah. Put it in there till it smells good. You know, you then go check it and realize that you are premature. It needs longer. Like,
I'm not sure how to cook wings. Like I know you can like put them on a tray with like the sauce and everything and just kind of bake them. But can't you like deep fry them and then dip them in the sauce and
you can. The way we do it, or I don't say we, she does it, in the oven is like you cover it in like baking soda or powder. I don't know what the name of the white stuff is that we get on there, but it like takes all the moisture out.
Probably.
Semen. Yeah, just a lot of it. I have to, we can only do it every few weeks, and I have to work diligently. But you put that on there, then you bake it, and it gets really, really crisp, absorbs all the moisture in the skin, so it gets crackly. And then you just take one of those like baster things at the end, and just paint all the sauce on. It's very good. Yeah.
I think I want to deep fry them for like wing. If I'm making hot wings of redemption, they got to be deep fried, in my opinion. I just don't see any way around it. I think you deep fry them in like a hubcap behind the trailer. And then you toss them in the sauce, like you drown them in the sauce and toss them. And I don't know what the contraption for the tossing is, but I'm imagining one of those bingo things that you spin and everything just rotates on the inside. Also made with some backyard equipment.
I just want it to remain dignified because that's the reason that he turned down the porn.
That's the priority.
Well, he didn't do the porn. Remember, it was $5,000 for that porn he was going to make.
That's very.
We had lined up a producer. We
had
different industry experts. The whole thing was just ready to happen. And then Wing said no. And while he didn't use these words, it was because he was worried that it would damage his dignity.
Of course it would. It was crazy. That whole thing was outrageous. The whole thing, in my opinion, the joke about the whole thing was that Wings had agreed to do something. We were like, well, would you? Would you if this? Would you if that? Would you if this? Oh, you would, huh? Well, watch me do my thing, because I'll make that fucking happen.
Yeah.
And we'll see you sweat, Mr. Redemption. Like, that's the whole joke. It's like fulfilling. It's eliminating his objections. Like when you're selling something.
Right. Like when a guy says, I'd give a dude a blowjob for $10,000, and you're like, oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second, Charlie.
Show me. And I see where you're coming from. Me, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just wanted to see that nutsack.
I knew that would never happen. I figured there's like a 5% chance, just really outside shot that he might who knows, really need the money for some spur of the moment thing and be like, well, I know where I can get $5,000 real quick. That sort of thing could come up.
Right.
But with this, I think this is just I've wanted to do this forever. I brought it up so long ago because I just wanted to make a cooking video called Hot Wings of Redemption, just because it's a little play on words and I thought it was silly, but this we're going to do. And we'll all get some hot sauce out of it, and the fans will get a sort of PKA Wings of Redemption
food
novelty
/ memorabilia.
If he doesn't do it, I'm going to do a wing video with the Hot Wings of Redemption sauce. I don't have a DSLR 6000 or whatever to do it on. But, I can have a friend come over and hold an iPhone.
I'll make one too.
Dude,
I'll make a wing video.
iPhones aren't bad.
No,
they're
really not.
A tripod will help a lot. That's considerably helpful.
Do you want to do that too, Woody? Are you willing to make a wing video with the sauce?
Yeah, I feel like I was slow to admit that I'm not so much a gaming channel anymore. It's kind of a vlog / PKA channel. And, I'd do a Let's Play here and there or something. But now it's like, you know what? I feel like a cooking Wings of Redemption thing is right up my alley. Shucks, maybe Jackie will partner with me and we'll do it together.
I feel like we should all have a little competition here. And we should, but with a time limit. And that'd be it. I don't know what the time limit for each of our cooking videos is. But set a time limit, and then each of us makes a cooking video, and we go for
11 minutes tops.
Oh, Jesus. I was thinking way shorter.
Yeah, well, the good ads happen at 10 minutes.
Well, we've got 3.
So
we've got 3 videos combined, though. Oh, you're saying doing it on each individual channels. I kind of wanted to be able to, rapid fire them.
I was thinking we do it on each individual channel.
Okay, that'll work.
We could cross-promote or whatever. I don't know. But
well, do you even have a channel, Kyle? That's not...
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a channel I can use. It's
Okay.
youtube.com/FPS. I could use that.
Put it there. Okay.
It's got like
Yeah.
70,000, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
We should make rules for.
I think the current
You know,
video
the
is,
cooking.
hey guys, I'm going to start making lots of videos.
It is not. It is not.
Oh, there needs to be like a straw poll, maybe on like the PKA Reddit. And have you ever watched Iron Chef or whatever, where they're like, and your secret ingredient is halibut head, and they're like, oh, fuck, I gotta figure this out. Like, we need to have a secret ingredient that is realistic, guys.
It's
Something
not
that we
going to
can
be
get.
hot. It's not going to be hot sauce.
No, the hot sauce is the standard that we're all using. We have to incorporate something else into it.
Oh, I see. So we're
Lemon
making,
zest.
so the known factor is that we're making a hot wing dish with Hot Wings of Redemption hot sauce, and then there will be a mystery ingredient to boot.
There will be a mystery ingredient that we have to implement as we see fit.
Ah.
Yes.
I don't know what I'm going to do with halibut head.
Well, hopefully that's not what they vote on, because I don't know where to get one of those.
They
first of all.
are going to
Usually
vote
it's
on
six,
something
right?
you.
Just go outside.
Whatever wins on that PKA subreddit will be something that tortures us.
Can you guys use some of those truffle mushrooms that are like $6,000 an ounce? Like, no.
There's that option, or it's like, hey, can you use like, I can't even think of anything that's even reasonable to say, but something that's gross, something that's a caviar or like worse.
Like a sardine chicken wing.
Yeah.
Something.
You're like, hey, instead of a chicken wing, why don't you make a hot sardine of redemption?
This is
Have
going to
you
be
ever
fun.
seen those canned fish, like those tiny little.
I've seen them.
I've seen them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought some once like 4 years ago because I saw them and I was like, this can't be that bad. They've been around for this long. People are still like, in every grocery store I go to, there's a whole section of canned little sardine fish. Like, maybe I'll try a little bit of this fillet. It was like $2, and I bought it, and I went home, and I guess I probably should have mixed something with it because it was in this nasty, tepid seawater, essentially. And I tried a couple of the one of the fillets. I won't say I ate more than one because I ate one and threw them away. It was horrific. It was one of the nastiest things I've ever had in my life. And apparently all these Swedish people just eat that shit for fun.
Hey,
Like,
new topic?
Yeah.
I just closing that one out. I definitely want to do a video. I definitely want us to do videos. And just, I think it'd be funny to see like the different styles of videos we make, because I've got a very specific thing that I want to do with mine. And I think it's gonna be short. I think mine's gonna be like 2 minutes long, but I think it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Mine might be short. Ad money's shitty in January anyway. Oh, this isn't the topic I was going to, but I shaved, which is a bummer because I see Kyle's got more of a beard than he has in the last month to the show. I could have really continued on with the bearded age of PKA.
you should have.
I just use a beard trimmer and put it on like 2 or something, and whenever it starts getting itchy, I just go over everything.
I wasn't digging the beard as much as I did. Like I kind of liked the sides of it, and it was fun. But the mustache part, I started trimming it. I wasn't very good at that, and I don't know. But the big thing was I knew I wasn't keeping the beard. Right? Jackie doesn't like it, and I feel like you have a certain obligation to do what your partner wants. Like I don't know. Try to be what they like in a partner. And I talked to Jackie about it, and she's like, "You can keep it if you want. Your fans are all getting a kick out of it, and you're having fun with it. I'll back off. You can keep it." And I was like, "Well, see, here's the thing. I'm not keeping it forever. So what? Am I going to wait till January 7th when there's no money in the shaving video and then shave it off? Let's do it on the 28th."
Yeah.
And that's how it went down.
And you saw right through that. You were like, no, I'm not giving you another bullet to put in your future argument magazine, right? For something to bring up. Just, we're going to have this fight. How about that beard that I told you I didn't like? And you apparently don't care enough about what I think. She turn it into something else, go down that weird path.
I just saw him like, dude, I'm either going to shave it I think I did it December 28th, or I'm going to shave it like January 5th. Get the money. So,
Yeah.
money whoring it right here.
Maybe I'll shave in a video on my channel, but nobody would give a fuck. They'd just be like, oh, well,
Oh, they would.
maybe.
They would.
Maybe.
Here, I don't know.
I don't know. That would just be a resurgence of owl comments again. Which I saw that on the subreddit, Woody. You were like, so should we start maybe moderating all these? Check out what this guy looks like. Kyle, right? No, it's a white guy with brown hair. That's, kind of similar. But
It was
no.
about 2/3 stop it with the lookalike posts. and 1/3 people thought they were funny, which
I hate them. They're so stupid.
They're stupid. They're
So fucking stupid.
not redundant, repetitive. That's what I'm going for.
And they're bad. You're not even good at it. Try harder. Try.
Every
You're
so
gonna
often.
take the picture of what's his name? We were just talking
Billy-
about it. Fargo, Billy Bob Thornton.
Billy Bob Thornton from Fargo, a little bit, okay, a little bit.
The
Little
ones
bit.
that work on me are not usually like my age group. The ones that are, if they're my age at all, they're like totally insulting. Like, guys, 35 pounds heavier than me, but also has plaid shorts on. And they're like, look, he's Woody. Like, fuck you, dude. That guy's awful.
Like fat middle-aged white guy with shorts. Oh, that's Woody. Look, there he is.
But I saw
Mine's
one
like a hot
recently
player.
that was like, hey, this is kind of what Woody would look like as a teenager. And I'm like, maybe. But yeah, I think those posts are silly. They're
90%.
just not good content. That's my issue with them.
All of mine are either that guy who's talking, Monsieur Lapidite. It's either that guy or an owl. That's the only one. And
You're lucky to have the owl thing, because I feel like it's so ridiculous. It's not. It never hurts, right? If they were like, "Hey, look, Taylor, you look a lot like Steve Buscemi," and that was like the constant drum they kept beating. Taylor looks like Steve Buscemi. That was all they ever said. Eventually, you'd be like, "Really? Like, I'm way better looking than Steve Buscemi."
Yeah.
Freak.
It's better than like, hey, I was watching my local news and this convicted rapist looks a lot like Kyle. And it's like some creepy fuck on shoulders.
Have you guys seen Making a Murderer on Netflix?
Oh my god, it's great.
I've seen
And
it.
it's so depressing.
Dude, Kyle, you haven't seen it?
Have you seen the whole
No,
thing?
but I know
Woody?
I know the deal.
So there's this guy. His name is Steve Avery, and according to the show, in whatever 20 years ago or something like that, what he did was he ran his cousin off the road. His cousin just happened to be married to a cop. I don't know what you call a police officer in the sheriff's department, like a sheriff's deputy. Deputy. Okay. So his cousin married to a deputy. He ran her off the road. Apparently, she was talking trash about her or something, and that's what the show tells you. The show leaves out that he held a gun at her and stuff like that. But then later, she was beaten and raped. So they found Steve Avery guilty of that and locked him up. Like 10 years into it, they discovered that he was innocent.
18 years he was in jail.
Yes.
For that.
Well, I was still going. So 10
Oh,
years.
sorry.
10 years after he was convicted of rape, they discovered he was innocent and kind of buried it. And 8 years later, the people working on his side got him released. So 18 years, and by the way, he's totally innocent. Totally innocent. DNA evidence exonerated him. DNA evidence pointed to the right guy. The guy that they didn't lock up committed 2 more brutal rapes. This guy was not a date raper, and all rape is bad. But
Are you sure about that, Woody? You're going on record that all rape is bad.
Yeah, I'm taking a bold stance that all rape is bad.
That's the hill he's gonna die on. God damn it! Like,
But I feel like
it's bad.
the variety where like you grab a stranger, drag them into the woods, and leave them with like broken orbital bones and
going.
that kind of stuff
What else?
is the worst kind of rape. And that was what this guy did. And or maybe the worst kind is parental incest. I don't know. Pick your poison.
No,
So-
keep going.
They're all pretty.
What other
bad.
kinds of rape?
Well, there's the date rape, the regretful kind of sort of rape.
No regret, no remorse. Those kinds. Let's talk
Well,
about
it's
those.
her
Starting to get too
regret.
tame. Tell me about the other side of this spectrum.
Let me step back on topic. So, anyway, the guy had 2 more female, of course, victims on this thing, right? So 2 other women were just, harmed by this aggressive beating rapist, and while Steve Avery, on the other hand, was doing the time for his crime. So, he gets out, and then there's a woman that he works with, I guess. The guy owned a salvage yard, or his family owned a salvage yard, which is like a junkyard for cars. And this girl from Auto Trader who took photos took pictures, and she showed up dead. And there was all kinds of proof that sort of pointed to that the police framed him. And Taylor, maybe you can help me with some of the proof. Like one of the things is they found her key in the guy's bedroom.
Yeah.
Right. So
it was in the garage, I believe.
The key was in the bedroom.
Or the key was in the bedroom.
The bullet was in the garage. Yeah. So the key was in the bedroom, and they were trying to place like the woman in the bedroom. They didn't really have much evidence that the woman was in the bedroom, and trying to move through this quickly. But the key, there was all sorts of funny stuff on it, and like for example, his DNA was on the key, the supposed murderer, but the woman's DNA was not on the key, which is really weird. Yeah. Like
someone... And it wasn't found right away either. Like it was found so much later. Like here was the thing. Like they went through the whole house, checked everything, tore it apart, couldn't find any evidence at all.
4 times.
4 times. Mm-hmm. Like a couple months later, on like March 1st and 2nd or something, they decided to reopen it. And they reopened the crime scene on the 2nd. On the 1st, one of the lieutenants... because there's always a sign-in, sign-out sheet for crime scenes, where even if it's not active, you still have to sign in and sign out. And there was no sign-in date for this lieutenant or sergeant or whatever, but there was a sign-out time. And it was only after he had visited again, like weeks later, that they came back, checked, and suddenly it was like, oh my God, like we found this stuff now that's really obvious that, you know, how did this forensic team miss it? When it's like, no, like that guy clearly planted this evidence. To try and get this moving.
One of the things about the key, to try and move along quicker, is it had his DNA on it, but not hers. So the assumption is it's been wiped clean, and then they like planted his DNA on it somehow, which isn't hard to do. I didn't realize how easily they could get DNA, but like
I didn't either. It's freaky.
Like all sorts of sweat and stuff, all sorts of things leave DNA. Now his blood was in the car, right? That's pretty telling, right? His blood's in the car. That's a problem. But later they find that they took blood from the guy for the first time he was committed, and there's a vial of it in evidence. Well, it's been opened, like someone sliced it open and whatever. Like it clearly somebody went in and dealt with that blood recently. More, the top of the vial had a
like a syringe poke in it.
Yeah, like for a needle. I was gonna say a hypodermic needle. I don't know what a needle is really, but he took the needle in, they got some blood out, and then they talked to like the evidence people and the like the people who test blood and things like that, and they said we don't do that. Like that's not what they would do with it. They don't just poke holes in vials and put them back. It's not the standard procedure. So someone who doesn't follow normal procedures dealt with that blood, and that would explain how the blood got in the car. The bullet was under it was in the garage, and they were maintaining that they killed her in the garage. But there was a lot of stuff that kind of like, so if you saw the garage, it was filled with stuff, right? Like picture like a million tools, old garden hoses stacked on top of like air compressors, and a real mess of a scene, right? And it's like a rib cage high mess of stuff, right? All around all the walls, disorganized. It's a junkyard, but this guy didn't like organize his own tools or anything, and she was murdered there supposedly, but there was no mist. Like, experts were like, dude, crime scene forensics experts could not clean all the blood spray from this scene. You know, like if you want to clean a scene, it's got to be in a clean place. But and then more than that, to get it off, you would have had to bleach the area. But since Steve Avery's...
But they found his DNA all over the place. Like none of it matched up at all with what they were saying. The whole... You know, oh, she was shot in the head with this .22, but, you know, we tested and we found her DNA on it, but, you know, unfortunately, the lady who tested the DNA on the bullet was like, well, I also got my DNA in there on accident, so, you know, but that just happens sometimes, and it's like, wait, so you mixed your own DNA, so that's how easy it is to get DNA on this, because you breathed in the same room as it, and yet this has none of his DNA. He was handling this, loading it into a gun purportedly, doing all this, and nothing from him. Like, so nothing added up.
To bottom line all this, the way that the police described this went down can't be right. Oh, and we didn't even mention this Dennis-y guy.
No. The Dennis-y guy is so much more upsetting because he's a young kid, and he's clearly, like, when I first started watching his interviews, I'm like, all right, maybe this kid isn't the, you know, brightest crayon in the box or whatever. But as the more you watch it, the more it becomes clear that this guy is borderline retarded. Like he's literally borderline retarded.
His
He
IQ
can
was
barely
70.
keep a yeah. And that I think like it was 72 and like 70 is the cutoff for mental retardation.
Fucking
If
Forrest
it's
Gump.
Still, yeah, he was a real Gump, but without any of the luck. The complete
Wow.
opposite. He was Forrest Gump's foil, so to speak. And so they showed the image of like him sitting there in his class. The police are interrogating him without his attorney present, or I guess they were just detectives interrogating him about this, and he didn't know anything about what had happened, and they just kind of coerced him into admitting, oh yeah, we went, and I was over there with him when he killed her. Oh yeah, we stabbed her, we cut her hair off, we did this and that. And he was clearly just making things up to try and get out of there. Like the kid was even like he clearly had no knowledge of what he was saying or what he was doing. Like he just wanted to leave, and he had no understanding of how severe this was. Like he even said like, am I going to be done with this in half an hour? They're like, no, I don't think so.
Because he had to turn in a
Why?
project
He's
at school.
Yeah, I've got a project due in 6th hour. And it's like, do you not understand? Like you're admitting to being culpable in a murder and a rape, and you're worried about a project. Like you're clearly not mentally fit to be, handling these questions. And they just manipulate him. They convince him to lie over and over. Then they use his false confession to put Avery in jail.
His attorney wasn't defending him, right? So the reason that he kept being interrogated without his attorney present is because his attorney was sort of working hand in hand with the police so that his testimony could be used to put Steve Avery behind bars.
He wasn't so much Dassey's attorney as he was an additional kind of subversive
investigator,
prosecutor
detective,
for Avery, to where like they were trying to get his admission again, so they sent him to like some dude who was gonna pull more information out of him. And the dude, like, there's film of him sitting there next to this kid, like, yeah, and draw a picture of her being raped right here. And draw a picture of how you guys shot her right here. And the kid's like, I don't know what we want me to do. Like, that didn't happen. He's like, now. Be honest with me. Draw a picture of how you raped her right here. I don't know how to do that. We didn't do that. Don't lie to me. You've been honest. Draw the picture. And it's like, and draw it real big so everybody can see. And it's like, holy shit. Like, that's so fucked up to do that to a mentally, handicapped kid. But man, that you got to watch that show, Kyle. Dude, it is so upsetting. I had to watch it in like parts because I was getting so angry.
The thing is, Steve Avery's guilty as fuck. Like, I completely believe it didn't go down like the police said it did, but they left out a lot of the physical evidence that pointed towards Steve Avery, and the police concocted a story to make the trial more of a slam dunk. But Steve Avery was still guilty, even if he didn't shoot her in the garage, which I don't think he possibly could have because there was no blood spray. Even if they didn't leave the key in the bedroom, Steve Avery still did it. And this is
what's the evidence that he did it?
Okay, I happen to have a list here.
All right.
So, just some of the stuff that they left out. Steve Avery's animal cruelty history. He doused a cat in oil and threw the cat in a bonfire. Not that points to that he's a murderer, but
country fun.
Country fun. That thing about the cousin that we mentioned earlier, he held her at gunpoint, and ran her off the road and stuff like that. All right, building up here. The woman that he killed, right? Her name was like Teresa Halbach, something like that. Halbach.
Yeah.
He called and specifically requested her again and again and again for several months leading up to the thing. It wasn't random that she always kept going out there. That's a thing. Halbach complained to her boss that she didn't want to go out there anymore. She felt unsafe. Avery would come and meet her wearing only a towel, and he had some sort of obsession with Halbach. So that's a thing. The day that she went missing, Avery called her 3 times, twice with the star 67 number to cover the fact that he was like, so she couldn't tell who was calling, like a caller ID block. All right. The bullet that supposedly the cops planted with his DNA on it, or I'm sorry, with her DNA on it, the victim's DNA on it, was fired from Steve Avery's gun. That gun hung over his bed for months. It was always, that's where he kept it. He hung that gun over his bed. So Steve Avery's gun killed her. They kind of left that out of the story, which I thought
that wouldn't be that hard if they were going the full, like, we're going to fabricate this whole crime scene. That wouldn't be the limiting factor.
Okay.
To what, like, kept him from doing it.
You know how supposedly they bought handcuffs and leg irons and held her down and raped her? Remember that
Yeah.
part of the thing?
Yeah.
Steve Avery had purchased handcuffs and leg irons, like the kind that they had in the rape scene. So I thought that was thing. Let me see. So they mentioned in the trial about the RAV4. In Dassey's illegally obtained statement, Dassey stated that he helped Avery move the RAV4 into the junkyard and that Avery had lifted the hood and removed the battery cable, right? Do you remember that? They said that Avery did that. And as you're watching it, you think that the prosecutor's getting information out of him that he's just inventing. Like, I don't know. Well, they found Steve Avery's DNA on the hood latch under the RAV4. So I thought that was interesting. Like, there's a lot of, and not to mention the stuff that was in there. Like, her bones were found in a burn pile 20 feet from his house. They sort of left out the stuff that was there. Now, I don't think it happened like the police said it happened, right? I don't think he murdered her in the garage because there was no blood spray. I don't know. I don't think she left the key there. But he really did kill her. It was his gun that killed her. It was his DNA on the hood latch. They found her car on his property. Like,
What kind of gun was it?
It was a .22 rifle, I think.
Yeah.
What kind?
That's as much as I know.
Yeah. I'm going to say you swap the barrel out on some really easy.
They could. It's just, I don't know. With all of this, though, like, all the evidences you gave, which I'm not taking aside, just devil's advocate. Like, I don't, just from the documentary, even watching it, I'm like, man, there's no way this guy's guilty. But then I was also thinking, like, okay, well, nobody ever makes any documentary without some kind of explicit agenda. Nobody's ever like, hey, let's just see how the world's heating up and if we do influence it that much. Like, it's always like, we did not cause any of this, or it's like, we caused fucking all of it. Like, there's no middle ground for documentaries. But all this stuff, like DNA on the hood latch, like, that could have been replicated. They could have, like, grabbed a hair and rubbed it on there, whatever the hell you would do to fake that. Like, they could fake all these things, so it's almost weird to say they planted the bullet and all this other stuff, but then cut short and say, well, but that other stuff is real evidence.
The fact that some of it matched, though, like the DNA was found on the hood latch, I don't know. I want to say before they got the story out of Dennessy. So it's like, Dennesy's giving them details that they didn't know that's matching the physical evidence and stuff like that. But the internet is outraged, having only seen the documentary, which, as you mentioned, is kind of one-sided. But if you saw the rest of it, you'd be like, I think the cops framed a guilty man, which is awful, just not as awful as framing an innocent man.
I think that Dassey, I think he's innocent. Like, I think they really did coerce and trick him into saying things, and maybe he did have a little knowledge of it, and then he just got so bamboozled from it. Because as it goes on, you can tell that, like, he's constantly confused by everything everyone is saying to him at every given point. His mom will be like, well, why'd you tell him that if it wasn't true? And be like, well, it wasn't true, but they got in my head, and but how'd you know this? Well, I don't know. Like,
I guessed, just like I do in school, Mom. Right?
Yeah.
I'm stupid. You're not stupid to me. Well, I'm kind of stupid, but you're not stupid to me. It was funny. One thing I thought was interesting was, like, the split between the reasonably intelligent people and the dumb ones, right? The Steve Avery's family, and that includes Dassey, they were morons. Really dumb people. And, like, I kind of, I guess I know that some people are smarter than others, but I feel like a lot of it is attitude and work and exposure and environment and whatever. These people were just fucking a family tree with no limbs in it or something. Like, everyone, they were just dum-dums. So that from their grammar to their inability to see the big picture to everything about them. You know, when Jay Leno does his, like, jaywalking thing and he's like, can you find America on a map? And the person after person is confused. But, that's bullshit because it's just entertainment and people can find America on a map. These guys are the ones that might struggle with the basic questions. They're just idiots. And then
that made me feel worse for the parents because they seemed so like just dumb, like you said, not like ignorant, like difficult. The mom was just so difficult to understand, and the dad was one of those guys who had no control over the volume of his voice at all, just like constantly like, so you don't think your son did it? I don't think he had anybody to do it. Like, ain't no way you could do that. And it's like I felt so bad for those people, because it's like in their head there's a 0% chance their son did this. They're only thinking about him with the best, and it's like it's ruining their lives whether or not he did it. To have to be dragged through all this muck.
Their explanations were horrible too. Like, all right, Steve did a lot of things. Like, he used to burn the cat, and he used to steal stuff, and he'd point guns at other people in the family and run that girl off the road. But, every time he got caught, he'd own up and say, yeah, I did it. So this time that he's saying that he didn't murder that girl, I know that he always tells the truth about these things. And you're like, dude, no. Yeah. That's why is his DNA all over the place? Like
innocence by convictions, like innocent by prior convictions, was like in their head they were just like, well, he'd admitted it if he'd have done it. He did before. Like, it was I don't know. I felt so seeing them in scenes made me so sad, because they just weren't willing to believe anything bad about their kid, and
they were like that.
It was upsetting.
That one main character or whatever co-star in Idiocracy. The guy that just couldn't, he's just dumb. They were literally that dumb. It was, I don't bump into people that dumb on a daily basis. And it was eye-opening for me to see chimpanzee level intelligence in these people.
Yeah.
They
or maybe the documentary wanted to push it even more in that direction, and anything vaguely, intelligent or insightful they did have to say, they were like, no, we've got a nice narrative here of the bumpkin parents who are just trying to get the best for their kid, and just put in the stuff where they're crying and struggling to compose themselves after another bout with the legal system. Like,
if they tried to do that to you, though, they just would never get that footage. Right? Like, there's no scenario where you ever look as dumb as Desi did. That kid was just a fool.
Oh, I'm only talking about the parents right now. The kid himself, like, he was beyond the pale dumber than any of them, because he's actually has mental problems.
I feel like his
your
mom
younger
was next
boy.
to him.
I think you might have a low IQ. If you had him tested.
Are you going Gump?
No. Fargo. Let's talk. All right. So I'm looking at this thing that Chiz threw in there. It says Christopher Nolan, maker of the Batman trilogy, is using 65mm film and IMAX to film his first World War II film. And I also saw that the next Star Wars film, which is the anthology film, it's not in the line that we're currently aware of. It's a new breakaway thing called Rogue One, also 70mm film. So maybe this will become a thing.
I don't want it to become a thing.
I know you do.
Shit.
This is just the, oh man, you can't get great sound quality on digital. Like, you need vinyl, man. Like, you get the real soul of it. Like, this is that same douchey, I'm artsy, and you don't understand.
Look, all right. So before Woody,
totally right. Okay, please.
So before Woody starts talking about how awful the roadshow experience was for him this weekend, it's literally 3 times the resolution. It just is. That's what it's advertised as. It just is. What you're saying is you don't. I know it has shortcomings and fallbacks. That there are issues and times where it's not as good as digital, like what you're saying earlier with the lighting and all. But it's 3 times the resolution, and there's a reason why look at the people who are championing this thing. They're the makers of some of the best movies out there. Woody Allen uses film. Quentin Tarantino likes to use film. Christopher Nolan likes to use film. I feel like they know what they're talking about.
These are just film nerds who masturbate to their equipment. Yeah, I could go off on the people. The Star Wars was made on digital. The Avatar was made on digital. Mad Max, I don't even know. Hopefully I didn't pull a bad example out.
I'm not sure what your point is, though.
When you're obsessive about something, you're more likely to take a niche route about it and be obsessed with little nitpicky things. Like with guns, you like things that nobody else even knows exist because you're so into it, and that's your thing, and that's fine.
Question, though. He said, I'm not sure what I'm talking about, or he's not sure what I'm talking about. The most visually impressive films that come out are not the film ones. They're the digital ones. Avengers is filmed in digital, and I think Star Wars is a neat example, too. Like, these digital films come out looking better then
Interstellar featured a lot of film, 70 millimeter film.
I don't know. But Star Wars had like one little 70 millimeter section, and it looked good, but the bulk of it was done on digital. Dude.
Well, the entire next one is 70 millimeter.
I just saw today the Road Show, but what was the movie called?
The Hateful Eight.
The Hateful Eight. It was total shit. The look of it was shit. So Kyle actually likes all the defects, like when like a one little frame has like a cigar burn.
I only saw 2, and it was just a little fuzzy thing. Just it was like, oh, there was a thing. It was more like a shooting star than a regular occurrence.
Our whole you could really see it in text more than like the movie itself, but they all kind of vibrated. And I even talked to the guy next to me. He was a PKA fan. I was like, do you think they did that on purpose? And he's like, I'm not sure. I don't think so. We'll know more if it happens all movie long. And it did, but it just wasn't as obvious when it was like trees and moving wagons and stuff compared to the text, which you really expect to be framed and still. Our thing, like if you were to take the screen and block it off, at like the 1/3 and 2/3 mark, there were these vertical lines that were there all movie long, like 2 pairs of 6. And they weren't bad. They didn't ruin the movie or anything, but you look at them and you're like, that's a fucking defect I'm not used to seeing.
That sounds like I didn't have any of this.
It was not sharp. The image was not sharp at all. And, even afterwards, we discussed like the videography of it, like me and the guys I went with. And the general and no one thought it was good. Everyone agreed that like the videography in this film was worse than average. For a film that's billed as great, and we went to see it in 70 millimeter in an IMAX theater. We got the real roadshow experience. It came with the damn handouts and everything. It was a worse than average thing.
Briefly,
what do you mean by the
like
videography?
A projectionist issue? Like they have projected it poorly? Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is. But I feel like that is one of the challenges you have in video. Like when you watch a Blu-ray on your flat screen TV, there's no projectionist fucking things up.
Well, it sounds like what you're saying is, yeah, it's better, but you got to have somebody doing it the right way.
That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it is total shit. It is absolute fuckery, terribleness, and it's only compounded by the fact that they rely on a dead profession of projectionist to make it work. The film itself had fucking the dynamic range. We all talked about the dynamic range in it. If you're in the stagecoach and you're filming the people, you can either underexpose the people and then at least see something out the windows, or the windows can be totally blown out and full white. If you go to watch this movie, look out the stagecoach windows and you'll see it's fucking full blown out whiteness, like you stared at the sun or something. When you see all the outdoor shots were terrible. Like they'd show the outhouse in a snow field, and the outhouse is wickedly underexposed. It's like a silhouette of just blackness. And then, you can actually see the field. Or the other option was to show the outhouse, but then all the white is blown out. Digital is much better with this dynamic range.
I really think a lot of your issues are because of just the theater you were at, or how things went down for you.
A recently built IMAX 70 millimeter theater that I heard spent $80,000 on this projector.
I mean, I don't know what that has to do with it. They all did. Every single one of them did. Like if you've got that 70 millimeter projector.
I'm just saying that I got what was supposed to be the premiere experience. And if you go on the internet,
you're being so misleading. Now you're like, hey, I came there. I came for the big.
Dude, all over the internet, everyone is saying it's out of focus.
I feel like that's a gross generalization too. I've seen reports of bad showings. I've seen reports where the film melted. It does that. If it stops, then the light source ignites I know that it does that. And there's been bad experiences. The artifacts and there's cigar burns. The dynamic range sounds like something that's probably present across the board, and it's just one of the things with film. But when I saw it, I didn't have any of those jittery issues. Like I didn't see it shaking. It was in focus, and I thought it was very sharp, and I thought the colors looked better than I was used to traditionally seeing. I was impressed when I remember the
digital captures color better than film does.
It just
and digital captures dynamic range. It is true.
True.
That's just not the only thing that it can kind of capture better is resolution. But the thing about that is, there's dramatic like
I think film
diminishing
recreates
returns.
colors better than digital.
Yeah.
Film shit
It-
at that.
It seems like they're changing the whole thing for a tiny little gain. Like they're like, oh, we're gonna go back to this kind of archaic way of doing this because you get a little bit. It's like deciding to ride a horse now to save money
times
on
the
gas.
resolution.
It's
Three
not.
times the resolution. That's what it's advertised as. That's what when you buy your
That's
tickets,
what Quentin
it says.
Tarantino told you.
No,
so here's the
that's
deal.
what
The
Fandango
resolution
says.
is effectively 12K, and the top line digital stuff now is that what they do is they use two 4K projectors and put them next to each other. So I don't even know how to translate that into some bigger image, but dual 4K versus 12K, and you can't see the difference. In the like photographers have known for ages that megapixels are not how you measure the quality of a photograph. Like that's just, dude, the megapixel wars ended when they hit like 12 or 14 megapixels I think per picture. Now, if you just continue to do the megapixel race, it doesn't matter. 50, 75 megapixel cameras, no one gives a fuck. They've moved on to like how great the autofocus is, what the dynamic range on the camera is a really big deal, how it reproduces colors, stuff like that. Kyle's doing the megapixel race, which was,
it's film,
that's
not
over.
not still photos though.
Yeah, it's.
I feel like your digital stuff is even going to go to 4K and then 8K.
It
And
probably will,
not
and you won't see the difference.
You won't see the difference on a handset. No, I had my last phone had a 4K display, and I couldn't tell the difference because it's like a 5-inch screen. But when you're talking about a 90-foot screen, I feel like you'll notice the difference between 4K and 12K.
I just don't want every release of a movie to be something now. Where like I wanted to see Hateful Eight when it came out because I heard like, oh, it came out, and I was like, oh, awesome. Let me see where it's showing. Oh, over at Ronnie's. I'll just go over there, but it's fucking flooded everywhere here, so I can't go to Ronnie's and see it, and it's not showing anywhere else. And I don't want this to be a like limiting factor for movies in the future, where it's like, oh, we want to do 70 millimeter, but we also want a few extra days to bolster our opening weekend numbers, and we're gonna just release it in select theaters and make it so everybody else has to wait who just wants to see it for real. Normally, I don't like that waiting period.
There's problems with the film process too that are huge, right? Like, so when you film in digital, right? They film it and then they sit there and watch it. And they film it and they watch it. Or maybe they do 2 takes and then they watch it and pick the better one and they move on. When you film in film, you see it the next day. Like
I think they film simultaneously in digital. I think.
Well, then you don't see what you get.
But you see the cut.
Watching the rough cuts is something they do like the next day before they film. And then they have to decide whether they want to do the scene again or not. But the thing is, if you're in digital, everyone's still in costume. All the right people are there. The lighting setup is there. The audio setup is there. You can just do another viewing.
I think they film simultaneously in digital so that they can accomplish what you're talking about, though. I don't think they literally have to be like, all right, well, we'll know how this looks tomorrow, and like walk away with
the
the
process.
Nah, they got a digital. Like I've seen those rigs. They got lots of lenses, like filming from they'll film like
that. And I want to know what evidence you have.
How do they film with 70 millimeter and digital at the same time? Wouldn't like the digital version be like slight angle off?
Yeah,
I'm
like
not
they
saying
can't
they film
check
the
for
digital and the
focus or
70
anything.
millimeter at the same time. I'm not comparing. I'm not saying that. I'm
What are
saying
you
I've seen those. On the camera rigs, I've seen they'll have multiple lenses. They're filming in multiple formats simultaneously sometimes. What about when they film 3D? They've got lots of lenses going on.
They've got 2 going next to each other, right?
I've seen a thing where there's like 3 or 4 lenses of different sizes going on at the same time on a big.
They're not filming through all
frame.
of them at the same time. They're just choosing a lens, right? Like it rotates and you put the right lens in front of the sensor or the film.
Well, surely they're not having. I just don't think they're having to take the reel off to get their cuts and know what the basic shot was.
That's exactly how that works. And so when they decide, like, they have to decide whether a cut is good enough, the workflow is just awful. They're like, that sucked. Everyone get in yesterday's costumes, yesterday's positions, yesterday's set, all that stuff, because the next day is they have to literally develop the film.
Did the actors complain about that?
Apparently, the actors in Hateful Eight were so amazing that every cut was great and it was difficult to choose. Like every actor nailed every part every time, is what I'm told.
And just to clarify, because I know you said this before the show, you liked the movie. It's just
I liked the
film.
movie. The videography was the worst part of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the other way around. I liked how it looked, but I didn't like the movie very much.
I haven't seen it. I just wanted to be included in the conversation.
Yeah, I feel like
70 millimeter.
And the guys I was with all agreed. They're like, this was supposed to look good. It looked below average. And and more than that, for given how much about so much of the billing and lead up to this thing was about the videography. This is a movie where 90% of it takes place inside a log cabin. It's like such a waste of what might have been good.
And the outside is snow, which, as you said, kind of makes it difficult on that, right?
Yeah,
it seems like a bad choice for a movie to film in 70 millimeter.
The inside is a log cabin where it makes no difference. The outside is snow where it does make a difference in a negative way because it has lousy dynamic range.
I felt like on the inside you were getting a wider field of view and seeing more of the cabin, and I mean it felt like you were looking at a stage. Since you were in the cabin the whole time. Now I'm not making an excuse for 70 millimeter being necessary for this film because I agree they're inside a cabin the whole time. It would have been like I'm trying to think of a movie that would have been great for it, but like remember Cliffhanger when the whole movie is like helicopter shots and Stallone hanging on the side of a fucking mountain. That's the kind of movie I'd like to see in 70 millimeter. But I would be interested to see like how much wider it is and how much extra you're seeing because it might make an impact.
I wonder if it'd be hard to do Cliffhanger in 70 millimeter. I think we talked about this in PKA in a little bit, but to film in 70 millimeter involves a great big heavy camera with a heavy reel and like a operator on it and stuff. Whereas like the first Avengers, they would literally take DSLRs, like $3,000 DSLRs, treat them like disposables, and put them in harm's way to get action shots that you would never be able to do in 70 millimeter. Like some of what you saw in Avengers, the first one, was just DSLR footage, like the big action scenes, the fight at the end, stuff like that.
I didn't know that. Huh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Canon 5 Mark III. That's what I'm trying to say, and they did it because. To them that's cheap, $3,000, and they could put it in places where you couldn't put a big film. So, anyway, yeah.
Taylor, you have a list of movies and shows you like from this year, right?
Yes, I made a little list.
I'm interested.
All right, so I did and I want your guys' feedback too, because I did this today of just the best. Did like 3 and then maybe a runner-up for movies, and the same for TV. Games, I just put like the only ones I've played this year that I thought were good, because I'm not big enough of a gamer anymore to like have a comprehensive list. And then I did some letdowns too of shit that I thought was going to be incredible, and it didn't end up meeting my expectations. And nothing on that list like I think sucks. It's just I was so excited and it didn't turn out. So movies, my favorite, I had in no particular order. I had Mad Max, The Martian, and Red Army.
Red Army, I don't know what that is.
I don't know that one either.
Red Army is the movie, the documentary that released this year about the Soviet 1980 hockey team, or about the whole Soviet hockey.
Yeah, I did see that.
Program.
Okay.
Yeah, and
was it on Netflix?
Yeah,
it was on Netflix. Yeah, it was incredible to see like the shit they put those guys through. And then they like come to Canada to play, and they're like they have apples in store all year round, and they're just like blown away by this. And then, meanwhile, they go back to Russia, and they're the best hockey players in the world, but they can't leave and go play in the NHL because they're like, oh, you want to leave? Yeah, no, we kind of own you. You're a product and an item of the state, so no, you can't leave and go make money in the U.S. And it was incredible. I love that movie. You really got to watch it, Woody. You would really enjoy it. Oh, you did?
Did they go back to Lake Placid at the end, like 25 years later?
Yeah, they go back and check it out. Kyle, you should see it. Like,
I've seen it.
You're not a big hockey guy. Oh, I thought one of you said you hadn't seen it. No,
I didn't think I had until you described it to me. They have the part where the coach was crazy hardcore. It seemed like in the summertime when there wasn't any ice, they were like training with rocks. They were like at the beach just moving rocks.
He's like
they were like, we really liked it when it was wintertime, so we had fucking ice. The rocks in the summertime.
And some of the exercises he had him doing, he was just this big fat jowly fuck walking around with like his hands behind his back, like critiquing these super athletes, and they're doing like workouts like when you go to the gym early in a new year and there's people who don't know how to use the machines and they're just like lifting things up in the air for no reason, and it's like what is this training them to do? But they kept winning.
it was bullshit CrossFit. It was so
Yeah.
silly. All this crazy stuff,
Now
but yeah,
you heave potato to Igor. Like, like
yeah, I liked that. That was good. I loved The Martian. I thought it was really good. And I feel like you know how it's going to end going in, but still, I really liked it a lot. I felt like I think Mad Max was my favorite movie of the year. It's winning tons of awards. It looks like it might get an Oscar, so we'll see. Definitely some technical Oscars, so that'll be cool.
it didn't bog itself down with things like a plot.
Yeah, you
It
need
just
that.
forged ahead, which was
Yeah.
a great change of pace.
Yeah, you don't need that. It's clear who the players are. Nobody likes each other. Let's just have them fight it out and drive real fast. That's all that matters.
She
was
turned
great.
left. That was the plot. That was the big point. She went off course.
Yeah, but that's not like I'm not being critical of the plot. Like I'm not being sarcastic about it. I liked the fact that they just kind of threw the plot aspect out the window. It's like there's a bad guy. He's got a bunch of water in some kind of pool up there that he releases like once a week. Like every Sunday, everybody's got like their old hard hats from the old world they fill up, and that was it. And then they just set it in motion and let it happen. Like
The Mad
I thought
Max
it was
movie.
entertaining.
I loved it. I whenever they were going to remake something, I'm not necessarily always opposed to it, but I'm always hesitant. I always want it to be darker and grittier and more realistic, and at the same time kind of have an homage to the predecessor. And I felt like Mad Max did that so well. There were a lot of practical shots, but the CGI added on top of it, the layering is incredible. When you see the before and afters, like they started with great stuff. Don't get me wrong, but the stuff they added blends in so well that you don't even notice it. And
That's what blew me away in Mad Max. Like, it was billed as, look at how great practical effects are. And you're like, okay, wow, this is really impressive. Suddenly I think CGI is ruining Hollywood and it's all about practical effects. And then later you learn how, like, what the befores actually look like. And it was garbage compared to the final product. It was the digital part they did so well. And
a few of the crashes were practically done, and I thought those stood out.
but I thought they were digitally enhanced.
Yeah, there's enhancing.
Freddie Wong did a really good video about it, and he was like, CGI is ruining Hollywood, except it's not. And Mad Max, which was held up as like the paragon, I think, of practical effects. When you saw what it was like before and afterwards, he talked about what CGI is good at. One of the things CGI is really good at is stuff. If you need to put buildings or rocks or landscape in, CGI kills it. If you need to put, Hollywood hires less or fewer extras than it used to because it's really good at crowds and like armies and stuff like that. CGI is not very good at faces. That's a thing. The CGI is really good at animals. And then he had a funny little riff. And he showed this shark flopping around. It might have been Sharknado. I'm not sure. And he's like, to me, this looks like an amazing shark. Now, maybe if you got some talking shark to look at it, it would look fake to him because he's used to looking at sharks in the way I am to people. But this is an amazing shark. And I saw it, and I'm like, yeah, that looks like a shark to me. It's flapping around on land. And Mad Max did what digital does really well, but it didn't attempt to recreate faces, which it's still improving it.
Oh, look at The Hobbit, where they went completely overboard with it. At least in Mad Max, in Mad Max, they really are in the desert. They really are in cars. The main characters are, okay? You mentioned the armies, and if there's 30 vehicles, then maybe 8 of them are real. But in The Hobbit, it was like, so is this like 5 guys in a gigantic blue room right now in their underwear right now, and one guy who's not really even there doing a scary voice? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's
he called out The Hobbit as an example of bad CGI that gives Hollywood The Hobbit a bad reputation, and it was garbage. He talked about the physics of it, right? People just kind of know, and I forget what it was exactly, but there was some giant maybe it was a dragon crashing into the ground that just had no impact on everything. And he's like, I don't know much about dragons crashing into the ground, but if something that size landed near me, I'd expect everything to kind of rattle or the sand to be shook up, and none of that happened.
To me, it was when Legolas was
the rocks.
Jumping on those rocks
was completely weightless. Now, I apparently, if you're a big reader, it's explained in somewhere that those elves are basically fucking weightless. No,
That is
not
lazy nonsense. I knew someone was going to bring that up
'Cause I've
when I
read
was like
that.
reading through it, where it's like, well, the elves, that's how he was able to walk on the snow on the mountain of Katarthras in the first movie when he was trying to get circumvent the mines of Moria. No, that's lazy horseshit. You can't just go back. That's Harry Potter writing right there. This is Lord of the Rings. This isn't Harry Potter where it's magic is just the panacea, just the cure all for everything. Where it's like, oh, thank God I have my this kind of lock opening spell, Harry. Oh, ding, it's open. Like, this is Lord of the Rings, where magic is like more kind of up
Limited.
in the air of like you actually fight with it. It's not some like magic, oh, thank God that is decrypted now. Like, which is why I've always liked Lord of the Rings more than Harry Potter. Anyway.
Well, when that happened in the movie, I thought that was so lame. And also in The Hobbit, the scene where he's jumping on the dwarves or the dwarves' heads in the river in the barrels, super lame. The water CGI was really bad, and basically every background in the movie, every environment where it's just overly lush, like so green, it's never been this green before. Looks like you're in Alice in Wonderland, like.
Yeah, they
just really takes you out of the moment. Remember in the Two Towers when they're running across the plains to go rescue the two hobbits to get kidnapped. They're actually running across some plains somewhere, and it's very obvious that they're actors in full wardrobe running across the plains somewhere. But you don't get that in The Hobbit. You get what looks like a video game.
Peter Jackson did a weird thing for The Hobbit that he didn't do in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. In that, like, he got new cameras and everything came out kind of dull somehow. So what they did is they, like, hyped up the set. Like, all the trees are purple, all the actors are blue and this and that, and so that the real picture looked a little lower. And it looked shitty to me. Like, instead of adding saturation in post, he added saturation in real life and then adjusted it later. And
I think a big problem with that movie is that it wasn't. I think it started out the director wasn't Peter Jackson. It was that Guillermo del Toro guy or whatever his name is. Probably.
Oh, I didn't know
that. And I think he'd been working on the project for like a year, maybe 2 years, and then they like threw Peter Jackson in, and he just had to. Oh, all right, we're Hobbit now. Oh, all right, we're making the Hobbit. Okay, little people. Yeah, in a row. Inky, Binky, Jimmy, and Todd. Okay. Sir McKellen, where are you? All right, get out there. No, fuck your hat. Get out there. We gotta like he had to rush.
That's what Peter Jackson said. Yeah, he said that with the Lord of the Rings trilogy, he was able to like plan every detail out way in advance. And with Hobbit, it was already a hot potato that he just had to like take over late in the process.
I feel worse for him now, and also better for him knowing that he didn't completely fall off the rails as a bad director. Because the biggest thing that made it worse for me is in Lord of the Rings, like all the makeup, all like the prosthetics, it's all actually them. Like when Lurks shoots Boromir at the end of the first movie and you see him like snarling and shit, it's like, oh fuck. Like if I saw that in the woods, I wouldn't think that's a guy in makeup. I'd run away because it's horrifying. But these, like seeing like that white orc or whatever, if I saw that in the woods, I wouldn't be frightened. I'd be like, I'm gonna just go walk right through that. That's a hologram, kind of like Tupac was. Like that doesn't look real at all.
Have you seen a modern hologram, a human-sized one in person?
I have not.
At the airport in Albuquerque, New Mexico, they have a holographic sort of flight airline employee, basically, like who ushers you along into like one of those rat maze line. And when you're looking at this thing from, I'm gonna say 20 steps, you can't tell. You can't fucking tell. I was looking at it and I knew there was something off, and I was just like, "What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?" I had to approach this thing, and I didn't want anybody to see me being like marveling at it, but I felt like everybody had the same thought. They were like, "What the fuck is that?" I guess I better not marvel at it. Everybody will think I'm a goddamn moron. But like, never seen that. I had never seen a hologram. I had seen like a little one and or whatever, but those are just silly with mirrors and shit. But this thing was just standing out there, ushering you along, and it looked like a real fucking person.
Did you put your hand through it or anything just to see?
No, I didn't. It was a whole thing, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to draw attention to the fact that I thought it was magic.
Yeah, look at that rube over there.
I felt like the first caveman to see fire, but I didn't want anybody to know it.
Right by security, there's a huge line behind you. Just banging up against it. People are freaking out. Sir, Mrs. Myers.
But yeah, holograms are pretty legit now.
Last one I had on the list was What We Do in the Shadows. I don't know if you guys saw that. I wanted to put a comedy in there, and it was hilarious. Did you see that, Woody? It's where they're all the zombies and or not zombies, they're all vampires, and they live together, and they're roommates, and it's like a weird kind of like mockumentary comedy.
So,
I don't know if this would mesh up with Woody's sense of humor as much, but I know that Kyle would get a kick out of it. It's just like they're all different ages, and some of them have been alive for like it's the story of like it starts off as a documentary where like one of them is like 800 years old, and it like gives stories of him like he was Vladislav the Poker, and like he would poke people and torture them 800 years ago. They had a guy who was like 200 years old, and then they had the young buck of the group who was 120, and like he was like the rapscallion young guy. And then like it's the story of them getting a new guy introduced to their pack. And then they have Peter, who's an 8,000-year-old vampire who's so old he can't even function anymore. He's just like this old guy who lives in the basement in the catacomb, and they just bring him a chicken every so often. They're like, "Did you feed Kita?" Like it's so fucking funny. But I know people out there have seen it. It's great. Like I thought it was gonna suck when Melissa wanted to go see it, but it was great. But you guys haven't seen it.
Top 3 movies of the year.
I'm sorry?
Top 3 movies of the year. Let's name them. I'm struggling here. I've got The Martian as one.
I've got Mad Max as one.
Mad Max and The Martian are definitely in there. Beast of No Nation, that Netflix movie, that was really fucking good.
I haven't seen that one.
I mean, I feel like my list is a little pedestrian, but the top of my head was Interstellar this year?
No.
Okay,
that was last year.
I've got I've got Martian, Star Wars, and Hateful Eight, I think.
I'm struggling with the third, but I definitely liked The Martian, and definitely liked Mad Max. Thought that was really good. Star Wars was good. I probably have to put that in there for me.
Really?
Yeah, I liked it.
I haven't seen it yet, but I've been just reading up on it because I don't care because it's already been spoiled for me, and it seems like a really, sharp distinction between people who really loved it and everybody who fucking hated it. Like nobody seems
isn't
okay.
that every Star Wars?
It could. So is it? Are you saying it's basically like the fan? Or no, it can't just be the fanboys who loved it because you guys aren't big Star Wars fanboys and you enjoy it.
I thought it was a good movie. I thought it was different than other Star Wars movies. It didn't feel like kiddie crap. It didn't feel like you were pandering to 8-year-olds. It didn't feel like you were taking a moment to make sure you sold the Speed Racer toys. It felt like there was an adult situation going on that meant bad things for all of mankind, or whatever they are out there. It didn't feel as heavy as it could have been. It could have been even darker and heavier than it was, but because there's like a whole solar system at one point that gets taken out, billions and billions of lives. But I thought it was good. I liked it a lot. I liked that there was blood. And that you talked about it, Woody, and I noticed it in the film when the blaster hits that stone and there's an explosion. I don't know if that was a regular occurrence in past Star Wars. Like you're seeing stormtroopers getting blown away, and it's not like Saving Private Ryan, but it's
intergalactic World War II is what I was going to call it. Like it somehow the other ones just seemed like they
clean.
were whitewashed or polished or clean. Yeah, like there was nothing gritty about the battle scenes in the previous Star Wars. It was more video gamey. For kids. This new one, you're like, oh my god, that is a horrific battle going on right now.
And it seemed like the battles in the previous films weren't even the focus of what was going on. It was like pew 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 pew. All right, the battle's over. Now here's what we're actually here to do. Like the battle wasn't the focus of the scene. It was just something that happened at the very beginning of the scene or the very end of the scene. But there were battle scenes in this. I don't know if that makes any sense. I know there have been plenty of space battles and when they're flying around and stuff, but I wanted to see like blaster fights. Human on whatever they are.
There were
combat.
There were fights in there where I wasn't sure which side was winning, whereas I obviously knew in the older Star Wars that they were going to get out of there somehow, right? Like all these main characters were going to be okay, and in this one, you're like, oh shit, I don't know who wins this. They could. I don't know. I was going to say something that might be considered a spoiler, but anyway, it was pretty cool. I like the Star Wars. It's in my top 3 of the year.
Well, those are the movies.
All right.
Best, and then Hobbit in there for the worst. One of the worst.
Was that this year? Was that did Five Armies come out? Oh, and
Oh,
Mockingjay is definitely like a huge letdown for me. I thought it was very bad, very bad. Like I thought the CGI was terrible. There's a part where they get attacked by these CGI monsters that are like it's like a humanoid face, but it's mostly just a mouth with like no eyes or nose. I don't even know how to describe it. I can't remember what they called it. They called them some kind of I don't know what they called them, but they looked terrible. They looked terrible, and they were fighting these things for like 5 minutes. And again, I go back to the original Lord of the Rings trilogy when they're in the mines of Moria, and they had that big fight with the troll and all those orcs. That shit looked real. That was great. And you're dealing with like a 15-foot bad guy, and you got all these CGI characters running around, climbing on him, hitting him with stuff, and all that looked real, and it felt heavy, and it came off great. But what I saw in the Mockingjay sucked. It was so unrealistic. I hated it.
I have no interest in that series at all after the first one. After old Cake Boys laying there by the riverbank as a master illusionist.
That was so stupid.
I saw that in fucking theaters, and if I bring it up to certain people, they'll be like, "Well, he was,
he was quite the decorator.
He was quite a decorator.
He took some fondant and some icing and like made himself into an oak tree cake, and that's how he won.
Yeah,
look, I don't care how good.
I'm having a surprise party for my husband. I need you to make a cake that'll blend in perfectly to my kitchen backsplash. And then when he comes home, I'll just pull it out real quick and have the cake right. Like, no, that's not gonna fucking happen.
Beyond belief, stupid. Just a level. Like I like movies that are smart. When they're like, oh no, quick, grab his gun. No, don't run away. Yeah, pick up his gun. Of course, pick up his gun. Like when they kind of act like real people, and they're like, no, shut the fucking window first. You know, when they say things that you would actually do in real life, like, oh, we gotta get out of here. Yeah, we get out of here, but wipe your fucking fingerprints off the phone and the door handle. What are you doing? We just killed 3 people. I like it when it's smart and it makes sense, and I feel like the characters are as smart as I am. That's not asking too much, I guess, but you got to at least hit that
common
mark.
Sense things like that. I never turn around and look at the people behind me in theaters. But when that happened in the theater, like I gave like a look to see like if anybody was looking around. I even like, fucking see that? He's a fucking cake decorator when he's disguised in front of all these murderers. Like, it was just horse shit. Did you see Black Mass? That wasn't horrible, but that was a huge letdown for me. The one with Johnny Depp.
The promotion for that, the trailer for it is so good. That's a really good trailer. But I read the early reviews and stuff, and I saw that it was going to be a letdown. I haven't seen it, but man, the first trailer for that thing, I was like, oh shit, Johnny Depp about to win another Oscar. Like
Is the Revenant out yet? That's one of my letdowns.
In theaters, I think maybe.
Okay.
I'm not sure though.
I don't know. I haven't seen that one, but God damn it, I was looking so forward to that.
You might like it. Chiz liked it. Some people like it. I feel like opinions are split on it. For me, I mean, like whatever, hours worth of limping in the woods.
I'm okay with that. If there's, I wouldn't mind that. But it needs to keep me interested. It depends what it is.
Not a lot of twists and turns in that plot.
Yeah.
No.
I like to see. I like to see kind of an epic journey. You know, I guess the bear fighting and I'm sure he's surviving a bit along the way. Maybe I thought I saw a part where he ate some raw fish using one of those Indian fish traps or something.
Maybe.
Or such.
There wasn't any like Martian moments where you're marveling at his skill.
Yeah. That was cool.
Yeah. That movie was
and that's all about good writing. That comes right out of the book, I think. I think a lot of that cool science, Bill Nye, the survivalist guy stuff came right from the book, though I haven't read it. So
I won't ruin the plot of The Revenant, but it's fairly well known. This is a really tough guy. He's a fur trapper. Early on, a bear attacks him, and then the people that he's with don't treat him right, and he has to get back home on his own. That's the core plot without leaving, intentionally leaving out some of the other stuff. And anyway, so the bear attack scene is filmed really well. It was pretty impressive, and there were times when I was looking at it thinking, that seems really dangerous because I'm pretty sure that's a real fucking bear.
Yeah.
Like, isn't it at risk? Even he can be trained but not tamed. That's what they always tell me. That seems like a real bear. Yeah, how did you do that? How'd you, like the bear's like hurting him, and you're like, dude, like, what if the bear like does bite him? I don't know if they.
I saw a thing and it was showing like 2015 Oscars or whatever, and it was the bear winning the Oscar and Leo looking on like motherfucker.
God, that would be like my line in the sand if I were a professional, like really fancy actor. Like I would do some of the crazy like own stunt stuff of like, oh, you gotta jump out of this helicopter and do this and that, like into the water or something. I would do that. But if they were ever like, yeah, you just have to lay under this bear for just a minute tops, and we'll get all this, then you rotate under it, and we'll get all the images we need, and we'll put the rest in post. You couldn't fucking pay me enough to do that, because there's no way that I'm getting that close to an animal, because the trainer guy has no control if shit gets out of hand. He cannot stop it. There's nothing he can do to stop it. He can tranquilize it, I guess, but good luck me surviving while the bear's like, oh, I've been on this drug before. I got a good 30 seconds with this guy's innards before I go down. And if you did die, no one would feel bad for you. Like no one would be on your side about it. Like at least when people die from wild animals and I see it, like that the gay guy from The Lion, it's always like, no, you shouldn't have been fucking with that animal. Like there's a reason that we have houses and we stay in them. And we don't go hang out with wild animals.
That's why I build them in Minecraft.
Exactly.
The shit out there.
Yeah, to do it from a different level. Put something between you and the lion.
So when you mentioned being willing to do like certain stunts for a movie, it made me think of this clip. This is an unedited clip from the Twilight Zone movie. Let's start from 10 seconds. Let's just start from 10 seconds.
Okay. Give me a moment.
I'm ready at 10 seconds.
I won't be ready for a second. All right, I'm ready now.
All right.
3, 2, 1, play.
The worst thing you could ever see would be 3 people, and particularly 2 children, killed right on the film.
This is the filming of the movie.
Overwhelming.
And these people are about to all die.
Cameras and shown repeatedly at the trial.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
And as you watch it over and over again, you become desensitized to it.
Wow.
And for ill, I think. I mean,
all of them died.
Forget that there were human beings there,
so they all got just decapitated.
Just chopped in half, it looked like.
Why it happened, you have to be desensitized
to
it. And
Jesus Christ. So there's a guy carrying, I guess, 2 kids under his arm?
Yeah.
And he's running in the water, and there's a helicopter that clearly loses control above them, and it spins down, and like when you watch highlights on SportsCenter and you see the bat connect perfectly with the ball, one of those blades connects perfectly with the group of them, and they are no more. They're just gone.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man. Well, I wouldn't do that scene because...
No tigers, no bears, no choppers.
Nope, that wouldn't have been the reason. There could be crocs in that water, and I wouldn't have put it there. Yeah.
Dude, that is rough to see.
Yeah, thanks for the warning of, like, watch people die imminent.
Yeah, right? I totally thought it was going to be like a Hollywood special effect or something.
Watch some people die. They didn't have it coming, so it's okay to cry.
Well, it happened a long time ago, so who knows? They could have died anyway by now.
Yeah, they wouldn't have made it anyway, especially that older guy. Those kids, though, they'd have been around. They'd have definitely been around.
Yeah, they might have been my age. Like,
yeah, terrible. That was they say that the production of that movie was cursed or something. I don't think that was the only production accident. Speaking of production accidents, did you see what happened to that poor woman who's I think she's Mila Jovovich's stunt double on the Resident Evil films?
No, I haven't heard about it.
I think she's kind of popular online because she's really hot and she's really fit and she's a stunt woman. And apparently she's riding a motorcycle and she hits the boom that's got the camera mounted to it, and her injuries were grisly. One of her arms was amputated. The other one, the hand, is mangled badly with torn apart fingers and stuff, but her face was degloved. Her face was degloved.
Did they put it back?
Yeah. You put it back on and everything, but I haven't seen any pictures of.
Was it like a little off center? Like they did the best they could.
Sometimes when
talking out of the side of your mouth out of necessity now.
When things like that happen, their faces oftentimes just like their smiles don't match their.
This chick's beautiful too. It's a real
horrible.
game. It's awful. Yeah, it's bad. She survived, but she is, and I think maybe she had major injuries. I know she lost one arm, the other's mangled. The face thing was just really dramatic.
What was the nature of the accident again? I got the motorcycle.
Yeah, she was on the motorcycle driving, and I think there was a camera on like a boom arm or something, and she hit the thing the camera was mounted on at speed, I'm imagining. So yeah.
So it like hit her like here, and it just like peeled the head.
I have no idea. She had really bad injuries. It wasn't just like her hands and her face. It seems like she had spinal injuries maybe or something, some broken bones.
Well, I bet it's on film somewhere, so it'll be in PKA next year.
That's rough.
Well, maybe wait a couple of years on that one.
Oh,
maybe.
And then the next day on the same set, same Resident Evil movie, it's the final. It's like the last in, I believe there's 7 or maybe even 8 of those movies. This is the 7th or 8th, something like that. But a guy was crushed to death by a Humvee. I think the vehicle rolled over onto him and just smushed him. That also happened. I think that was after the motorcycle thing and in a separate incident.
Wow.
Now,
safety been upped.
Right now, there's this 67-story skyscraper
Mm-hmm.
in Dubai on fire, burning down.
Yeah.
And they just apparently don't have the facilities. I don't even know if America would to deal with a 67-story fire. They're just letting it burn.
Is the whole thing like up in flames?
I saw it. It looked, like there's fire coming out of the windows. Like a ton of it at like the 15th story, the 40th story, the 70th. Well, it's only 67 stories, but the 60th story, etc. Like it appears to be burning top to bottom all over the place. I wonder if it's fallen.
Isn't it near the tallest building in the world? Those towers.
Yes.
Burj Khalifa.
One thing I learned in reading about this: there's no addresses in Dubai, which I guess is more common throughout the world. You just use landmarks, like. What is it? It's near that other building by 2 doors. That's like what you put on the envelope.
I'm not typing that into Amazon and hoping for the best.
How do those
spending like
fuckers
$1,000 on something.
How do those fuckers get organized? How do you
know.
get anything delivered properly?
Someone else was talking about Japan. So in Japan, they numbered the houses on it, like 1, 2, 3, etc. But over time, they add more to the street. So, but the low numbers on the house are prestigious. So the order on a street might be like 1, 2, 321, 4, like 72, 5. They're not ordered anymore.
So for like same day delivery there in Saudi Arabia, is it like, yeah, you're gonna be here soon. There's a woman across the street being whipped for trying to drive. Just stop right there and come right across the street. It's gonna be right there. Yeah.
Yeah, you go right past Whipping Larry's House of Whips. Yeah, make a right turn at the government agency for witchcraft and wizardry.
If you hit Khalid's Burqa Emporium, you've gone too far.
Way too far. Khalid is not a nice fellow.
No. Oh.
They really do have a government agency to root out witches. And they kill, a certain number of people every year. They find some witches,
Can you imagine the guy who's in charge of that, who knows it's horse shit, and he's looking at these quotas like, God, we just got more funding, our witch quota's up. Like, what are we going to do?
I want to see a movie starring Nicolas Cage, where he is the leader of the Saudi Arabian government agency for witchcraft, and like he's been promoted and he doesn't know what to do. That should be his next film. I want to see that.
Or even that, or Will Ferrell, and it's a comedy, and he's in charge of witches, the witch hunter.
I'm looking at photos of this building burn right now. I think this building could fall.
Well, there was no jet fuel present, so it seems unlikely.
Yeah. Well, if it fell here in St. Louis, it would be immediately doused.
Scroll down a bit, and you'll see it says 10 photos of Dubai hotel fire.
Yeah.
Click on that. The photos will get larger. And then just scroll through. Dude, look at these. I'm at a loss for words on this, dude. This fire is a problem.
That's great.
Well, it's probably not great.
Is great the word you're searching for?
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty fucking
Holy
impressive. That's a big fire. Wow. We're gonna get to see what happens too. This isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
No.
Happy
Yeah.
New Year's, Dubai.
Right?
And how are they even going to know what started it in a fire that big?
The-
They probably never will.
There were apparently explosions involved in starting this fire. I
Ah.
don't know if anyone thinks that there's.
Tur.
I'm not seeing that. Like, no one's calling terror.
Tur.
But
Her.
tar came to my mind, too. I'm not doing it right.
Tur.
Terrorist.
Terror?
Tur.
Terror.
A terror
Tur.
attack.
Tur. I think I get tur.
TE and then 3 hours.
Not 4, not 2. Taking you way too damn long. Tur.
Did you see the picture of it burning? And then, like, I guess it's in the foreground, so it looks bigger, is the tallest building in the world. Even
Enormous.
taking that into account, it's astounding to look at that burning building and go, that's 67 stories. And the building to the left isn't even in frame. It's so big.
Yeah.
Like, you could see that from adjacent countries if that thing caught on fire. I'm not even joking. I bet you could. That's,
It's massive.
immense.
How tall is that thing?
let's see.
Is that the? I think I've seen. When guys will go up and climb that fucker and stand on the tippy top and hold the camera on the selfie stick.
They need some base jumpers and stuff.
163 stories.
Fuck that.
Wow.
Hey, it has an address.
Shit's a
1
quarter
Sheikh
mile up.
Mohammed bin Rashid bin Boulevard.
1.
I like the addition of Boulevard at the end. They just went a little wild with that name, but wrapped it all up in the end.
So I started watching Fargo. I know both of you have seen it before, but I just wanted to say, what network does it come on? First of all, if either of you know, but I just wanted to say, I'm really enjoying that, and I think Billy Bob Thornton's villain is one of my favorite villains, ever. Now he's top 10. He's great.
Just to be
He's
clear,
excellent.
Kyle's on season 1.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's currently season 2. Is season 2 over yet?
Season 2 is over. Yeah, I finished that up a couple weeks ago.
Well, then.
It went.
Perhaps now
spoil
the
it.
box set of the Blu-ray is out.
Oh, maybe I can buy a 50-pound 70mm version that we shipped. Hire a
I
couple
so
of
would
movers
if I could.
in the living
I
room.
so
It'd be
would
great.
if they had like the DVD version that like for $19.99, and then they have this big spool that weighs 580 pounds. I think
Fall asleep watching the fucking finale, and I burn alive in my place.
you just hear you're asleep, and then all of a sudden you can hear Samuel L. Jackson's voice in the back of your head. Back in the day, films were made out of nitrocellulose, highly flammable. And you're like, oh shit! And you wake up and your room explodes.
Just big-time YouTuber Kyle Myers found burned alive in his Georgia home after his 70mm production burst into flame when he fell asleep after watching the Hateful. Oh my god, that would be great. Not if that happened, but
No.
if it happened, one out there.
I would love to have one. Those projectors are incredibly expensive, I would say, though, because I know like the film itself, like a spool of film for like a 2 or 3 hour movie, is apparently very expensive.
I
Like-
literally prefer what I have. I
I know
feel
you-
like that 70mm thing was less in focus than my downstairs projector is.
I'm not gonna wake up and hear crackling
But-
and smoke because I left my laptop open.
Well,
don't
if
have
we
to
had gotten you
spool
up there,
things.
I bet you could have operated that. I honestly believe this. I'm not just being facetious. I think you could have gotten up there and gotten that thing in focus and been happy with the showing. That's what you need. You need a professional up there.
I could have done as well as he did. I don't know. I've been hearing it's happening a lot, so I guess it's harder than you'd guess. You know?
I think it does. It's probably really hard to do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have like specialists for it, right?
Yeah, there's specialists for it. It's a dead career, but they're like, oh, the pimply-faced teenager couldn't get it in focus. Really? Because I think the pimply-faced teenager is the first guy every household goes to when things aren't in focus. Who's more competent at setting up the projector in the classroom, the teacher or the AV club?
Yep.
It must be hard.
I personally hope that the thing catches on more. Obviously, with Nolan making his next massive World War II movie in 65mm / IMAX, and with Star Wars Rogue One being filmed in 70mm Ultra Panavision, there's going to be a couple of big film projects coming out in the next couple of years. Maybe, just maybe, they'll find some people who can operate the fucking projectors, because I had a delightful experience when I watched it.
I hope that I could see myself going to the digital version where it won't be screwed up.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to see it.
It's
Well, they'll give you free tickets if they do. Well, I guess not in your case, but if they really screw it up, they will.
Yeah.
yeah, if they
There's
screw it
the
up so
flyer.
much that they ruin your day, then you could get an opportunity for them to try again.
Or a free small popcorn next time.
That's a $50 value. I hate the prices there. Like, I'm gonna start smuggling. I swear to God, I told my girlfriend last time, I'm like, from now on we're smuggling, and it's not even like it's a principle thing because I never noticed how much that shit cost. To be quite honest, I just don't pay attention. But this last time we didn't get a bunch of stuff because I knew it was a long movie and I didn't want to pee or have to pee, so I was like, small Diet Coke. It was like $8 or something, $6 or $8.
believe
That's
you.
outrageous. I'm gonna start.
Racket.
I'm sneaking in beverages, and I'm thinking about sneaking like a whole meal in, like a burger and fries. Fuck it.
They had a combo. It was $13 for a large drink and a popcorn. And I was like, I guess I'll do that. And then he rings me up. It was 15 something. That seems like a lot of tax, like $2 in
Convenience
tax.
tax.
Yeah, I don't know how it went from 13 to 15, but that's what it did.
Well, they put salt on it.
Oh, okay. $2
There you
worth of
go.
salt.
A dollar salt, $1 worth of butter.
You know the boxes that you get at Hardee's with the big burgers? Like they put in a little cardboard box. I snuck one of those in my little hoodie pouch. And, there's no way they didn't notice. But, like, the 16-year-old taking tickets, like, is that guy going to call you out? Be like, oh, this guy, he's got a Baconator. This, like, no way.
Sometimes they want to search your bags.
So these guys wrote me on Reddit, and they're like, hey, Woody, we're going to go see this Hateful Eight and 70mm, etc. Do you want to come with us? And I was like, yeah, I'll do it. So after the movie, they wanted to take a selfie with me or a photo with me. And cool. First, we stood in front of this backlit, like, Hateful Eight sign, but because it was backlighting, you couldn't see us. So then, I'm like, oh, we'll go inside. We'll look for stuff. It wasn't until we were deep inside that I realized we had snuck into the movie theater and could see anything we wanted. We just went, like, people were leaving the theater. We walked through the door. All 5 of us snuck in, and nobody cared at all.
Yeah, because you were so confident in your ignorance of not even realizing. Just walking in, if they see you walking in like that, they're going to be like, well, these people clearly have a reason to be here. They're probably going to see a film.
You've never went in to watch one movie and just stayed to watch a few more?
Not exactly.
I've done
that. You go to the earliest showing. Hopefully it's something you want to see. You watch that movie, and as soon as it's over, if you're at a big theater like a Cineplex with like 20 theaters, you can watch 2 or 3 movies. Just hang out all day.
What I have done is, like, maybe I wanted to see something rated R, but I'm too young. I'll get a ticket for something I can buy and then just go to the one I want instead.
I had plenty of parental guardians who thought an R-rated feature was right up my alley. My grandma took me to Alien 4. My dad took me to Starship Troopers. Of course, I guess I was 14 at that point or something like that.
My parents were down for that too, but not in the theater. If we wanted to go without parents or something, that's when we'd have to work around the system.
Yeah.
I remember I was like 12 and I saw Blue Lagoon. Are you familiar with this movie?
Oh yeah, Brooke Shields is practically pornographic and very much underage.
Yeah, and we'd watch stuff like that on VCR, like in my living room. And my brother and I always had this response to like sex scenes and stuff. I'd be like, ah, and he'd go, like, we really dislike seeing naked Brooke Shields. Like, oh man, this is terrible.
Very naked.
Yeah, but
lots of swimming.
She was like, how old was she in that? 12?
14.
14?
I don't know, quite young.
She
but...
was really young, and she looked over 18. She
yeah,
was just...
well, they had her in those Guess Jean ads, and she's like you said, like 13 or 14, but she has these long legs, and she's tall and beautiful and mature looking.
She looks like a model at 13 or something. Yeah. I think I did a Mail Monday about that one time. The guy said that he was attracted to a girl who was I think she was like 15 or something. He's like, am I a pedo? And I'm like, you're outside of societal bounds. But as far as whether you're a pedo or not, I think it depends on the girl. Like it just in terms of like biological drives. If this 15-year-old looks like Brooke Shields did at the time, you're attracted to a woman.
Well, yeah, and then if you have to get into it, like the reason you're attracted to her, I guess that guy is because she looks like an attractive woman, like she has a woman figure. Yep. He's not looking at like a prepubescent 9-year-old and being like, oh yeah, that's up my alley, because then you would be a pedophile. But like if she were, I bet if that guy saw that girl and she just was like 2 years behind, but the same age, like just flat, looked like a little boy body, like he probably wouldn't be attracted to her. It's the fact that she looks mature that he's attracted to, I would think.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say we were talking about best TV shows. Definitely the biggest letdown I think was F for Frank, because I was hoping for Rick and Morty level hilarity, like
F is for Family.
yeah, I wanted like a Bill Burr Family Guy or something. I don't know what I was hoping for, but it's not as zany as I would like. It's too rooted, it's too grounded, and it feels like Archie Bunker. You know, it feels like All in the Family, like a 1970s style sitcom. But like the fact that it's animated is immaterial. It seems like it doesn't really. It could be live action, and everything could be the same. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe they don't show the guy's balls when he's banging his wife, but you could film this thing live action and have
that?
Yeah.
I barely remember.
Pendulous balls, like just fucking slamming.
That part was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was a little shit.
Like-
They should work something like that in every episode. Like if you can show balls on Netflix animation,
I guess you can.
I agree with you. I wrote that down as one of my letdowns because it's like I'll still watch it. It's not a bad show. It's just at no point throughout watching it was I like uproariously like cracking up, like losing it, laughing so hard at like a couple of things in Rick and Morty are just fucking hysterical. Where you're just laughing
I'll pause
so hard.
it and I'll look at my girl. I'll be like, "Can you believe that? Do you get the joke?" I was like, "It's like a triple layered joke.
Yeah,
a throwback and a callback at the same time. This is great."
yeah.
You know,
But F is for Family. Just I don't know. It feels like they're trying to make it like a super risque show, but at the same time they're playing it too safe in a lot of ways. Where it's like,
agree.
it's real crazy and there's a lot of language, but at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, but you didn't say anything that you know could get you in trouble. You didn't take any hard stances on something that you know would get you, in trouble. When he's like, women can't be astronauts. He joked at his daughter. It's like, yeah, well, nobody's gonna get pissy about that. Like,
he should be his wife.
Yeah, he should. Under the auspice of being offensive, they're trying to be offensive. They're not actually being offensive, which is
the wife should get out of hand, and he should just fucking give her a black eye, and then that should, maybe afterwards he feels bad and like make some restitution, but he should totally beat up the wife. I think that'd be good.
Or he smacks around his kid with that Tupperware shit. Just
he
anything for a giggle.
He should beat the kids a lot. They should be getting beatings regularly. I feel like that.
That's true. If we're gonna do 70s parenting, these kids need some whoopings on the
And
regular.
that guy seems like he's the one to do it too. He seems like an angry Irish, like violent kind of guy.
That annoying little kid with the long black hair is just, you don't get me, Dad. That kid needs, like, every time the dad comes home, that kid should be cowering like an abused dog in the corner because he's just been beaten so many times. Like, it's a period piece. I use that loosely. So, like, maybe at least, throw some more stuff that's unpleasant and actually politically incorrect.
Speaking of abusive Irish dads, I saw Chiz saying something about possible guests coming out. Are we getting Christopher Titus? Is he coming on?
I think so, yeah.
That's awesome. I'm a big fan of him.
I'm just as big excited about I think it's before that Milo or something.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with him at all.
I watched his YouTube stuff. He's very articulate, and he's pretty funny, too.
Hours worth of stuff I've seen of him on YouTube, just tearing apart feminists. If any of you guys have any feminist leanings that you want to go against him, you will lose. He never loses.
I look forward to that. That sounds very entertaining. But Chris Titus, I watched his sitcom on Fox back in the day. I've seen, I've definitely seen one of his specials. And I've seen a bunch of his stuff on Comedy Central. 2 or 3 of his stand-up routines. I like him a lot. His whole thing. Part of the background of his stuff is always that he had this alcoholic, semi-abusive, definitely verbally abusive, like crazy father who was this weird influence in his life, and it's interesting to hear him like work that into his comedy, how his dad was so overbearing and I want to say borderline abusive, but just abusive, but how that drove him to work hard in life.
He doesn't seem completely over it either. It was like,
no!
He's like, that was bad. That was not the ideal thing to do. It's not like a lot of people like, yeah, my parents beat the fuck out of me, but I'm better for it. No, he was like, that was not good. That was bad parenting.
So yeah, that'll be cool to get him on, see what he's up to. I don't know if he's got some upcoming project or something or what's going on with that. But regardless, I look forward to talking to that.
We have like 3 killer guests kicked off for this year, so that's pretty
And
awesome.
a hot sauce.
And a hot sauce. And some merch.
And merch.
Yeah. I'm pretty excited about the direction the merch is taking. Like, I don't know. I want a bunch of these doodads. I think it'll be cool.
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna have our hot sauce. Gonna have our knives. All we need to do with the knives is we're done with the knives. Kitty's just needs to get us the numbers, I guess. I'll send her the one that we picked out, the aluminum bladed thing. So yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of merchandise stuff, and then Taylor's got the merch shop running pretty great over there. With all those cool designs.
Painkilleralready.net, link in the description. Check it out. Maybe there's something in there that you like.
Yeah, the coffee cups are really cool. I like the gluten thing. I like the Cliff Hutchinson thing. That's really funny.
I didn't realize that the tagline was "Settle for Less" until until Taylor mentioned it. That's one of my favorite parts.
Yeah,
it looks like
settle, for less. Like it looks like a Saul Goodman style piece of shit attorney thing. It's great. Right up Cliff's alley.
Credit Karma. Do you want to do the read?
Yes. Let me pull that up right here. I moved mine.
Moved your thing. Oh, I'll do a joke while you get your thing ready. Are you guys ready for my joke? Yeah. All right, fuck you all. My jokes are awesome.
All right, go.
A farmer buys a new young cock. As soon as he gets it home, the cock rushes and fucks all 150 hens. The farmer's impressed. At lunch, the cock screws all 150 hens again. Now, the farmer starts getting worried. The next day, he finds the cock fucking the ducks, the geese, and a lone parrot. That evening, the farmer finds the cock lying out in the field, pale, half dead, with vultures circling over its head. "You horny bastard," he tells the cock. "You deserve this." The cock slowly opens one eye, points, and replies, "Shh, don't shout. I'm waiting for them to land."
So it's just a horny rooster that wants all kinds of...
Yeah, he fucks anything, and he's trying to trick the vultures into thinking
he's a real foul fucker.
I liked it so much, I saved it for the show.
Yes. Well, maybe Credit Karma will be even funnier.
That's right. Our sponsor tonight is Credit Karma. You might need help with your New Year's resolution. You can't go to the gym. Maybe you won't be able to get there, but there's one thing you can do. You can take steps to get your finances in fighting shape, and that starts by checking your credit score. Most people don't know their own credit score, and who can blame them? Many of the websites that offer free credit reports are confusing and come with hidden fees. I was supposed to say, quote unquote, free credit reports. Credit Karma does things differently. Credit Karma offers truly free credit reports, no strings attached, no credit card required. Plus, it's incredibly easy to use. Just ask. Over 50 million users already using Credit Karma. Credit Karma doesn't just show you a score and send you away. They actually break it down so you can see how your actions can affect your score. Like how if you use too much of your credit limit, your score can go down. So visit creditkarma.com/save right now to get your free report. You may not get to those push-ups, but you can feel more confident about your finances this year. Get your free credit report today by visiting creditkarma.com/save right now.
Credit Karma is awesome. I mentioned it before. I think I mentioned every time we do them. We actually use Credit Karma in real life before they started working with PKA. We needed like credit protection and such for all the doxing and silliness that happens to me, and Credit Karma was just what we needed. So check them out. I'm a happy customer. You want another terrible joke before we roll into our next?
I'd love one. Yeah.
A guy goes into the bank, and the clerk says, "Can I help you, sir?" And he replies, "Yeah, you fucking bitch. I want to open a fucking bank account." "Please, sir. There's no need for cursing." "Yo, motherfucker, I just want to open a fucking account." "Sir, I'll help you, but watch your language." And the manager comes over. "Is there a problem here?" Dude says, "Yeah, motherfucker, I'm trying to open a motherfucking account, and this motherfucking bitch won't let me." "Sir, please don't curse. How much are you opening the account with?" $7 million. "And this bitch ain't helping you?"
Is the joke that he's black? That's what you made it sound
No!
like.
The joke is
and then
that
this
the
motherfucker
manager
came in and he said, and like you just said it, like it's got more and more stereotypical the longer it went.
No, the manager was like, "And this motherfucking bitch ain't helping
That
you."
accent. If you would have kept going, pretty soon it would have been. "And then I tell this bitch to open the account in my name, and then she said she cannot do so." Like, because you always trend towards Indian. Yeah, you get asymptotically close to Indian while never hitting it. Anyway, so TV, best TV shows of 2015. Kyle already hit Fargo on the head, which I guess he was talking about season 1, but season 2 is great too, which you'll like that.
I look forward to it.
Have you guys watched Silicon Valley? I had that on my top 3.
Yes, I really like Silicon Valley or Silicon
Yeah.
Valley. I don't know.
Silicon. It's so much funnier than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
Like, I thought it was gonna be a hokey, like, nerd blackface, like Big Bang Theory when I first watched
Now-
it, but it's so much funnier.
Now I watched Silicon Valley, but I think that's different.
Is that a porn video?
Yeah.
Oh.
Jesus.
Oh no, it's Silicon Valley. It's out in
okay.
California. Yeah.
So was mine.
Yeah.
There was a plumber and
A pizza delivery man and
needed
a
some-
blonde.
something about a pipe adjustment. I don't know.
Gotta clear out your pipes. Yeah. So Silicon Valley is really good. Maybe even better than Silicon Valley, I would wager. Maybe. Probably funnier.
I've watched Silicon Valley like a dozen times now. I don't know.
saw
Does
the
Silicon
first
Valley
couple
have that
minutes
kind of
of it. I have
rewatchability?
no idea how Silicon Valley ends. I didn't.
With a blast.
Yeah.
Well played, Kyle.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you should watch that, Kyle. It's good. Better Call Saul. Did you guys like that, or were you underwhelmed?
Yeah.
I really
it.
enjoyed it.
I recently watched it. My girlfriend had never seen Breaking Bad, so we watched all of Breaking Bad, and then I was like, but wait, there's more. And so we got Better Call Saul out, and I'm currently on. I think I finished the first season. I don't know if there is a second season yet. Finished the first season and I liked it. I liked it a lot.
What's your other one? I know so far I'm lining up with you, and I have a feeling your third one's going to be mine.
I had Fargo, Silicon Valley, Better Call Saul, and then Making a Murderer as my favorite shows / miniseries.
I was going to
And
say
The Jinx.
I want to say Fargo just based on how good season 1 was, although I feel like I shouldn't include it, having not seen 2. Better Call Saul and Rick and Morty was my third.
I'm putting Narcos in there definitely as one of mine. Narcos was amazing, so good.
I didn't see that.
I still need to get into that.
You're both missing out. It's excellent. It's as good as Sopranos. I don't know, and it's on the same level with the violence, very violently. The rapes and murders and tortures, and you sometimes you stay with the DEA and see their side of things, and sometimes you stay with Pablo, who's this charismatic billionaire who will he'll offer Colombia to pay off their national debt in exchange for this or that. He literally did these things, and to see him the first season is excellent, and there's got to be at least one more season. I think it's 10 parts, maybe an hour apart. Very, very good.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I would have put Rick and Morty in mine if I had remembered, but yeah, that's got to be my favorite new show, Rick and Morty, that I discovered relatively recently.
Mine is going to be Daredevil #1. Yeah, definitely. You're in the minority again here.
I am. It was one of the highest rated things in Netflix history.
I think things may have changed, but initially, the first month or two, it was the highest rated thing.
Yeah. But it
so
wasn't my cup of tea.
Daredevil's my #1 for this year. Rick and Morty's really high up there, but it's animated and there's 22-minute episodes. It's kind of hard to compare that to something like Fargo, which is 57-minute episodes or something like that. So for me, I think my favorite ones of this year that are new to me, I won't count Fargo because it's just new to me. It's not the seasons, but definitely Daredevil, then Narcos is probably my #3, and #2, I don't know. Take your pick with either of those other ones that we just said.
Daredevil.
Yeah, Daredevil's great. I feel like it didn't have as big of an effect on you because you watched it so broken up and you couldn't get the momentum of the show.
That could be. I watched it with Jackie before we went to bed, and I'm always like, let's do another. And she always, I'm taking the kids to school in the morning. I
My
don't
girlfriend
sleep in
and
you.
to be able to handle my TV consumption, my girlfriend's got this big bottle of caffeine pills next to the bed, and she'll pop 2 of those things around 9 p.m. because she knows I'm not going to go to bed till 2. But she basically goes into a sort of weird narcoleptic state. So I'll be like, one episode will end. We're watching Better Call Saul, let's say. And, you can't miss an episode of a show like that, or you're just really miss a ton of material.
Lost, yeah.
Yeah, same thing with Fargo. You miss an episode of Supernatural, it doesn't fucking matter. You're going to pick it up next week. But with this, I can't leave her behind. So I'll be like, baby, I'm about to watch another episode. You good? You good to watch another one? Yeah. And I go, play. She's asleep. she's asleep. Like, we didn't even get to the credits. And I'll just be, I'll like nudge her, like, wake up. I'm like, it's playing now. Here we go. All right.
Here we go.
It's just like, she's literally like going like she's got narcolepsy. She'll fall asleep instantly. I'll press play. It'll get to the thing and like, and I don't know, there'll be a joke or a big funny moment. I'll be like, holy shit, did you see, motherfucker? I gotta watch this again tomorrow night, don't I? Fuck!
Dude,
like, so,
I was watching Hateful Eight today. And last night, I didn't even work late by my standards lately. It was like
only
4
3 or
something.
4.
4
Yeah.
something. It wasn't 5, though. And so I'm tired, and I go to the Hateful Eight, and I wore a jacket. It wasn't that cold out, but it was rainy, so I had like a jacket on. And it just kept me so warm and comfortable. And I'm watching, and like I'm watching the start of the Hateful Eight, and I'm getting into it, and I'm really like observing all the, like, I was especially paying attention to the videography because I had seen the film, but I hadn't seen it in 70 millimeter. Like I'm really zoning in on that. And then I can tell that I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna watch this with my eyes closed for a little bit. Like suddenly that seemed like a really good idea. And
you fall asleep.
well, the intermission came and it was a big surprise. Like the lights pop on, and the guys I'm with are like, "Well, I didn't expect that." And in my head, I'm like,
Me either.
"Yeah." It's like I didn't expect that either. I expect the lights to turn on apparently because I was out. I was out, totally asleep. The intermission pops on, and no one seemed to notice. So I just rolled with it, and I could because I had seen the film before. You know, like I knew that. Well, I won't ruin the movie.
You fell
but-
asleep in Ted too as well.
Oh yeah, that one was.
Before you blame the movie for being boring, he fell asleep during the credits, the opening credits. Like he fell asleep during a preview for the new Vacation movie and didn't wake up until the movie was like a quarter of the way over.
That's totally true, and I wasn't gonna blame it. I was just tired. I was just sleeping.
snoring.
Oh yeah, it was bad, and I'm
Me and
like,
Chiz were like,
they were talking about the movie. So I was like narcoleptic during Ted, right? Like I'm out and I come back, and I'm out and I come back, and like they're talking about credits or like which ones they liked, and I'm realizing there's gaps in my memory, you know. And but this, and then after the intermission, like during the intermission, we're all talking about the movie and stuff and sharing, and I'm totally able to keep up with the conversation. Then I missed most of the second half of the film.
you know, I just don't know if your judgment of the 70 millimeter.
I saw a good hour of it.
It's so you're judging it based
Maybe
on
two-
1/3.
maybe an hour and a
Maybe
half.
It got real sharp and vivid during the 2/3 you were unconscious.
I think I
You
saw
don't know.
half.
I'm sure you weren't watching it like through your closing eyelashes. And that was the blurriness.
No.
Oh, this movie's fucking awful.
The dreamed part of the second act, you're like, yeah, in the film version, there's a fucking snow dragon, right?
I don't remember the part where I was in my underwear in front of all the people in the cabin.
Humiliated.
Yeah.
At some point in the film, there's that dream that I didn't do my homework. I'm real stressed about it.
When you have nightmares, how do they manifest themselves? Is it something like that? Is it the so here's what I have. I'll tell you mine. I'm ineffective in some way. I'm not able to get the job done. Whatever the job that needs doing is, like I can't do the thing. Like maybe I'm in a fight, like a physical fist fight, and my punches are just so weak. They're not slow, they're weak. They're so weak that I know better than to even throw them. I'm like, there's no reason to poke this guy with a Q-tip, and that's what a punch is right now. I just can't do it. It's like I couldn't do that. It wouldn't even happen. Or I can't pull the trigger. There's a monster coming right at me. There's a Bigfoot, a gremlin, whatever the hell, Freddy Krueger. And like for whatever reason, no matter how hard I try to pull the trigger, like it won't pull. And I'll in my dreams, I literally do this. I get both fingers on the trigger, and I'm like, ah, like trying to squeeze it as hard as possible. And sometimes I can squeeze it just enough that it'll go off, but I'm shaking from the intensity so much that I'm very inaccurate like that. So it's just like, pow, and I miss, and then the thing sees me now, and it's coming. That's my nightmare.
I have a lot of, not a lot, but I've got a couple reoccurring nightmares. I've told the one many times where, like, the house got robbed, and then afterwards I had this thing where a robber would come in, I'd see a silhouette in the doorway, and I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. Like you, I was just ineffective and able to, like, address it at all. And I had, for like a decade, I'd wake up, I'd be all sweaty, and, like, it was bad. Another one I have, I'm in school, like in college. I have some class that I haven't been attending. Like it fell off my radar as a thing that I had to do. And now like it's midterms are past that and I have to catch up to this class and it's like an impossible situation. There's all these books I haven't read, all these projects I haven't done.
I've had that.
And
so it's such a scary dream too when that one's happening. In mine, like as a little cherry on top to that scenario, it's like time to count credits at like the end of the year, and it's like, oh, and I'm doing the math in my head, and I'm like 18, 19, 20, 22. I need 23 credits. Oh no, I actually needed this bullshit class that I didn't pay. Then that's like the reason why I haven't been to chemistry all year is because I didn't think I needed chemistry, but now I'm counting and doing the math and I needed this chemistry and I'm like just years behind effectively because I haven't even been in the class and there are projects due and everybody's got like molecules built out of like toothpicks and like gummy bears
styrofoam balls.
Yeah. And they're over there explaining how this heavy water is interacting with their benzene and they've got all this and I'm just over there like I just got my book and a sheet of paper.
I brought a bunch of beakers. Like,
my beakers, Mr. Myers. I'm trying to like write something.
Everyone else is presenting. You've got like crumpled up paper and scotch tape trying to put something together.
I have paper and pen, and everyone else has like a presentation. And they got partners, and I'm like, where are my partners? like I never got assigned a partner, so I'm like the odd man.
Dude, can I be your partner? Just attach my name to your project.
Yeah.
That's what that's totally what would happen too. I'd begging my way onto some to be some third wheel somewhere.
Buy your way on.
I'll press it up to you.
I'll present it.
Party at my house this weekend. I got all the booze. You just show up. Like my nightmares is like I have lots of different kinds like that, obviously, but I have a weird thematic one where it's I do something horrible and illegal. And the nightmare just starts right after I did it. And so it's like, oh, what have I done? Like, I'll just come to in a nightmare and I'll be in my house and there's like 20 pounds of gold bars labeled to like a bank. And I'll be like, oh my God, how did I get these? Oh my God, I'm so fucked. How am I going to get rid of these? I can't take these to a pawn shop. I can't just open a good bar of gold and expect them to give me money. What was I thinking? I need to get in contact with someone from Mexico to sell these.
You call me, you got gold bars. We'll work that out.
Yeah, and then there's just like a loud knock at the door or something. And I'm like, oh, they already know. Oh, they're on to me. And it's like, it'll be that. It's happened before where like I'll just come to in the dream and there's like 3 dead people. And I have a gun or something like that, and it's like, fuck, why did I do this? Why did I do this in the first place? They're never going to believe me that I don't know. And it's like...
I've got a variant
of that. I just show up at the worst part.
It's that I'm guilty. I've murdered someone, but I got away with it. And now I have like a lifetime of, oh fuck, how long will I get away with this? Like every knock on the door, every UPS delivery, everything all the time, like, will this eventually catch up with me? Now I've moved on. I've got a wife. I've got kids. It's over. It's buried. No one's looking anymore. But it's still out there. And this murder could come back at me. And like that, I have that. Now, and then I'm like, all right, like just chill, Woody, chill. You didn't actually murder anyone.
Yeah, I've woken up from the nightmare and like whatever the pressures of the nightmare were, they're still weighing on me when I'm awake. And I'm sitting there and it's weighing on me and I have to be like, wait a minute, I don't have a fucking math test today. Somebody comes in here, tries to ask me about some goddamn geometry, I'll whip their ass. Like, I'm not putting up with that. Come on, Mrs. Jones, I'll spit in your eye.
I've got that one, and then the other part of it, I have dreamt that my wife cheated on me. Oh. And then I wake up, and I have a real hard time not holding it against her.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. And it's just like I'm just mad and angry and upset and betrayed at my core. Yeah. And she's just like, can I make you breakfast? Like it hasn't done anything.
Bizarro Jackie wouldn't have made me breakfast. She'd be out sucking strange cock. Like, just yelling at her. I have one where, or I had one once, this isn't recurring, but that I hit someone in my car and it's very clear that I killed them. Like, and it was like my fault or something. Like I just ran onto a sidewalk for some reason, hit someone, killed him, and I just drive home. I scrub the blood as best I can at night off of my car, and I go up and I get in bed, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so fucked. And in the dream, I'm in bed, and I fall asleep, and so then when I wake up the next morning, or I guess after the dream ends, it's just over. I'm like, oh my, like I've had it where my first thought is, there's no way I got it all off. It was night. There wasn't enough light. I have to go. Oh, thank God. Oh, I didn't kill anyone last night. That was all made up. I also don't have 5 pounds of gold bars up there, and there's not dead people outside. Like it.
I've had the opposite too. I had a dream. So I was a kid, and I wanted a motocross bike as much as any human has ever wanted anything ever. Like it was just my burning desire to have a motocross bike. And my parents, well, the two issues: they had the money, and they wouldn't let me if hypothetically I had it.
Very integral issues.
Yeah, but I dreamt that I had it, and I was so happy. It was everything that I had made it out to be. We used to live a couple miles from this place called Zelly Field, but what was critical is there was like, think of like a quarter-sized football field, and the edges of it had like this ramp that went up, and you could theoretically jump out of it with your motorcycle. And I was just doing that. It was my place to ride. You know, I just hit airs and stuff crazy. And I laid in bed for hours resisting waking up because I kind of knew it was a dream and I wanted to stay there. That's, yeah. I should buy a motocross bike.
I was about to say, he never got that motocross bike.
My wife let me. I talked to her a little while. Remember when we were talking about motorcycles a lot on PKA, and I was like, dude, we should go to like Alaska or something, do like a big road trip. My wife was really not a fan of me getting a motorcycle. I have responsibilities and such. But I was like, what if Colin and I got motocross bikes? And she's like, yeah, you guys can do that if you want. And
do you yell across the house, Colin? She said yes.
I did
sliding on your socks.
I didn't execute on the idea, but maybe this spring or something we'll pick up a pair and he and I'll go ride in places. Bet that'd be fun.
I've never ridden one of those, but they look like a lot of fun. I remember my cousin had one when we were younger, and he burnt his calf really badly on the tailpipe, and that turned me off to the whole idea of it. Should have had on some pants.
I think, I was about to say, you got to buy the gear. If you buy the gear, that helps a lot.
A couple of my friends got seriously injured when we were like 12 or something. They had, one of them had a lot of land, and their parents bought them like a go-kart, but not like a powerful go-kart to ride around, like off-road go-kart. And they were driving and I guess turned too quick, and the whole thing flipped, and the roll cage somehow, like one of their arms flew out and got crushed under a side, and the other kid's leg flew out and got crushed under the same side. And so like the next day at school, both of them came in together, one with a broken arm, one with a broken leg, and I was like, oh, what happened? But apparently they were like laying there for like 20 minutes screaming like, help! Help!
Oh,
and, like,
God.
One of the guy's dad had to go out there, and like he's a wiry guy, like not a big guy at all, and like the story they tell is that he ran out there and just did that like motherly thing where he just grabbed this 2,000-pound go-kart and was like, ah! Lifted the whole thing up to turn it off, and then got him to the hospital. But God, I would never see those things.
Did you hear that sound too?
Yeah, there was a Windows 10 like bloom, 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 that came out of your PC, Taylor, right as you were going. Ah!
Yeah, it was so perfect. You had like an inhuman kind of.
Yeah, it was great. That's exactly what it sounded like too. Yeah,
that accident has happened to both of my children, but the arm. Yeah, they both rolled the go-kart, and they both hurt. Actually, Hope hurt her passenger's arm. Colin hurt his own. Colin's was just sprained and turned out fine. The passenger, I don't even know. It was just.
She'll be all right.
It was ruled broken, and then they like saw another doctor, and they said it was just sprained. She's okay in the end, but she might have broken her arm, and Colin just sprained it. I was really concerned.
Woody, I was liking your glasses look before the show. I don't like that you don't have one now. I want to.
So these are my new glasses. Wow. So apparently the glasses that I originally had, they were these like progressive bifocals, and they just weren't right for me. Like there's a little spot that was like the right place, and as you turn your head, it changed. But it was always fuzzy on the sides, And the little spot that was perfect was like straight ahead for the left eye, but a little to the right on the right eye. So I'd like pick an eye that worked well. And I talked to him about it. And I brought in a picture of my computer monitors. You guys probably know this like triple monitor setup I have. And I'm like, dude, the sides are fuzzy. Like it's awful. And in the end, those glasses were worse than not having glasses. So he's like, you know what? Like, what if we did a pair for just the computer, which is where I spend a lot of time. And that's it's the same lenses, but we got a new frame. So Taylor, you have glasses. If you look out the sides, is that in focus for you?
Like, you mean like out the sides of my glasses, or just through the corner of the glass?
I'm not sure what the difference is.
So like, if I look out this gap right here.
Oh, not the gap, but
So
like,
right here. No, it's not in that great a focus. No.
yeah, I feel like if I look straight ahead, this is a much better than normal experience. As a matter of fact, I put salt on my dinner tonight, and I was like, oh, you can still see the salt after it hits the food?
That is crazy. You know? Like if I look to my like favoring my left eye over here, it's really fuzzy. But if I look favoring my right eye, I can see decently okay. But
This is with or without glasses?
with glasses.
This is your glasses experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask because like, so straight ahead is great. And if I turn like, well, like the, over on this monitor is is like what the fans see with the red background and everything. And I'm looking at the Credit Karma ad and I'm taken aback by how crisp the text is on it, which it wouldn't be my normal experience. But if I just look through the side of the lens out to the right, it's not focused like it is straight on, and I don't know what my expectation should be.
Put your glasses on the webcam so we can see if it makes any. I don't know if that's how it works. I know if you let somebody else wear your glasses, you can kind of see what they're seeing.
I'm trying my best to. I don't know if this is working or not.
Yeah.
Oh, my hand is in the way. Wow, this one is a much... Oh, no, it was just out of focus for a second.
Yeah, I see some magnification, but...
A little bit.
Oh, and a little bit of... I'm not sure what to call it, but you're not exactly in the same place through the left lens, it looked like. But
Yeah, that's one of the things that's unusual about my prescription.
little refraction in there.
I can't see
maybe.
if it's working. You have to let me know.
Oh, God! I can see your pores!
Take it off. I swear it's crisper with the lens on. I didn't expect that. Or maybe not. I don't know. You're smaller.
I'll have to go back and watch this.
Yeah. One more view, baby.
Yeah.
That's a first quarter view. Fuck it.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh,
If I was gonna ask if you've noticed any benefits besides being able to see better. Do you feel like you're getting fewer headaches, less tension, more relaxed, anything like that?
I do, but it's been such a short. So we got them today, and they're for the monitor, and so we got them at like lunchtime. I also immediately left and saw the Hateful Eight, and then I came home. And I just haven't spent the time in this chair today that I normally would have by now. But
So Taylor and I were talking, I guess last night or the night before, about possible PKA trips, and I was saying that, like, you know, I'm always brainstorming about things that would be fun, and I thought, and I later decided it's a lame idea, but snow tubing came to mind. But all the places that I looked at where you go snow tubing, it seems like a really kiddie experience. Like,
oh no, we want someone to get hurt.
yeah, and so I
Yeah.
Googled extreme snow tubing, you know, thinking I'd get something better. But what I got was like an extremely kiddie park. Like they just made it nicer. So the place I found, literally, like, they cut these avenues in the snow so that it's like a water slide on snow now. Like, you can't even go left or right. You're just going to go straight through the valley that they've created for you. And then when it's over, there's like a heated like moving sidewalk that goes back up the hill that takes you up. Looks so lame. It looked like we'd do it twice and be like, all right, let's get the fuck out of here. You know, it looked terrible.
Because if it was big enough, like you know the half pipes they have for like the Olympic competitions.
Oh yeah, now that's what I want.
That's
I
what
want
I'm picturing.
speed. I want
Yeah.
so much speed that you're like, we better not fall off.
Right.
Like,
I want the jump at the bottom to be one that you might bail out on in advance just to avoid injury. You know,
Yeah.
like, yeah. Or
I don't want it to be like that.
no, what if at the bottom there's like a like a pool of water where you have enough speed and you might get to the other side, or you might not.
Fuck that.
Ooh.
We don't want to lose any PKA fans.
We got extras.
Oh.
Little Tommy went in the drink. Yeah, he's not coming out of there
He's
alive.
got the tube to hang on.
That's
Need
right.
some
Billy
PKA
didn't have
health
scuba gear.
insurance.
No,
That'd be a fun thing to do, like the snow tubing. I'd try. If you guys can make it here in the next week or so, we could do rafting down Highway 55 here in St. If you look at that
historic
slideshow,
flooding?
it's
Ooh,
fucking out
wow.
of control here. It's hard to get anywhere.
That's pretty
Put
crazy,
that on
man.
the big screen. See, it would.
Like that whole slideshow, it's
Good Lord.
It's quite bad here, but not that. Not
Yeah,
that bad.
my phone, it gets these like weather alerts. It's like brr, brr, like a horrible sound. I look at it, it's flooding all over.
Same.
There's a river not far from me. I'll call it 2 miles, 1 mile, and I've never seen it that high. But my particular house, like, it's on top of like the hill. It's not really that hilly, but I just look at how much volume would have to fill to impact me, and it's an incredible amount.
Yeah. So then I was thinking about the go-karts and then how they compare with everything else that's possible. I feel like the problem with the go-karts is this, though. So at paintball, I feel like we bring, especially if I make a video on FPS to promote, I feel like we'll bring 200 or 300 people tops. But over 200, especially over the course of a 2-day weekend.
Right.
But what happens if we go to, let's say, Daytona, Florida, and go to Billy Bob's Wild Go-Karts, and 200 fucking people show up, and he's got 20 go-karts. It's like, all right, group 5, we'll ride with you in 6 to 8 hours. So you can just pop a seat over there and talk to Chiz. Like,
yeah, we need something more conducive to a big group all being
Yeah.
active at once.
I really like the go-kart idea.
I like it too, but the scenario I just described, I feel like ruins it.
Well, I have some counter thoughts on that.
I'm happy to hear.
Oh, okay. One's immediately wrong. I was going to say go-karting's more expensive. It might be if you book like a day of it. So, you know, the 200 number we pull in go-karts might become like a 100 number because of the price.
Paintball's expensive. They're dropping at least 100 a person, though.
You're right. I didn't think it through. It also cuts off in that they have to be able to drive. At least the kind I'm thinking of.
you have to be 16 to even ride them.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
That's what I want too. Like, although if you think about it, think back to our paintball events. There definitely are children there, but I would say the average age is right around 15, 16.
I feel like there were a lot of kids there who were towards the end of high school or in college.
Yeah,
But I would say a quarter of them probably couldn't drive yet.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. I don't know. I just really like the go-kart idea. I
like it too. I feel like it'd be fun. And what you said about driving go-karts that would require a driver's license, that interests me. I want tires to be squealing when you go around corners. I want oh shit, Woody went off the track. That ruined his time. Like I want this to be not stock car
Some
race,
aggressive
but
bumping.
We
That's
did
fun.
one for I did
Bumping.
this painkiller already team building thing. We went go-karting. I did not know it was going to be scary. And I don't scare that easily. Like I would happily do skydiving or like any heights thing. I don't scare that easily. I really don't. But
Were you nervous at all when we went off the big zip line and when it was raining?
no. Oh! Actually, there was one where I went backwards, and that one made me nervous. I think it was the last one of the day.
That one's the big long one where we have to go
A
up the
little
tower.
bit before that, yeah.
And it was raining. That one worried me because the rain, and I felt like it was going particularly fast, and the winds were they're like crosswinds. I was a little
I
afraid.
wasn't
on that
scared.
one.
What I was a little. All I wanted was I didn't want to embarrass myself. Like you have to slow yourself down towards the end, and it goes so fast that you have to do it right, you know. And if you don't make it to the end, then you have to like turn around and slowly pull yourself in. And I didn't want to do that embarrassment, and I didn't. But when I went backwards, I thought that was kind of frightening. For the go-kart thing, though, like almost immediately you realize, like, whoa, there's no rails on these go-karts. Like it's based on where how well you drive. and they go quick enough. And they warned us in this like pre-talk thing. They're like, look, you hit these walls, they flip upside down. You can land on the roof and stuff like. And I'm like, whatever. Like this guy is clearly full of shit. There's no way that that's going to happen with this quarter horsepower. No, it can happen. It really can. And some fucker will like hit you in the back and spin you into the walls. I quickly realized that like, oh, this is race car driving.
I'm going to bring a bunch of bananas with me.
I'm going to have turtle shells. You're all screwed.
I get a Luigi hat. Fucking give me the dead eyes as I speed past.
And, after one of the races, like we had like breaks in between, and I thought that was dumb too. Like, you know, oh no, I'm going to want to keep going. No, you're like sweaty. It's work. It's like you just did something physical when you finished this race car driving experience.
Well, I'd love to do that.
Yeah.
I think you need a lot of cars though, and I don't know how long one race takes. Like 5 laps, 10 laps, whatever it is. If you could service 100 people in a timely fashion, I think it could work. But I feel like you need to have like the place for the day, and it needs to be one of those places that's like Ricky's Go-Karts and Pizza Mart and arcade or something, so that like when we're out there driving. And the other 80% of the people who are there are not driving. They're either watching us or eating food or playing video games or some shit like that.
Yeah, there's got to be something to keep them occupied. So they're not just sitting there like, I wonder when they're going to come around the bend. Like,
yeah, but that's the only thing that pops to my mind that would fit all of our needs for a trip. The fans always have this most awful ideas. But this
maybe they'll have a good one this time.
Near me.
No.
I wish I could. So they handle big groups of 20 to 200 plus. Or small groups of 5 to 24.
I'm sorry. I got a menu. Is that what I'm supposed to have?
Yeah, I see that they've got a lot of party platter options as well as a buffet option.
The wings look delicious.
It wasn't a great job of sending you a link.
If we bring Wings of Redemption hot sauce, maybe they'll make them special for us.
100 bottles for 5 hours. Let's go.
Yeah.
So this is indoor.
Yeah, and I think they have multiple tracks.
I don't know how fast it
all racers under the age of 18 must have a waiver signed by a legal guardian. So it must.
They had
serious go-karting.
They had junior cars for people under 18. The cars we took were the bigger ones. So I guess we'd have to look into it to see how it works. But yeah, there's definitely a waiver, and it's. I thought the place was pretty legit. I'm not really a go-kart racing expert, but. I don't know. I walked away like, this place is pretty amazing. So
where is this?
It's not far. It's like an hour from my house, somewhere in North Carolina.
In Carolina. Man.
Which, I don't know, it just changes the like, I don't know. It could potentially make things much cheaper, right? Like we could have guys staying at my guest, not fans, but like you guys could stay at my place and we could meet up there and stuff. Like it could be lower budget than say the paintball thing where they put us up in a hotel and get us cars and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, this almost looks like it's too much. Like they went too far with the go-karting. Like you're going to get hurt.
Yeah.
I'm up for that. I would love.
Stressful, but also fun.
What are you looking at that makes you say that?
Just the fact that it's like everybody's decked out with like elbow pads and a helmet, and like they're actually prepared for the fact that they could be scattered across this warehouse floor from getting a little too much speed on a turn.
Dude, I think I wore flame retardant clothing. Like they give it to you. Like they put you in. Like
bring your Ghostbusters suit, Kyle.
So here's a place. All right, so. Let's go by miles per hour. So, because I don't know any other way to do it. Mm-hmm. Here's a place in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. It was just in Google results. Once drivers have finished the tour of our Pigeon Forge go-kart track in the GT5s, they are encouraged to try the course again inside one of our RT8 karts. Faster than the GT5s, these karts reach an average speed of up to 40 miles per hour. So, this place they're going 40. That seems pretty quick.
So much faster than you would think. Like when you're just and there's no windshield in front of you, speed becomes so much more real.
So this place also goes 40, but it's an indoor track. And that's the tricky part of it. Like you can be dumb enough to go 40 into a hairpin and you will crash, you'll hit the side of the track, and it will flip you in the air.
You want to see a video of someone doing this?
Yeah.
Yes.
They got a GoPro on their head. I'll link you up.
Is it another surprise? It's a death video.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Kyle, I have to compliment you on your quick linking.
Oh,
right there.
like
I
a
thought it would be a
GoPro.
while before your link came in.
Where do you want to start this? It's 13 minutes long.
2 minutes in.
2 minutes.
Hang on. Let me figure out where to start. I'm skipping. Wow, they're going so slow. Maybe this is lame.
They're still queuing up. Oh, here it.
I'm 8 minutes in, and they're going so slow.
I'm at just before 4 minutes. He's stuck in traffic is his issue.
Yeah, this is lame. I apologize.
The guy at 10 minutes, they're going decently quick. But it's not like, oh my God, be careful, quick. Like it's, man, I wonder what kind of pizza we're gonna have after this, quick.
He's
that's
sliding
lame.
out and stuff. I don't know. It doesn't look that lame to me. I guess we'd have to try it. There's where Kyle and I went, there was an outdoor one. Remember we went go-kart racing on that outdoor one? That one was more kid oriented.
Yeah, that was way too slow.
But they had a slick track that I thought was fun, where you could drift around all the corners, and it was really I don't know. The whole track was slippery. It was kind of a variant, but this place isn't like that. It's more racy that we went to. I thought it was pretty cool.
They're going pretty fast in this one. I'll link you to this one. If you like skip into say 15 minutes, 16 minutes in.
16 minutes.
I feel like we have a pinch copy paster at play here. Like someone else is doing this so quickly.
It's another Geometry Wars 2. We're just being bamboozled.
I actually have my keyboard. Usually the keyboard's in the floor, so I'm having to like reach and grab it.
Yeah, this looks a lot quicker than the last video we watched.
I feel like this guy's being really timid. I want to like push his foot. I'm just like go every time he goes around a corner.
Yeah, you can only hope that though. Like, there's nothing worse than go-karting and you get the bullshit go-kart where like you watch everybody in front of you and you're like, oh, not 88, not 88. Please don't put me in 88. And then you get out there and the one that's been like shitty the whole time you have to get in and you're just slow and you're more on like a scenic cruise of the concrete, compound than you are racing.
I will say this
awful.
At this place. It seemed like body weight had a big impact on how good you were. Not how fast it would go, but how fast you could take the turns and stuff. Heather kicked all of our butts, and she weighs, I would estimate, like 95
pounds.
Yeah, 95, 90, something like that. She's very small. And then the second fastest, I don't know, it kind of bunched up there. I had a developer named Ice, a guy named Fuzzy who couldn't drive but was lighter than us, and then me, and we all were kind of in that pack. And then Chiz was the slowest, but I think that was a weight thing too.
Well, he was the DK or the Bowser, so he probably had better power-ups throughout the entire race. Couldn't accelerate,
And I don't think it's that Chiz's driving skills were so far behind ours. I think it was just
heavier.
Being lighter.
Some of these have 6.5 horsepower. I'm seeing.
That's what they do at the place. Are you looking at mine?
No, not yours in particular.
It said 6.5 horsepower on that website.
Okay.
So
would you guys ever want to do another survival trip, or is that come and gone?
No,
I'm down. You want to? You want to join me?
No. I'm not interested in doing that again. The discomfort was not worth the money.
I liked it. I would do it again.
I feel like it would be fun, like knowing that there's an end to it. Like I don't want to go out there and just like hang out indefinitely, but knowing like Friday we're done. It puts a hard cap on it, and it's like it's not that bad. If you are that uncomfortable, it's like okay, it's Wednesday night.
You go.
Basically Thursday.
You go do it then. You go do it then, Taylor.
I'm not going without you.
No, I'm not fucking going. You are if you're going. You go see if Chiz wants to saddle up for another one of those.
Chiz was also.
trips.
It was not his cup of tea. That was not his.
Chiz, I could tell that Kyle at least was keeping decently high spirits, like in the vlog. Like you were being like funny, like, well, fucking Chiz didn't do anything and this and that. But Chiz, when he would sit in front of it, he just looked sallow and distraught. Just like bags under his eyes. I'm like, this is so fucking stupid.
He looked like a
Can't believe
refugee.
These assholes dragged me out here. You know, sprained my ankle. I'm so sweaty. Got no cardio. Like, awful.
It was so humid. It was so humid. And I remember in the early discussions about this trip, me and Chiz having this discussion about when we should do it, right? And I had something going on, or potentially something going on, and it got pushed back like a week or two. And Chiz was like, oh, we're pushing this thing back, and it's going to be cold.
It still hasn't happened.
What?
I don't know if I can say it. The Elite Shotgun video.
No, haven't done that. That guy's been in Europe. He never came back. He just says he keeps selling shotguns. He's in any case. Didn't happen. So we kept pushing the thing back, but Chiz's fear was that it was going to be so cold that we were going to be shivering out in the woods.
Not an
and
issue.
when we got out there, it was so hot and humid. That was the biggest thing. If it had been cold, I think if it had been cold weather and we weren't so sweaty and grimy all the time, and you know, even after you took a bath, like I'd go to the creek and get clean, and I was only clean for like an hour before it was back on me again. But I feel like if it were cold weather, it would have been
a little better.
It would have been better. And some people might be like, oh, you'd have been shivering. But no, we had fire.
Especially BattleBox hooked us up with a lot more equipment than I had in my head.
Yeah, we had a ton of stuff.
And then there was something else I was going to say. Oh, what I would have really liked would be a bigger lake. Now, I don't think you can get big lake, at least not on the East Coast, a big lake and isolation.
We can. I figured that out.
Really?
There's some islands in Lake Hartwell where you could like get our own fucking island, and I mean like an acre or two. Like you're really limited to the lake as your food at that point. But I think that could have been a thing maybe. And I think there's some islands off. There's one in particular, like maybe it's called Tybee, or I can't say. There's somewhere off the coast of Georgia where you can go off on these islands, and there's just no people there. It's kind of a
The water source we had a disgusting mud bottom that was like sulfury. Bubbles came out of it. It was a disgusting mud bottom.
That was beaver shit. I kept wondering why you were bathing over there.
No, there were rocks. Maybe it was. I don't know. But it flowed. Stop
just
it.
Natural exfoliant.
Look, whenever I'm in I don't know anything about anything when we're out there, right? But what I thought was happening with our bathing situation was that you got the beaver dam, and then there was like a pool of water afterwards over there, and I felt like that pool, I'm talking about the deepest section of the water. Remember where there's leaves down there? It's where you pooped and bathed and all that stuff. But if you recall, your feet would stir up the mucky bottom, right, and it would get really mixed in with the water. That was the sulfur smell. That was beaver shit. That was just year up after year of beaver shit just sinking to the bottom and making a thick layer. I didn't have as much water to.
I don't think that's what it actually is. I think it's mud. It's leaves that are broken down by bacteria and stuff. Not all of that is poo.
So what would you say, 5 to 8% beaver shit?
Maybe.
Is that all?
Maybe.
Oh, well then in that case,
yeah. Well then we're good. I think I just spit on you.
If you're drinking and it's 8% alcohol, you know that it's 8% alcohol. If you're bathing in something and it is 8% shit, that's a significant amount of shit. Like that's avoidable.
So
I didn't have a lot of wilderness bathing experience, but I basically had to like pray like a Muslim, if that makes any sense, to bathe properly, to like get everything. I got on my knees and went completely flat, and then had to go all the way forward to get covered because I was in such shallow water. But it was really quick moving water, and the bottom was like smooth stone.
I bathed right before the dam, and while Kyle makes it out to be this big mud pool of whatever, it was flowing water too. So
once you stomped around in a little bit,
then like within 10 seconds, the murky water had moved on, and you were in clean water again. But I'm the one that did it.
Hey, I'm not making fun of the way you bathed, because you bathed.
I got that on Chiz. And our cameraman, Patrick never bathed.
Oh, he bathed. Yeah. He totally did. Yeah.
Yeah. He and Kyle did it together. I mean, you can't clean your own back.
Yeah.
Not in 6 inches of water.
6 inches.
But yeah, I bathed. But what I would have really liked would be a deep lake, something you could actually swim in. Maybe in my dreams, a little 10-foot ledge you jump off of.
You like a spear gun. You could go down. You could call up some of your aquatic friends, spear them, feed us.
Now you're talking. Yeah, that would have really done a lot to lift my spirits if there was like a swimmable water source.
Yeah, I would have liked that too. I would have loved a nice flowing source of clean, clear water. Imagine if you could drink it even, like if it was some sort of mountain spring flowing with enough force that you could that would have been a miracle. Okay?
Yeah, I'm going to stick to Poland Spring in the chance that we find a bunch of water that we think is okay to drink. Like, it's fine! And then just you're sipping it up and horrible
a waterfall
diarrhea.
would be nice. You could bathe in the waterfall.
Yeah, sure.
That would be.
The biggest problem, the things I didn't like the most, it was the heat. It wasn't really the heat. It was the sweat. It was being sweaty, and then like filth would get on the sweat, and then the sweat would evaporate, leaving a coat of filth. But then you'd get hot immediately as soon as you picked up firewood again. So another layer of sweat would come on and sort of liquefy the filth, and then more filth would stick to that. And so after a while, you were just so filthy and grimy in like all of your crevices and everywhere, and I could feel it just, my hands are filthy, and like there's not even any good way to wash your hands. I've got a bar of soap, but then I'm going right back to the beaver shit water over there as far as I'm concerned. And washing up.
The filth didn't lower my spirits that much. I don't know what did really. But there were times when I was just the heat did. Some of the hot days where I just laid there doing nothing.
The pranks lowered your spirits a bit.
I felt like I never really had my thirst quenched by that water, because it was like I was getting liquid, but that's all it was. It wasn't like sometimes you crack open like a nice cold bottle of water, and it's just delicious in a way that like because you're thirsty. It's just so delicious. You just kill the whole thing. You'll kill a whole 20 ounce or something. But every time I'd fill up that Nalgene bottle and look at it, I was just like, well, this is a little cooler than normal. I guess I'll drink it now. But it still had a little bit of a taste that I didn't care for, and I didn't enjoy myself.
You guys didn't give yourself enough amenities while you were out there. Like, I don't think people would have judged you too much if you brought, a 30-pack of Dasani or something. Like,
I think they'd have judged us for that.
Well, they would have. They wouldn't have judged Kyle as much. They would have.
I feel like they judged us because we got those supplies to cook the chicken. I feel like they even judged the chicken, and I felt like the chicken. I felt like anybody who judges the chicken, it just doesn't get the joke. Like we don't care if you think we're manly and we're survivalist, because clearly we're not survivalist. The whole thing is like, hey, we got a mascot and we're gonna murder it at the end of the trip and fucking eat it. Isn't that funny? Like, it's a big joke. That's the whole thing. Like, we've never.
It's a meal.
Yeah, and it's a meal. The whole idea.
Looking at like video views and ratings and stuff over time, because when I shaved, I said dislikes are welcome, and it's like a really disliked video. And I'm like, what other videos? How have they been going? The one where we murdered Henrietta was also heavily disliked.
Bunch of pussies.
Yeah, they're fine with the McNugget.
But that chicken was destined for death. We gave it several days of great life. Mm-hmm. And then Woody beat it to death mercilessly over the course of a video.
Maybe that's the basis of my nightmare. I'm afraid they're going to catch up to my Henrietta slaying.
Oh, God. They're playing the chops in slow motion. They're counting the seconds. Like the lawyer's holding up a stopwatch, like to the jury, like showing them how much time has elapsed.
I tried.
We ate that chicken. You got her dead.
I have a new topic. I don't know if this is interesting to anyone but me, but there's a collegiate swimmer who is trying to complete a 100. That's 4 laps. A lap, by the way, is one way across the pool, so down and back is 2 laps. And he was trying to do 4 laps without taking a breath, and he drowned and died.
Why were there no lifeguards?
I don't know. It was a Dartmouth College swimmer. I don't know how strong their team is, but
probably not that strong.
Not that strong.
Literally drowned.
You'd think they'd be smarter if that's an Ivy League school. But
was this like after practice, in the afternoon kind of, hey, watch this kind of thing? Or was it like, hey, everyone, gather around?
He had just swam 4,000 yards, which to me is it depends on how you do it, but a pretty heavy day, right? You know, it's not a record or anything, but 4,000 yards is a strong day. And
I heard they were actually motivated by the base jumping team trying to master the coveted no parachute jump.
So he was trying to swim 4 laps, and he drowned. This is a collegiate swimmer.
He passed out. And I'm sure he passed out and just drowned. No one was there to get him out.
That's my guess. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Let's see. He was scheduled to graduate in 2017.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, you'd be the one to know this. Like, if someone goes under and they inhale water, you can revive them pretty easily, right? If you know CPR and everything, right? Like,
you know,
can you get the water out of them, get them going again? Is that?
I thought it was harder than that.
In the movies, they do it every time.
Yeah.
That's true.
So I've never given anybody CPR. I've had other kinds of first aid, cool stuff, but not CPR. I'm told they almost always die.
Yeah. Well, shit.
Yeah. So that's the lifeguards who've given it. This is going back to my Ocean City Beach Patrol days. But the EMT, like the people that taught us, like whoever teaches the EMTs would also teach the lifeguards, and those people had like in their whole career like 1 or 2 instances where CPR actually revived somebody. But they had done it a lot more than a guard does.
Shit.
Yeah. So
what's the point of learning it?
Yeah.
Just run. You'll be less likely to get sued.
They would have us put on a show, right? Like if we rescued someone, they're like, these fucking shoobies. They want to see a rescue. Blow your whistle. Let them know you're working. You know. and
so
like,
it never works.
Fuck that.
Hurry, get the leeches, and we can try bloodletting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it works sometimes, but one of the issues is this. A lot of times when people did CPR as a lifeguard, it wasn't drowning. Like that we were pretty good at stopping. But there'd be heart attacks on the beach behind you. So these are unhealthy people to start with.
Oh, yeah. Hey, did you ever find any, like, not treasure per se, but any, like, watch jewelry, like, anything like that? Spending time out on the beach as much as he did?
People would give it to the lifeguards, like, hey, would you put, like, if anyone's looking for their watch, we'll keep it here with you. And, my partner would deal with it. The guy that I was with most of the time was like 2 years ahead of me. And I don't know what ever happened.
You went to go to the pawn shop and...
if someone if someone was like, hey, did anyone return a watch to you? Then they'd get it. If they didn't, then I don't really know what happened to that shit.
I'd totally be... Yeah,
if I would return it to the sea, like he
just
kept it in soul.
Like at the end of Titanic, he's like, "All right, back to the ocean with you." Like he's pawning that shit for weed money.
He could have given it to his boss, like the
yeah, that's what I'd do as a young man who needs money.
No, I'd sell it.
I've seen this guy at the beach with the metal detector.
Yep.
Looking for watches, jewelry, stuff like that. Who's going to the beach with all this poor fitting jewelry that is just slipping off of you into
We were such dicks. Well, some people take it off before they swim and like put it in a sneaker or something like that and lose track of it, or even just put it on their blanket and it becomes practically invisible, just lost in the depth of the sand. But
not wear my jewelry to the beach.
We used to throw pennies, to give them like pretty much false hits, just like take a handful of pennies, throw it in the air so it like scatters about, and it's like I got a hit. Oh, fucking penny! You're
not gonna believe it, Martha. We hit the mother load.
Another thing, dude. I've told this story before, but I love
really
it.
What a
the boardwalk.
thing to do.
The boardwalk. So teenagers would put in the boardwalk, there'd be $1, right? And they'd put a penny between the slots in it. Not a penny, $1 through the slots of it. And when you go to reach over and pick it up, of course, they pull it down, and then all the kids underneath you start laughing hysterically, and you realize that you've been pranked. And I would just never go for it because I saw other people doing it. But like my friends and whatnot, I'd be in front of the arcade, you're pranking people, And they do it to this old guy, right? And he's like in a walker or something, just coming along real slow.
And a dollar means something to him because he's an old guy when Woody was a young guy.
Yeah. A dollar closer to my wife's iron lung.
And I
That
think
guy went through the depression.
I think he had seen like the teenagers pranking each other like as he approached. And now they're gonna get this old guy because he's gonna be way too fucking slow to reach down and get a dollar, right? He just slides his foot across the boardwalk, yanks the dollar out of the guy's hand, picks it up, and he's like, ha ha ha! It was like a fucking awesome guy. I was so happy. And the teenagers underneath were like, wait, what? No, no! And they wanted their dollar back, and he wasn't having it. He just kept the buck, and of course he kept the dollar. You guys had bad intentions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I loved it.
I've never pulled any of these pranks, but I always liked the shit dollar videos. I know we've talked about the shit dollar before, right? You guys aware of shit dollar?
Poop dollar.
Yeah, you take a dollar, you put some shit on it, you put it shit down or fold it onto the shit, put it on the street, and you wait and watch for someone to get shit on their hands and to see what they'll do, because there's a few different ways people react to this. Some people like grab the shit dollar and hurriedly stuff it into a jean pocket, because you don't want anybody to notice when you got that dollar, and all of a sudden you're like, shit.
Yeah.
Because you just stuff shit into your tight jeans pocket. But sometimes they'll quickly be like, it's on my hand, and like try to wipe it on something. Some of them will try to salvage the shit dollar, which is goes without saying, is one of the most pathetic things you've ever seen done. To see a grown man take a dollar bill that's just covered in human shit sometimes and try to like scrape it onto asphalt as a cleaning method. Like you can imagine
It's
about
not getting it off.
No, it just like money's made out of cotton. It's sort of fabricy in a way. Like he's just rubbing the shit into the dollar. Basically, he's trying to salvage this thing. They get really angry, as you might imagine. Like people get fighting mad over a shit dollar. So,
nobody wants to touch someone else's shit.
I've seen them use.
Is gross.
I don't want to.
I've seen them use dog shit, and I think that's probably the nice way to do it is dog shit. But I've also seen human shit used in the shit dollar. The guy's like, all right, I'm in the van here. I'm gonna take it. Yeah, all right, we got our shit.
Is there a reason, like chemically, that human shit is worse to use, or is it just emotionally?
I think it's
we
the
eat
smell. Nasty things, whereas like a dog eats a steady diet of the same weird.
Different
chalky
shit has different smells, right? So like I think like for the most part dogs eat the same thing all the time. That's why you're like, you smell dog shit. like I think we all know, generally speaking, what dog shit smells like.
I definitely know.
I know what
if that was the dog that farted.
Yeah, I know what pig shit smells like. I know what cow shit smells like, and I'm sure it smells that way, among other reasons, because of their diet. But people shit can be any number of awful in different ways. So when it's a person who shits on the dollar, I really
damn omnivores.
Yeah, lots of stuff. Maybe that guy.
And the kind of person who would do this prank in the first place isn't gonna have a healthy, fibrous, solid shit. They're gonna have like a soupy little bits and pieces of undigested, alcoholic wet shit. That's just
they had like
all
4
over.
shrimp cocktails and a big bag of honey roasted peanuts the night before.
And then they topped it off with some 100% food, and they were good to go.
This comes out in a brick.
Yeah.
So like my 100% food bottle, I put the lid on it and tightened it back, and then I left it sitting here empty. Well, mostly it's got some residue, but like it's like a drum now. Like it like built up pressure on the inside. So there's some kind of an exothermic reaction going on in there. And I can imagine the gases that would be released.
Open it and smell it.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, I want to see what it smells like. Come on, probably just chocolate, right?
Probably just rancid. No, absolutely not. I'm not.
No, I think you should give it a good whiff.
I'm looking forward to see if they re-up with us for another week of sponsorship or not, because
they totally should.
Despite last time around how we were a little hard on them, which I think they have those really brutally honest reviews right on their website, and I think that we were kind of going with that in mind at the time. I saw a lot of people posting pictures of the food they bought on the subreddit. So
yeah, we definitely moved some for them.
Yeah, definitely so. Even if it was just as like a prank gift, or maybe to poison someone. I don't know what Maybe you needed some like building materials. You could probably dry it out, and
you could
build
some sort of mortar.
Yeah. Stucco.
While we're talking about pranks, that same guy, the Poop Bandit, he had another prank in his repertoire.
Is this
where,
the story you keep forgetting to tell?
Yes. Yeah, it was the one I keep forgetting to tell. He
Settle in. Here it comes.
So the way I told you guys like the end, but the way like the beginning of it, we were 17, and so he stayed at school after it closed. It was open until like 8 o'clock because there's sports practices and shit like that. People are walking around. He hid in a bathroom, of course. Just hid in a stall, played with his phone or whatever, sat up on the toilet and just waited until like what he said was like midnight or 1 a.m. Just goofing around the school when everybody was gone. And with him in his backpack, in his locker, he bought a ton of Mighty Putty. And what Mighty Putty is, you can buy it on late night TV, or you could, and it was like this product where it was like, take a scoop out of here and you seal it on anything, and bam, it's gonna stay. It's gonna fucking stay. Like there's like they showed it where they had a chain between like 2 trucks or something, and they made a link out of Mighty Putty, and they let it settle, and then the 2 trucks start driving, and it's like, look at this Mighty Putty, it's not gonna break. And it's like,
I've seen that. Yeah,
shit, yeah, it's not gonna fucking break.
It's like JB Weld.
Yes, it is so powerful. And he took his couple of tubs of Mighty Putty and the little spatula it comes with, and he went around to almost every door in the school, inner and outer, and smeared Mighty Putty into every keyhole. Every keyhole, he smeared Mighty Putty and let it dry. And so the next morning, when all the janitors came in to get the school ready to go, nobody could get into the school. So when we showed up that day for school a couple hours later, the front doors to the school had been removed. There were no front doors on the school because they had to remove the doors.
And take them off the hinges.
Yeah, they took the doors off the hinges because they had to replace everything. He didn't just put it in the keyhole. The crack between the door and then there's a little the jam, the door jam. He would smear that whole thing too. And a couple of the teachers that he didn't like, his handler, or his wrangler, as we called her, who had to keep an eye on him as he was going around the school every day, because he wasn't allowed to walk around unsupervised. He had to have a supervisor. He had a wrangler, and so he coated every side of the wrangler's door in Mighty Putty, and they had to. There was so much damage, and somehow they didn't put it together. I know that they knew it was him. Oh yeah, they knew it was him, but they couldn't peg him. So they had to call him in.
No cameras.
No, there weren't any cameras in our school at the time.
After that guy came in and stole the computers and cooked his own shit in the kitchen, they put cameras in at our school to prevent any further.
There are cameras now in that school.
Yeah, good.
There weren't at the time. They learned their lesson.
I don't think ours had cameras, but they had motion detectors. So I don't know if he would have got away with it where we were.
That's hilarious. That's such a good way to just ruin their shit too, because I don't think you can do anything about that if you get it in there good.
No, he just really got off on upsetting people and stressing out authority. Because it's like, imagine being that principal coming in for work. He's already got in the back of his head like, God, if that kid shits in another bathroom, I'm going to have a fucking revolt from these janitors, and they're not going to handle it. I'm going to have to be the one scrubbing off, ha, 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 any closer yet and shit on the bathroom. I'm going to scrub that off. God, I hope he just gets it under control. And then he shows up, rubbing his eyes from sleep with his coffee, and he tries to stick his key in. That's weird. I must have missed. No. Oh, fuck! Just yelling. Can't get into the fucking school because this rabble-rouser did. He also did it. He broke the vending machines that way. That dollar slot, he smeared a bunch in there, too, just so you couldn't put shit in the vending machine anymore. He was such a piece of shit.
I would be so afraid to do that because in the back of my head with a prank like that is, all right, I might get caught. So if I do get caught, let's make sure this is something that can be chalked up to boyish hijinks or something like that. He's going all or nothing. He's like, fuck him.
If you put a
motherfucker.
Put a round up penis on the football field, and then they'll charge you for grass seed. You owe us $23.75. There was like $16,000 in damage or something. Like it could be very expensive.
Oh yeah. It's so much. He did another thing that he got I remember a big group of people got called into the office, like being interrogated because like I didn't know till later, but it was like, well, you know, so and 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 so come into the office or report to the office. And it was like, well, what the fuck is this about? These are the rabble rousers. And later we found out that a teacher like went out to go leave for lunch or get something, and there were two like big nails leaned up against the back of her wheels, so that as soon as she backed out, both of her back tires would, not like pop, but the nail would go in and it would, puncture it and either quickly deflate or slowly deflate. And that was decided that it was a very dangerous thing, that she could be like dead on the road or something if that happened. And so there was like a cop or something there to interrogate them and ask them. Never found out it was him. I don't even know if that one was him, but yeah, that one was even worse than the mighty putty, I think, because that could actually get someone hurt instead of.
There was a teacher who drove something small. Do you remember what a Chevy Sprint was? I don't know if you guys know that. I can't think of an equivalent car today, but it was tiny. It was a very, very tiny car. I think it was a 3-cylinder motor and got like 45 miles to the gallon.
3-cylinder.
It was like a smart car almost, but not even less cool. And what they did, I swear I wasn't involved at all, but like a bunch of guys from the football team didn't like this teacher. So in the parking spot, like there was a parking lot outdoors, they took it and they rotated it sideways, so that now he was stuck in between the two cars next to him. And they were just, jumpity, 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 jump until it rotated sideways. And they did this to that fucker like all the time until they got caught. It was like a regular...
Until they got a bigger car.
It was like a regular thing. Like, let's get Mr. McNally and lock him in his spot again. And you have to wait for one of the people next to him to leave first because he was rotating.
That's so funny. Shitty behavior. God.
Most of my pranks would take place outside of school because I had gotten in a lot of trouble at school, and it was usually like, you can't get in trouble again, or you're not going to pass, or you can't get in trouble again, or you'd only miss 5 days. And like a minor offense was like a 2-day suspension. When I say minor, I mean like when I hit the teacher in the head, or like the stink bomb massacre, like that time I put stink bombs all over the school. Like those were each 2-day suspensions. So like you don't have a lot of room to play. So we would go to people's houses after school at night and stuff and egg them, or throw a big thing of fireworks up on their front doorstep, like a big roll, like 500 firecrackers go off on your doorstep. I'd use a cigarette as a timer. You just light a cigarette, tear the cigarette in half, and then stick it onto the fuse, and then when it burns down, that way you can jog back up the road. Give yourself like a minute before the thing actually goes off, be in your car and be leaving. And like I remember, like we'd be getting right back to the car, and you'd hear and just be like, yeah. Like as we drive away. Yeah. We do that shit all the time.
That same kid told me he did. I never believed him for this one, but there was a teacher that was not liked by anyone. And just one day, like he left after lunch, and it was like, I guess he wasn't feeling well. And like a week later, the Poop Bandit, that guy, told me, I don't know why I was always so privy to these things. Like, we weren't good friends.
Wait a minute, you weren't the Poop Bandit, were you?
I was not the Poop Bandit. No. These are really ballsy things. I'm not the Poop Bandit. But he told me, the reason that, and he talked like that. He's like, the reason Mr. Johnson left last week? I was like, no, Mike, why did he leave last week? He's like, I put 5 tabs of acid in his coffee in the teacher's lounge. And I was like, did you actually put a bunch of acid in his coffee? He's like, yeah, man, yeah. My buddy sells some, and I got a bunch of it, and I put it on his coffee. He was like freaking out, man. And he left. He had another teacher drive him home. And I was like, I didn't know whether to believe him or not, but that is one of the genuinely meanest things that you could do to someone. Is like, as you're like teaching, and you like imagine you point at a kid like, Jesse, shut up, up, and like your arm starts like extending towards her in a weird.
I feel like this is something that would happen to the alternate universe teacher version of Quibble Cop, right? Just someone drugs his food.
Drugs you.
Yeah, he's screwed.
Didn't even get drugged. Like it was funny, his stories where he was like, and then I got drugged and I didn't know what to do, and I asked him, is there drugs in this? And he said yes, so I take it. And it's like, well, then you didn't get drugs. Someone gave you free drugs.
So what you're saying is you do a lot of drugs. Okay.
That's not how his stories work.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like it was a little lost in translation almost. He'd be like, they drugged me. So they gave you drugs? Yeah, they gave me the drugs and I took them. I was drugged. I'm like,
No,
but you knew they were drugs. Well, I had a pretty good idea.
that was he'd be like, I thought it might have been a pot cookie, so I asked him. They said it wasn't, so I ate it.
I like it. He's like, there's always drugs in my food. So I asked him, are there drugs in my food? And they're like, no, but there's always drugs. So I knew.
We brought a plate of regular cookies to this blowout party. Who likes, oatmeal raisin? Fucking nobody. There's drugs there. Nobody's eating regular cookies at a big blowout jam.
I thought they were snorting powdered sugar, so I had some.
Then who knew?
There's a little. I think there's a little plausible deniability built in the Quebble Cop story. Like, yeah, I just keep getting drugged wherever I go, man. Just getting drugged and raped. That's what happens to me.
You could only miss 5 days of school. At my school, you could miss the picture thing again. Let's do the call again real quick.
Do it.
All right. Hang that up. Call right here. Hang up on porches. All right. This will square out in a minute.
So you're saying you could only miss 5 days?
We could miss 18. We had nine excused days and 9 unexcused days. That added up to a total of 18.
Per semester or per year?
Per year. And but the thing was, if you missed 19, it was like a non-negotiable.
Oh, well, hang on a moment.
You're banned.
So it sounds like you had 9 unexcused days, right?
That's right.
So I think I had more days then.
You had
10.
In
reality. Yeah, I think I had 10 unexcused, and I don't recall what the deal with doctors things were, but in my head it was like as many as you need, because like if you need to go to the doctor, you need to go to the doctor. They're going to make an allowance one way or another. But
they had allowances, like they had a way to deal with people who were really sick, like if you had cystic fibrosis, or some kids would get mono and they'd be out for months and they weren't being like left behind or anything. But yeah, I would use all 18 days every year. Like some employees will be like, yeah, you give me 15 days off a year, but you don't let them carry over. So it's my obligation to use all 15 every year. I'm supposed to. That's what I get. That's how I treated my sick days at school.
I did the same. I got pretty good at writing my, and the same thing with credits before. We've discussed it before, but I got in this position at the end of high school where I was taking 4 classes a day, because that's how many we took, but I only needed 3 of them. And so the first one was in the morning, it was the first period. So I just wouldn't go. I just wouldn't go. I'd drop my sister off at school, and then I'd leave and I'd go somewhere. I'd go shopping. I'd go to the mall. I'd go get something to eat. Sometimes I'd just go back home, go to sleep. And I did that for an entire semester. That was great.
Something's going on outside my window, but it's midnight.
Something like what?
I don't know. Is
like
a
a
bear
burglar
in the trash? Is there? Hold on.
I don't hear the dogs barking.
I don't hear the dogs barking either. It's raining again here. Yeah, so it's pretty rough where you're at too, like flooding wise.
No, it's nothing like dangerous or dramatic. It's just been wet and raining for like probably 14 out of the last 15 days or something like that. It seems like almost every day there's rain, and it's been so warm, so unseasonably warm that it's just yucky. It's just the ground is just muck.
I figured it out.
What is it?
The city of Raleigh is having a fireworks display because it's 2016.
Oh, Happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Except you, Taylor, because you're next year.
No. One more hour.
Yes. So.
Yeah. Then it'll
be.
Happy
New Year, Woody.
Well, thank you. Happy New Year to you too, Kyle.
Yeah, we're 4 minutes into 2016.
Wow.
Yeah.
The future. I'm looking right into it.
Yeah, I see my buddy texted me a little while
year?
ago. He's like, Happy New Year's, bro. You gonna make some big noise tonight?
Do you guys have a good year?
Are you gonna shoot anything off?
How was your 2015?
It was okay.
I had a pretty good 2015.
Yeah.
I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
How about you, Woody? Like Woodycraft, of course.
Yeah, Woodycraft is good. It was mostly a good year. We had some extended family get sick. I haven't talked about it on the show yet, but that kind of the tail end of my 2015. supremely sucked.
Yeah, that's a shame.
That sucks.
But yeah, it was an interesting year. Looking forward to 2016, which we're in now. It's crazy how time flies. I guess just seems like just a few. It doesn't seem like 10 years ago when when in 2006. I remember 2006 so well and what was going on and what I was doing and
2006.
Yeah, 10 years ago.
Kids born in 2000 are going to be driving.
Yeah, that's outrageous.
My car was only 3 at the 10 years ago.
I started high school in 2000. I was in 9th grade. I didn't even have a fucking car. Well, kind of, but it's 10 years has gone by fast. That's crazy. I'll be 30 in May. 2016 will be an interesting year.
Jeez, 30 in May.
Yeah.
Is that's a big age.
I guess so. I don't think it's not going to weigh on me at all because I'm still a child at heart and I've got oily skin, so I feel like I'm going to age pretty well. I feel like I'll be looking pretty good for a while longer, and I feel like men get away with that anyway. I feel like you can get kind of a silver fox thing going on well into your 50s and still be getting some. So I'm not too concerned with turning 30.
You can just watch Fargo season 1 and see into the future. It's looking bright. You're going to look real good.
I don't think... Took me a while to catch up. I got it eventually. I think I didn't like turning 30. It wasn't like the end of the world or anything, because 30 is still pretty good. A lot of pro athletes have their best year at 30. I know if you go down the line of UFC champions, 30 to 32, a lot of them get it around then. So it didn't seem like the end of the world. And by the time
a mesh of experience and talent still left.
Right. When I turned 40, I'm 42 right now, if people don't know. When I turned 40, I guess I had already accepted that I was past my athletic peak. No one has their best years at 39 anyway. I'd already come to grips with the fact that every year going forward, my body would be worse than the one prior to it.
Yeah. No more upward trend. It's just how much can we decrease the downward slope?
Yeah.
Maybe that's a bad way to put it.
Dude, deal with it, that's a bad way to put it.
Being slowly pulled into the pit of doom.
Perhaps if we rephrase it, the reality will change.
If we happy lies.
Yes, if you could just phrase it in such a way that things are gonna continue to step up all the no, it's fuck off.
I don't see that many differences between 30-year-old me and 25-year-old me. I think I've definitely aged a little bit, but as far as physical fitness or at least physical fitness potential, I feel like I'm pretty close. I don't feel like I've dropped off that much. I feel like if I had some athletic thing to do, if in 6 months I had to compete in some professional dodgeball tournament, I feel like I could kick it into high gear right now and have a 6-pack and a 8% body fat in 6 months if I made it my job.
The difference I felt at 30 wasn't really compared to 25 so much, but if you compared it to the 17-year-old self, then I healed slower. If I injured a thing or even worked out too hard, overtrained, at 17, there almost was no concept of overtraining. You just beat the fuck out of yourself, and then the next day you're perfect again. At 30, you twist your ankle, and instead of it being 3 days, it's a week and a half.
Yeah, my back's been bothering me a bit. I feel like I think massage helps a lot with muscle recovery. It was never anything that I've had maybe 2 massages ever in my life, and professional massages. They're great. I remember both of them really well. I feel like anyone who can afford to be to get a professional massage should get one on a regular basis. But I don't practice what I preach. But I just remember it was so amazing. But I feel like that would help with muscle recovery because whenever I've had it done, and I use one of those rollers like Joe has, one of those things. After leg day, after I've done squats or something, rolling my thighs and the backs of my legs, fronts of my legs, and the sides of my legs, I'll put my full body weight on that roller, and maybe have like an elbow on the floor or just like some fingers on the floor with one hand. So I can put as much weight as I can as I roll back and forth to get the lactic acid out, and it's excruciating.
Yeah,
but
that's it. First of all, rolling on that thing, something of an exercise in itself. You know,
it is like planking a bit. Kind of a core exercise.
It's a little yoga-y, you know. Is it freaking hitting the weights? No, but you're moving, and it's painful.
It's excruciating. Like I'm usually pretty verbal when I'm doing it. Like everybody knows it. I'm in there, and I'll like get to a part where I can feel like the muscle has completely flattened out, and I'm like rubbing bone now, and I'm just like, yeah, let's just do it 9 times, 8 times, 7 times, and I'm just rolling back and forth because I know I imagine I'm wringing a mop out, and you know the liquid in the mop is what's causing me so much pain. And sure enough, the next day it's dramatic recovery. Like normally I would kind of convalesce for 3 to 5 days till my legs felt right again. You know, I do squats on Sunday, and by next Saturday I'm almost normal again. But I know like I'm doing legs again tomorrow. I'm going right back into this, but if I use that roller, I feel like it helps a ton. And one thing that I remember the high school football team used to do was cold water submersion after workouts. They would have these barrels of ice water, and most of the guys couldn't take it. But a few of them, the ones that would stay in there for several minutes, would always be like, "Yeah, it's incredible." Like they're like, we do 2 a days, you know, 2 practices in a day. Get in that thing, stay in there for 15 minutes, and it's hell, but the next day I'm good as new again.
It's horrible. It is so horrible. Yeah.
What's so awful?
Because it's freezing.
Well, I get that
freezing,
much, but
and I don't like. I hate the feeling of cold. If my shower is a tiny bit too cold, I can't even step in it. Like until it's like almost blisteringly.
Do you hyperventilate?
Hot. Yeah, where like your chest tightens up, and it's like you don't feel like you can get enough. Like I've never 15 minutes, no way. Like I can't regulate my body in maybe like 40 seconds, 50 seconds, maybe a minute, and it's like fuck this. Like I'll be sore tomorrow. Like fuck you, I'm not doing this.
Do you hyperventilate? Do you hyperventilate when you hit the cold water, Kyle?
If it's very cold, I have a really hard time regulating my breathing.
Yeah, where you just do
like I'll be breathing so rapidly and so deeply that I have to make sure I don't get any water. Like into my airway because I could and fucking kill myself right there.
I saved a guy who did that once. Yeah, my friend, we were like 14 or something, and he bought this. It was wooden, but it was clearly a speedboat. It was made for like racing. It was a 1-person speedboat, and it turns out now we're young and we're dumb. Like that's just how I was, and. We like carried the boat in, and we took it to the end of the dock because you don't want the motor running too close to the shore where the prop could foul itself or whatever. So we took it to the end of the dock, and this is his like prized possession. He's very excited to have this thing, and we put it in, and the thing was all fucking motor. It was like a little 1-person boat, like smaller than a rowboat, with some giant fucking engine on it, and it would go like Mach 1 theoretically, or no, exaggerating. Anyway, we put it in the water and start sinking. And it's springtime, so the ocean's still cold. It's the bay, but the water's still cold. And he jumps in as if he's going to save a sinking boat, like swim it back up or something like that. And the second he hits the water, he starts hyperventilating. And he could swim, but he couldn't swim at that moment. Like he just lost all of his sense about him, and he couldn't breathe. And he starts doing this like ineffective flapping thing or whatever, and he's just getting his head above water. And I guess being a young douchebag, my initial reaction was like, LOL, like lol, like you suck at swimming. And then I realized that he was drowning. It was nothing of a rescue. I just jumped out and sort of shoved him to the dock where he could grab it. And in particular, because I don't often jump into cold water, but like if there's something wrong with the hot water heater, it's usually either like the power's gone out or someone's used all the hot water and I have to take a shower now because we have somewhere to be. If I have to take a cold shower, then I'll just be in there the whole time like
oh, I hate it. And you're like trying to like get your head wet, and you have to commit where you get like the top part of your head wet, and then you pull back.
So here's what I do. Yeah, exactly like that. So what I do, I get my head wet first. I get in there and it's wet, and then I get out of the shower, and I'm damp all over, and I go ahead and soap up, like just the soap on all over me. So there's soap everywhere. Now I'm committed, and shampoo in my hair. It's all shampooed up, and then I get ready. I'm just like, all right, here we go. And I just fucking jump straight into the stream, and I rub as fast as I can. These long strokes. Like I'm not like, yeah, let me just wash here and a little bit here. I'm just like head to toe, hands going from my ass to my eyes, just trying to get the soap off. And the whole time I'm hyperventilating in this sort of high pitched just breathing, just breathing so fast. I really don't do well with that cold water. I don't know how cold it is. It's 40 degrees, 50 degrees probably.
Young Woody would be very amused at your deficiency.
Yeah.
Cold water is the worst.
Yeah.
I didn't have that issue. I used
Not
to go
built for that.
surfing all winter long. Obviously, there's a wetsuit and stuff involved, but
Yeah.
cold.
Yeah,
I
cold
won't
water's
go swimming in people's pools unless it's heated most of the time. Go ahead and check it, and it's like, ooh, 62, huh? Like, oh, I forgot my suit. Well, fuck. Like, I guess I'll sit outside by the fire.
And you don't really get used to it in the shower either. Like I've jumped in cold pools before, and after a while, you get acclimated, especially if you're swimming or splashing or playing some kind of basketball or whatever in the pool. But like that shower is, I've taken maybe 5 or 6 cold showers in my life. They've all been dreadful. I remember one in particular. I woke up and there was no hot water, and I was like, "Dad, why is there no hot water?" And he's like, "Oh, the hot water heater's broken." What he didn't say in the same breath was, "But I just fixed it." So I'm like, well, I gotta have my shower, I guess and I go suffer through that awful cold shower I just described, and I get out and I'm like, oh, that was awful. He's like, what? I was like, it's a fucking cold shower. I was like, it was awful. I was like, I just soaked up before I got in and just jumped in there and did it as fast. He's like, well, why didn't you wait till the water heated back up? I was like, you didn't say you fixed it. The fuck? Yeah.
How did he fix it? Do you know? You wouldn't know, probably. It's a long time ago.
I don't recall. Pilot light, something issue with the pilot light. I think and it was a gas one at the time.
Yeah, I replaced my hot water heater once. It sucked.
I want a continuous flow one next time. It's
we had that in Apex.
Yeah, that seems like the way to go. I don't know. I feel like, of course, Kitty's got an enormous one now. I think the one we've got, I don't know how much it is, but it's over 50 gallons for sure. And it might be, it's not 100, but it's somewhere in between. It's huge. It's a big one. Because her tub is, I guess it's I don't know. It's like you get 3 people in there, I'd say. And she fills that motherfucker up with hot water like 2 or 3 times a day, I guess.
Two or three baths a day.
Yeah, she likes her baths.
She sure does.
I haven't taken a bath in a long time, but just like as like one of those ancillary gifts that you get, like how you'll get like a big Christmas present and then a couple of little a couple token gifts too. Mm-hmm. Melissa got me a couple of like those bath bombs that you put in there and you get all like your skin's so soft that you're nice to touch and everything. I got a couple of those that I need to utilize, but yeah, I feel like a bath it's a good relaxation thing, but if you're going to clean yourself, there's really not a grosser way to do it than in a bath. Being
in a soup of your own filth.
Yeah.
I think that's her thing. Like I know if she's hurting or aching, she wants to get in the bath for that. She makes those bath bombs. She does that too.
What's her business called on Etsy? One Tree Farm or something? Or
One Tree Hill, One Tree Lane, I think.
One Tree Lane, maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
I like One Tree Farm more because
we had a disaster back in the summit. Tree Farm.
It's not a good farm, but it's ours.
I like the concept of bath. It sounds like relaxing, but I get instantly bored. Like I'll sit in there and be like, all right, now what? And yeah,
need some jets. That's why I like I like the hot tub. I like what I've always enjoyed about when I would get in the hot tub is first of all, I get those psychedelic lights down there flashing and going crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool. But I like to turn the thing up really hot, really high, and watch TV. Like get an iPad out there or something. But you do need something to do.
Yeah. I feel like my laptop across my lap, hoping that I don't drop it, is a bad plan.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
That's an awful plan.
What
Do you
I
ever
re-
watch people in movies when they're taking baths and like it'll like pan on them and they're just laying there in the bath?
Yeah.
I never understood that. How are they not bored to fucking tears
Mm-hmm.
in the bath? Like I can't just sit there and be hot in just that tepid pool. Like it's uncomfortable and
I feel like
I need to be distracted.
if we were to redo our bathroom, that some sort of I don't know what we have, a jacuzzi maybe, but a TV by your feet would be awesome. Like something there, maybe something that came out of the whatever furniture
Yeah, like a
houses the tub.
rising TV.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be nice.
Kitty's always got an iPad with her. Pretty much
See,
any.
I don't know. I imagine the water deeper. That you'd be like uncomfortably holding up an iPad.
She props it up on a thing. She's got the cover for it. Like also makes a stand, so it's just sitting there. And like on the hot tub, there's a deck around it, so she kind of sits it up on that deck. And I would always bring a towel and like a whole bunch of accessories so that I can always dry my hand off and like grab my drink or whatever.
So is this an outdoor hot tub we're talking about, or is it something in her? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because her bathroom has a bigger than, it's not a standard tub either.
I guess I don't know if it's a jacuzzi tub or not. I don't know if it has jets. I don't remember, but it might. But yeah, it's a big one. It's like I said, it's big enough for 2 or 3 people. The hot tub outside I think it's five or six chairs, seats carved out places or whatever. Probably 5, something like that. I like that thing. I didn't think I'd like it. I thought it'd be a waste of time. Right now, the control panel's messed up. I can't turn the heat up at all. I can't adjust it. And we've been struggling to find someone who works on hot tub control panels.
That's like one of the issues with, like, a lot of people I know that have a hot tub. They're like, oh yeah, it was great until that one hiccup. At which point, like, we never used it again.
I was just about to say that I've never been in someone's hot tub where there wasn't like some sort of finagling or messing with something to make it work. Where it's like I'm trying to turn it up. Well, you gotta shake it and then hold it down till the light comes on. Just like pull the whole screen down. Yeah, and I hit it real quick. And it's like, it just doesn't work well.
You got to be Biff from Back to the Future, who can only turn it on himself. The car. Anyway.
Yeah.
Terrible.
We never had any issues out of this one until this happened. I mean, little stuff like the filter, but
it's like 18 months old, right?
I have no idea how old it is. To 2 to 3 years, I would guesstimate.
Okay.
2
like 20
years.
in hot tub years.
Yeah, over 2 years, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think any politics stuff that's been going on lately. I don't know. The Sanders thing is interesting. So here's the deal. Like, if you go 2 weeks or 3 weeks back, Bernie Sanders was accused of looking at data that was only for Hillary Clinton, right? So they're both part of they're both Democrats. There's like this shared database, but there's supposed to be a firewall that prevents them from accessing each other's stuff. So the thing is, the Democratic National Party seems to be in Hillary's corner. They're supposed to be neutral, right? But the fact that there aren't many debates means that the front runner becomes hard to dislodge, and that's Hillary. The fact that the debates they do have are like weekends at night when nobody watches them. They go up against really tough things like football games. Like the next one I think is during the playoffs, right? So there's like that competes with a playoff football game. Like they're really burying Sanders and I think the other guy's O'Malley the opportunity to be seen. And they feel like the DNC is just against Bernie Sanders. So anyway, someone on Bernie Sanders' campaign accessed Hillary's stuff. And they're like, sorry about that. They immediately fired her, etc. It turns out that this person in the campaign worked for the DNC like this year. Like one might think she was a plant, right? Like they're like, where'd we hire her from? Like they just recently hired her, and then like step one after they hire her is to embarrass the campaign by making them illegally access this data. And they immediately shut down their access to the data going forward, and he had to sue to get it back. It didn't take too long, but it almost seems like they put a plant in his campaign. She did something bad. And then that was the excuse they needed to remove his access from this data, which would have sunk his whole thing.
Wow.
So Bernie Sanders, on the other hand, like he wants a full like investigation of how this went. Like he wants to know everything that went down. Oh, and by the way, he thinks they should investigate everybody's access because he's hinting that Hillary's been doing this all along. that like the firewall occasionally like it keeps dropping.
What kind of information is this that they're accessing? Like,
I
I
think
don't
it's
understand.
voter data, like people who would be likely to donate, people who would be likely to vote, people who need to be robocalled to, mailed to, etc. And you know, people who might be on the fence. It's all the data that they collect and on the voting base. So there's, I guess, Bernie Sanders, interestingly to me, is trying to get like full disclosure on all the access that's happened everywhere. And the DNC is like, no. You know what? Just forget about the whole thing. Forget about it. We're sorry that we ever, you know, gave you a hard time about doing this. Just let's forget that you hired someone who worked for us first. Let's not even look into whether Hillary's ever done this. Let's just bury the whole thing. Like, some interesting political drama.
If it was a like direct sabotage, though, don't you think they would have done a better job?
No.
Well, yeah, maybe you're
Putting
right.
a lot of
They're
faith in
Democrats.
our elected officials. You're funny.
Yeah.
Now,
I
wanna...
just don't think that they're that afraid of Bernie to be sabotaging him. Like, I don't. It's not that like I think they're directly like fuck Bernie as much as they're just like, hey, Hillary, you know, better the devil you know. So we know
Be
her. We know
surprised.
she'll be.
Go all the way back to Whitewater. You know, like Nixon didn't need any help.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't see anyone even coming close for the Democrats getting close to competing with Hillary. Like,
I mean, no one's
I
voted
just
yet.
don't think so.
I don't see anyone coming close to Hillary, period. Like, you think
No, probably not.
Trump is going to... If Trump wins, I think he gets smashed. I think that Trump will not do well at all. And then behind him is Ted Cruz, who I'm no more impressed with. And then behind them is Rubio, who I think is the strongest of the three.
I prefer Rubio to either of those two.
And then I don't like Rubio either. But then you've got Hillary over there, and I just feel like she's head and shoulders more likely to do well in an election than most of the other people we're talking about.
Well, yeah, she's like already heavily playing the woman card, and that's not going to stop throughout the whole thing. She's going to play that, you know, that's every card in her deck. You know, every question to her is like a third of a second of maybe a response tied into how she's a woman, and how the very fact that answering this question as a woman is revolutionary in its own right if we all sit down and think about it. And now my time's up. It is. I had no answer, but I'm a woman. You want to check? Like,
I remember they asked like about her ties to the banking industry. Like, apparently the banking industry and the investment industry has given more to her than to any other candidate in the race. And her answer was like, hey, you know, like, oh, yeah, are we getting all our money from Goldman Sachs? I was a woman during 9/11.
Yeah.
And that was like,
actually, I'm only getting 77 times as much. Oh, next question.
but she invoked 911 and the fact that she was a woman. And that was her answer to her ties. And she got a little heat for it, but faded away.
We'll see. I'm just looking forward to it because I think it's going to be a real shit show. Sanders seems like the most well-intentioned of all the candidates, and perhaps the most well-intentioned candidate in a very, very long time. But I think he's going to get left by the wayside by the time this thing is over. What if Trump names him as VP, though? How crazy would that be? Then what happens?
Oh,
what
it'd be hilarious.
Trump Sanders.
Dude,
Okay.
Well, there's always a well-intentioned candidate, right? Like, so this year it's Bernie Sanders. He's the well-intentioned candidate. I feel like
Paul.
Ron Paul, his dad, I felt like was the well-intentioned candidate for a couple of cycles. Rand Paul is probably well-intentioned too. And then, like, I'm way back in the day, Ross Perot was a well-intentioned candidate. Like, these well-intentioned candidates have a long history of being also Rands to the evil fucking horn-spouting Clintons and Trumps of the world.
Yeah.
I would like to see that. That would be my dream ticket. I think Trump named Sanders his VP, and they go against Hillary and whoever she concocts. That actually might be a race if you could combine the Trump supporters and the Sanders supporters somehow.
I think it'd be better if Sanders put Trump as his VP. Then Trump would harmlessly be hilarious.
Oh.
No.
I want some harm.
He's not sitting back seat to that old fogey.
No.
He's going to be in
No,
the
they
drive.
need to team up to take Hillary down. I'd love to see that. But what's going to be great is when they get to the national stage and you got Clinton going against Trump. If that happens, that's going to be incredibly entertaining. There's going to be so many good attack ads. Saturday Night Live is going to have a ball. It's going to be funny. Those debates will be gold. I can't wait to see because I can't think of a candidate who takes themselves more seriously than Clinton. And I can't think of a candidate who takes himself less seriously, at least as a candidate and as a politician, than Trump. It's going to be great. She can't answer the question.
Big speech, and he's going to come out and just be like, "I honestly can't believe I'm still here." And then
Trump's campaign against Hillary is literally, mark my words, he's going to mimic her. He's going to bully and mimic her, just like do her motions. He'll make fun of her laugh. He'll mock her and say, "I can't believe anyone would vote for her. She says things like this or does things like that." And he'll make fun of her physical characteristics. It'll be his entire platform.
He should bring up Clinton and the 14 women or whatever who accused him.
Guaranteed. He's already said he will.
Yeah, that should be a big part of it. He should draw comparisons between Clinton and Cosby. We haven't talked about Cosby yet, by the way, who was arrested, and the mugshots out there, the whole thing.
Dude, his eyes don't match. Did you see his mugshot?
In what way they don't match?
I think he has cataracts.
Oh.
Well, he's like 98 years old or something.
Yeah. I've always thought that, they're a little offset. They're not exactly parallel.
Let me see if I can find.
He's going to be eating a lot more Jell-O pudding.
Oh, yeah.
Tapioca. Yeah.
Poor guy.
In prison. Yeah, poor guy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, woe is him.
Fucking Cosby. One of the most prolific rapists in modern history, especially. Let's look at these eyes. Oh, yeah, the way his right eye seems a little cloudy, I guess.
Yeah.
Man, this has been taking a toll on him. He's almost completely eyebrowless at this point. Yeah, even they didn't want to be associated with him anymore.
Dude, did you see that Cosby Show?
The barbecue
sauce?
Oh, yeah.
Did you?
When people have my barbecue sauce.
Dude, I got the link. I've got the link. This is... wait, that one's 118. Here's the one I watched before, 125. Oh, it's about the same. I'll just grab it because I know it.
Yeah.
Check out Cosby's secret barbecue sauce.
I'm cute at 0.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Ready, set, play.
I love your neck, honey.
Well, it certainly is nice to see them work things out for themselves.
They haven't worked anything out for themselves. It's my barbecue sauce.
Your barbecue sauce.
My barbecue sauce. Haven't you ever noticed after people have some of my barbecue sauce, after a while when it kicks in, they get all huggy-buggy?
Oh, stop.
I'm dead serious.
He's so creepy.
Noticed that after one of my barbecues and they have the sauce, people want to get right home? Let me tell you something else. I got a cup of it up on the night table. I got a cup of it, I said. Left it up there breathing. Why don't you give the chicken to these people that's going up and have some sauce?
So here's the rest of the chicken, you guys.
Dr. Swoop, I love this chicken. Oh, Rudy, you look real nice
The one I saw, they added like a distorted effect when he was like, "When they start having a little bit of my sauce."
Yeah.
It's a lot darker.
I wonder if that scene was really inspired by the whole Quaalude
No,
No,
of course
it was
not.
No, dude, it's so parallel.
What do you? So this is what you think? You think the writers are aware of Cosby's sexual abuse? And they're like, "Hey, Bill, you know how you rape all them chicks with the lewds? Hey, let's work it in where you got some special barbecue sauce." No, come on.
Obviously, it's so parallel. It's so It's
well,
like
not really, because his barbecue sauce is supposedly like an aphrodisiac. It's just making people get in the mood, maybe. But he was drugging people unconscious and then fucking them.
No, I don't think that lewds made them unconscious. It just
did.
lowered their
No, it was lewds were they would make you super, super tired. It was kind of like people who drink a whole bottle of NyQuil and then they have to
suggestible.
fight to stay awake. And then once they are awake,
He's mixing with alcohol too. I think that's part of it. Remember in the Wolf of Wall Street when he's just crawling on the floor, like he's paralyzed to an extent. Like I think it was putting these women in a very they weren't all there. They couldn't just hop up and walk away. I feel like they're virtually handicapped at that point. And a lot of them were unconscious.
What happened to that lady who came back with 5 times?
I don't know. He's got over 50 accusers. It's 49. It was 49 accusers when I last heard an update, and that's been a month or two ago.
He has 49 accusers or something crazy like that, and he's countersued 7 of them. Wait a minute, I never even raped some of these.
Yeah. Well, all right, I've done some nasty things, but come on.
Not those 7 there. No,
yeah. No,
liar.
The fat chick didn't do her. No.
She was asking for it. She actually wanted my barbecue sauce. She didn't want the loots.
They do a reverse lineup. I didn't rape 16. Rape 18. I didn't rape 19. No, wait. No, I did rape 19.
Oh, I raped her. Yeah. Yeah.
I almost I look at Cosby and how old he is and stuff, and to me I feel like he can't lose at this point. He's like that guy in Game of Thrones. Who's the guy in Game of Thrones that has 17 and they're 19 and 18 children?
Walter Frey. But I've made this point before. Here's what Bill Cosby had. He had his legacy, which means so much to him. He feels like he's a pillar in the black community. He feels like everything he's done has really been to set an example for black people in America. I feel like he's been the champion of black men in America, saying, "Hey, get your fucking shit together and stand up straight and be a fucking man and be something to be proud of." That
Pull your
way,
pants up.
Yeah, that way when they try to take this away from you and that away from you, they don't have an excuse anymore. And that was basically his thing forever. And I feel like all that's been stripped away. All the credibility, the respectability, everything that the Cosby name meant. To me, it meant trust. It meant an intelligent, well-spoken guy who was funny and talented and rich and successful and all those things. And the Jello. I remember the Jello ads. I remember the Coca-Cola ads. I didn't watch the Cosby Show. I've watched his stand-up comedy, and some of it's very funny. But then to see that this guy's not just a rapist, but a prolific rapist, I feel like he's lost a lot. Walter Frey, his thing was my sons. I kill 5 of my sons, I still got 15 more, or whatever he said, But with Cosby, it's you've taken all I had.
Let me run these 2 lives by you, okay? 1, you're a plumber, and you make a decent life, and you're a good man. You've got a wife, and you have 2 ordinary kids. One of them goes on to letter in some sport, fireworks, as a senior, but nothing amazing. And goddamn, neighbors. So, and you just live a really normal, fine life. You get 1 divorce, but the second wife is a better fit for you, and
sure,
and there you are.
Average life.
Standard life.
Or you're Bill Cosby. You're rich. You're famous. You fuck a new girl every week, sometimes willingly, sometimes not. You get away with 42 rapes. You are looked up to from the community and the whole world through your first 77 years. And
why'd you include get away with 42 rapes in the list of great stuff in the life? You're rich, you're famous, you get away with 40 rapes, you got a TV show. He listed those. I know what you meant, but that was funny.
He's just living a life of no rules, drugs, money, women. That's
but now it's been the rug's being pulled out.
But while he has that, he has both worlds, right? He's the representative for black people should go to college in his Temple University pimping. He has the love and the respect of everyone for 77 years, but for his last 2, that's when he gets the downside of that high.
You're assuming he's going to die next year.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's around for the next 10 years and he spends some of that in the pen. His
No.
legacy. I think his
He does not have
legacy.
10 years left.
He doesn't have 10 years left. And
This
you're right.
amount of stress on
I
a
think
guy
his
that old.
legacy was very valuable to him.
I feel
think
like
he-
his children might suffer from this legacy thing. Now, if I'm, I don't know what Bill Cosby's kid is named. If I'm Steve,
Jerry.
Is it really? Are you
No.
messing with me? Yeah.
I'm
if I'm Stephen Cosby, then that kind of hurts. Like it stings
Rashad.
me. Rashad, Tyrone Cosby.
That wouldn't happen. It's
Anyway.
a real rapey name.
Oh God. But for Cosby, like I feel like he and Walter Frey are just too old to mess up their lives anymore. They've had too much strong life already.
I disagree. I feel
I
like he's
disagree
still
on
alive.
Kyle's side of this.
I feel like he's just in misery right now. I feel like I feel like he feels like he's lost everything that he had put together. It's going to be taken away from him, and I think he's going to spend time. I think he's going to spend his last days probably in prison.
He did. Like everything, his whole legacy, everything's ruined. Like when you're that old, like you're not looking back.
Yeah, he's not going to go back on tour next year
But
and
wait,
make all this right.
So whose life would
Yeah.
you pick?
I would pick if picking Bill Cosby's life means I have to rape a bunch of people, then I'm gonna pick the life where I'm
Well,
not
pick
raping
a crime you do enjoy.
I'm good with the
I
rape.
don't know, mighty puttying the inside of a school, just pulling something out of a
Okay,
hat.
okay, you get that 42 times.
I'll take that one. That's hilarious.
Here's the
it's
thing.
hard-
But at 77, your mighty putty empire comes crashing down, and everybody's mad at you.
It's
You
hard
can't
to
even
dri-
compare that. Yeah, it has to be rape.
Yet I
rape
just
or
did.
murder. Like if I was a prolific,
Okay.
I don't know. I actually like rape carries so much shame, like
Mm-hmm.
rightfully so, as like a scumfuck thing. Like nobody ever watches documentaries about serial rapists and is like, wow, like what a weird demented mind. Like I wonder what it would be like to be in that mind. Like that's crazy. But you'll watch one about a serial killer and be like, man, what the fuck was going on with them? Like what made them do that? What triggered them to do it? So if you replace the rapes with murders and they were like, oh, Taylor lived to be 72, was very successful in this his whatever career, but he actually killed 42 people throughout his life. Like it's crazy. Found a lot of bones under his mansion. The whole Merca show where he had a really up-to-do white family going around with his like successful white wife. Like that's all. Like it wouldn't be tarnished. It would be like a weird documentary that was showed, like a legacy, like a Titan story that never went away. Of like the story of this guy, murderer by night, family man by day. Like I wouldn't want to kill people, but that's a much better legacy to leave than the rapes.
But that's not the question. The question is, do you want to choose this ordinary life of a man that you don't know, or do you want to live an extraordinary life for 77 years, knowing that there's 2 or 3 where it all comes collapsing?
Yeah, absolutely. The one where I'm not raping people. Yeah, the regular life, definitely.
Okay, let's do this.
Those last 2 years are enough to unwind all the happiness from before, I think.
Oh, okay, because it
bad.
seemed like you objected to the rapes. I could do the life again where you get falsely.
Well, I wouldn't want you to think that.
you could be falsely imprisoned or accused or ruined for rapes that you didn't actually commit, right? So
Yeah.
you get Bill Cosby's life, just a whole rich and famous and women throwing themselves at you and all sorts of wonderful stuff for 77 years. But from 77 to 79, you're humiliated publicly.
Yeah, no, I'd rather have the regular life.
Yeah.
Really?
You'd rather have the Cosby life.
I might. I don't know. It just
I
seems
feel,
like,
I feel when I
too-
die, like if I've got a family of like 5 or whatever, like when I die, I don't want them to be like ashamed of me and like going to the funeral and looking at each other like, what a piece of shit he really was. It's hard to, he was dad, but he was a monster at the same time. I want them to be like, yeah, that was Pop every day running that plumbing van up to the city, put me through college.
I want the best of them.
Yeah.
They
I want
definitely,
that.
yeah, the legacy thing matters. I hear you. I don't know. I watched, I think it was The Fighter and the Kid, and the guy was saying like, man, I'd much rather have like a rock star life that ends at 50 than a dull one that ends at 100. And I'm thinking like, I don't know. See, being 42, 50 doesn't seem so crazy far away.
It's not. Yeah.
No,
Not
go.
this is a different topic, but did you recognize? I'm sure you did. You saw Dennis in Fargo. Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. When I saw him all duct taped and everything, all I could hear in my head was from the high school reunion episode. He's like, "Finish shit! I like to bind. I like to be bound.
Yeah.
He's all duct taped up. I want to make a remix where he's all duct taped like that, but you hear the voiceover of him saying that stuff about liking to be bound.
Yeah.
that was such. Every episode of Fargo feels like a movie to me. It's so hard.
It's like a mini movie. You got to finish it up real soon. So we
tonight I'll have it finished tonight. I think I'm on the last episode, maybe it's or about to start the last episode. It's a wonderful show. Very good.
One you guys need to watch too. Have you heard of The Jinx?
No.
It's similar to Making a Murderer. It's about this guy. I might accidentally spoil something. So if you guys are listening, then tune out for a bit.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
so
want to hear it either.
All right. Well, it's a good show, and
but
I'm not going to spoil it.
Is it a true life story or
It's a true life documentary. All that it is, it's about this really famous guy who is from a wealthy family, and he was accused of murder. And it's basically people, a documentary crew following him around, getting all the facts and everything, and trying to really figure it out because the case had been closed, and it's only recently that any progress has happened. And in the very end, like something occurs.
I think Chiz recommended that one too.
Yeah, it's really entertaining. Yeah, you guys should check that one out. It's very similar to. It's almost a more disturbing Making a Murderer, and it's short too, so you can blaze through it.
No. Oh, I got a topic. This is from Chiz, really. Obama's announcing executive action on guns.
Yeah, I saw that. He's going to expand background checks in some way.
So for people that don't know, here's the deal. When you buy a gun from a gun store, you have to do a background check. If you buy a gun from someone who's not in the business of selling guns, in my state anyway, if it's a pistol, you need to get a license and everything. But if it's a long gun, you can just buy it. Like I can buy a gun from a neighbor in the same way that I could buy his wheelbarrow, right? You can just buy and sell those things. And that is what they refer to as the gun show loophole, right? Sometimes there are people at these gun shows. In my case, all the tables are owned by gun stores, and it's the same background check. But sometimes there's people walking around with like a gun on a sling. They put like a flag in the barrel, and it's for sale. And you say, oh, look at that. That's the thing I've been looking for. How much do you want for it? And you get a less expensive used gun from a private seller. That to me is the gun show loophole. I don't know if Kyle has a different experience. Nope. Okay. So
sounds about right.
But that gun show loophole occurs, in just regular life too. I don't know where I guess gun broker. I don't know where you advertise a gun sale, but
that I don't see so much on gun broker. They're usually using an FFL.
You're right.
Yeah. And most websites like Craigslist and stuff, they don't allow people to advertise guns. It's you see it in like little pamphlets and stuff. There's a magazine called The Penny Pincher where people can like list their items. You'll see stuff like that. But I've bought guns in parking lots from friends and associates and various people before. It's like buying anything else. North Carolina's. We remember you and I. We looked at it a little bit.
Jim Crow thing.
It was a Jim Crow thing. That was so. I had to read and read to like get to the bottom of it because it was the pistol permitting thing and the sheriff middleman was an unknown quantity to me.
So what Obama intends to do is, I think the language, I hope I have this perfect, but I think the language is something like people who are in the business of selling guns, and they want to dramatically expand what kind of person is in the business of selling a gun. For example, you'd have to have owned that gun for an entire year. And I don't know what else. It didn't really define, the article I read didn't tell me how far he was going to expand it, but it made it sound like there were sort of casual businesses that aren't currently included. I don't know.
What I think what it's really going to boil down to is like whatever he proposes, when we look at it at the end of the day, I guarantee like the changes that are going to be implemented would have had no effect on recent tragedies. Because most of the time with these mass shootings and stuff, we see guns that are legally bought, background checks have been passed. Sometimes you see a straw purchase that may have happened. I think that may be what happened in San Bernardino. You had one individual buy the gun for another. But I mean, and they've arrested that neighbor. But it seems to me like when that neighbor bought that gun for this guy, I think a straw purchase was the last thing he fucking cared about. It seems like he knew this guy was probably going to perpetrate fucking terrorism, so I doubt he cares.
In California, which is where San Bernardino is for our international fans, it has like a gun control's wet dream of rules around there. There is
very strict.
No place more restrictive that I know of than California, and there was still a pretty successful shooting.
And the guns have been modified, anyway. It doesn't take much to learn how to modify weapons to do the things that they're not supposed to do anyway. It's internet searches away and very basic power tools and stuff like that. They can legislate all they want. It's not going to really change the bottom line. But I'm looking forward to seeing what he says. Hey, I'm sure he'll drive gun sales right up the fucking mountain.
It looks like there's not much people can do to stop him. It's an executive order. They'd have to take the. On the other hand, if they wanted to undo it, whoever takes the presidency could immediately say, like, all right, now there's no background checks. Or,
yeah. This is completely off topic, but I just saw it pop up on Reddit. MLG sells substantially all assets to Activision Blizzard for $46 million.
Huh.
So Call of Duty owns MLG? Is it pretty much, right?
It's only worth $46 million?
$46 million.
That's more than I thought.
Oh, I thought it was like a huge, giant industry now.
MLG?
Like MLG.
I think of it as a dead thing. Like, do they do anything that's more popular than? Do they? I feel like they're not. They used to be the only like COD league in town. Now they're not. And
I tried to go to their thing, and it says checking your browser before accessing esportsobserver.com. The process is automatic. Your browser will redirect to the requested content shortly. Oh, there we go. Some kind of DDoS protection.
Yeah, they have the highest level of DDoS protection. It's a Cloudflare thing.
Ah, fancy.
MLG sold. I don't know. I just think of it as more like, I don't know. Whenever I talk to somebody, I went to Hope's speech and debate thing, and there were all these like kids from her high school. They didn't care about COD at all anymore. They just seemed like oh, that's a dead game. They're not excited about it. They didn't buy it this year. That it's. I wonder where this will go. We'll see.
I think the new COD is a ton of fun. I don't want to look up any critiques on it because I don't want to be sullied and suddenly be like, oh, that is really stupid. Like, oh, I never noticed how awful that was. Like, I'm not taking it seriously playing multiplayer or anything, but I'm still having a lot of fun with it. Like,
yeah, I like the zombies. I haven't played in a little bit, but I like the multiplayer just fine. I was over at Eric's house yesterday, the day before, and they were all sitting in the living room playing it. I think it's the best Call of Duty in a while. I think it's definitely better than the last one.
I think Treyarch's the strongest of the group.
They are certainly now.
So, yeah, Activision's the parent corp. I got it mixed up for a while. You said Activision, and in my head it was Infinity Ward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about Call of Duty anymore. I like it. I just don't have the same passion. I guess that's true for everyone.
Yeah.
I'm, loving my Fallout. I will say this about the Fallout. The first character, I think I got to level 60 or something like that, and it took me like 6 days of playing time. This time around, I did the luck-based character with that idiot savant stuff, and I think I'm like a day and a half in, and I'm a level 50. You rank up so much faster doing it that way than doing the high intelligence build. The higher your intelligence, the more XP you get for actions. So you kill a bad guy and you've got a 1 intelligence, you get 10 XP. You kill a bad guy and you got a 10 intelligence, you might get 50 XP. So traditionally, the way to rank up fast was to have a high intelligence character, which is what I did the first time around. But the second time around, I went all luck, and it's 4 times faster, something like that, 3 times faster. Been having a good time.
What are you getting XP for?
Kills, completing missions, discovering locations, crafting items, really anything that you accomplish in the game.
Well, Idiot Savant, the perk he's talking about, is what makes it so much faster. Is you just randomly get, like, let's say you kill 5 bad guys. For 4 of them, you just get the standard 15 or 20 XP. For 1 of them with Idiot Savant, this, like, retarded guy shows up on the screen and goes like, yuck, 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 and you get like 5 times as much XP for that 1 kill. And that'll happen randomly. So sometimes it'll just be a regular kill, and other times you'll finish a huge mission that gives you like, I don't know, 200 XP, but instead of 200 XP, you get 2,000. Like 1,000 XP.
and I've got the highest version of it. So now every time it happens, it'll go and you get that notification.
Yeah.
And for like a short period of time, I don't know what it is, every kill is 5 times XP. So I'll just go on these massacres where I'm ranking up incredibly fast. It's been a lot of fun. I want to make some videos of it. I should. I've been wanting to for a while because I think I got it figured out now. I watched some of Wing's videos of it the other day. He's definitely got it figured out. I'm wondering if he's made multiple characters or not, because just watching him play and listening to him talk about the locations, it's clear that he's done these missions at least once. Because, like, the game came out 50 or 60 days ago, but he's like, so for this part, you want to read the holotape? I've already found the thing a little earlier than I should, but I'm going to go back to the beginning of the mission just so you'll all be on the same page. He's super knowledgeable about the game already, more so than I am. So I'm sure he's played
Wings
a shitload
was
as
always
well.
good at Fallout, I thought. Like, I remember this. You guys were having an argument about how to kill some character. I don't know anything about Fallout, but you were like, no, you can't do it. You can't do this or that and whatever. And like, oh, okay. How would you? And he lays out some alternative strategy that wasn't obvious with explosives or something.
I remember that. Yeah, he was talking about how to kill Roar, who's like a unique Deathclaw in I think maybe the DLC from Fallout New Vegas or I can't recall exactly. But yeah, he went into this whole thing about using C4 and stuff when you're at a low level, how to kill the thing. Yeah.
And it turned out it was he used to do that in COD too, and I always appreciated it. Like, most people would figure out a very good kit and use it, or a couple good kits that work well together. Wings, on the other hand, would be the guy that ran Scrambler or something else. He was the one that came up with like giving your care packages away as a quick way to rank up, and he was right. Like, I don't know, he thinks outside the box sometimes in video games, and it's I like
for sure,
it.
for sure. Well, the knowledgeable part, that was impressive to me is like, it's not that he's learned the mechanics of the game inside out. I think we're probably on the same page there. He's learned the story. Like he knows this. Like each of these missions is a mini story, and there's dozens and there's hundreds of them. And on this one in particular, like, he already knows the story. He knows how to do it. He's done it a couple times. It's clear.
So Taylor, you're 3 minutes away from 2016. Are you excited?
Oh my God! Yeah, it's starting to get loud outside with all the explosions. But
let's call it a show soon. I want to shoot. I got a few fireworks. Maybe I'll shoot some off.
I could do that. All right. You ready to call it?
Yeah, I think so.
Painkiller Already, episode 263. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.